This is episode 60, The Murder of Karina Holmer. Karina Erika Holmer was born in Ullared, Vagaridskommun, Jönköpingsland, Sweden, on June 23, 1975. At the time of her birth, Karina had an older sister named Johanna, and the two were very close. Ullared is a small village located 199 miles, or 319 kilometers, to the southwest of Stockholm, the Swedish capital. Specific details about Ullared itself are difficult to come by, though all descriptions seem to indicate it to be a quiet area with a low population that can draw in some tourism, but is not necessarily the prime location most travelers are seeking out. The Vaggeryd municipality of Ullared belongs to and contains the locality of Hvillingaryd, a much larger area boasting a population of over 13,000 inhabitants. At some point in time, Karina's family would end up moving to Hvillingaryd, and this is where they lived during her later journey to the United States. From a young age, Karina was described as a headstrong woman who was determined to achieve her goals. Neighbor Iris Hansen later said, quote, "Karina was a tough girl who knew what she wanted." End quote. Never one to shrink away from a challenge or to give up on reaching her goals, she quickly endeared herself to her family for her tenacity and drive. It was apparent early on that she was intelligent and focused, but that her dreams did not necessarily lie within the boundaries of her home country. She was fascinated by the world at large and wanted to travel, to see it all, and to experience everything the world had to offer. At approximately age 8, Karina joined a scouting organization, essentially the equivalent to what Americans would refer to as the Girl Scouts, though it should be noted that in Sweden, there is no particular designation based on gender, and both boys and girls are simply known as scouts or guides. In addition to scouting, Karina had an interest in animals, specifically horses, and would later join a pony club where she would learn the art of riding, both professionally and for recreation. Her determined and sharp personality would push her to excel at everything she thrust herself into, and the club was no different. After a short while and proving her skills, Karina would become the chairman of the pony club, taking on more responsibility and setting an example for her fellow members. Karina's father, Ola Homer, would later speak of his daughter highly, referring to her as a nice girl who had never looked for trouble and a beautiful young woman who had the world in the palm of her hand. Karina has been described as a good student, showing as much focus and determination in her studies as everything else in her life. She was also thought of as somewhat of a dreamer, and while she had a grasp on the structure of her studies, she also had an artistic flair that couldn't be suppressed. Her love of art grew as she aged, and she even began to experiment in art herself. In 1992, when Karina was 16, she wrote a poem entitled Life, which read in part, quote, "The richest gift you've ever got is life. Don't throw it away or ever step on it, but hold it high in your hands." End quote. It seemed clear to those around her that Karina possessed a wise perspective on life and the world around her. She wanted to live each moment to its finest extent, and to never look back having wished that she had done more. When Karina was finished with school, she decided that it was time for her to experience the world. Before going away to college and buckling down with a career and building a family, she wanted to fulfill some of her dreams, and traveling to the United States was high on that list. At the time, it was a question of finances and being able to travel and provide for herself in the country. It was around this time, when Karina was 19, that she began to look into the possibilities. This led her to the option of working as an au pair for an American family. An au pair is basically a nanny who assists in watching children and housework and in return receives a monetary allowance and a place to stay provided by the host family. In the United States, there are official programs and procedures for this which must be followed. A potential au pair will seek out a family via an officially licensed agency. The agency is then required to perform all legal and official steps necessary to grant the au pair access to the country, including a work visa, typically for 13 months. Part of the visa application requires that an application is sent to the embassy or consulate in the applicant's home country, where the individual will later be interviewed. The process also involves a background check and the examination of medical records, including participation in a psychological examination. Typically, after all requirements are met and an individual is selected, they will travel to the United States, at which point they are to undergo an orientation and training before being officially united with a host family. While this can be somewhat of a lengthy process with a lot of steps necessary, it is considered extremely important to follow official protocol. This ensures the safety of the au pair, as well as the host family vetting the person they are bringing into their lives, and more importantly, the lives of their children. Unfortunately, as with all situations that involve a lot of red tape, there are those who will conduct under-the-table transactions and can expedite the process, bringing in potential au pairs through illegal means, failing to provide them with visas, and severely removing many of the safety roadblocks in place. Whether done on purpose or purely as a matter of happenstance, it is through one of these illegal agencies that Karina would eventually begin her journey as an au pair. Karina was low on funds, and she simply couldn't afford to travel to the United States, nor to hop through some of the hoops necessary to become an au pair. Her luck, however, was about to change, and while Karina would be incredibly excited by the possibilities, it would be the first step in what would lead to a tragic series of events. In early 1996, Karina purchased a ticket in the Swedish lottery. There is no discussion of whether or not this was a normal activity for the young woman, but in this case it paid off. She ended up winning $1,500, which she was determined to put towards her travels. She came upon a Swedish agent who offered her the possibility to achieve that dream. Tage Sundin, who operated an unlicensed agency and had twice in the past been convicted for doing so, presented Karina with her options. The specifics of what occurred between the two is unknown, especially what kind of deal Sundin offered and how it was executed, but what we do know is that in March of 1996, Karina Homer arrived in the United States, set to work as an au pair for a Boston family. She had no visa, was not registered with any official agencies nor the American State Department, and at the time was in possession of false identification. Some have debated whether or not Karina was aware of the illegal nature of her situation, but it seems apparent to most she had to have been. She knew the process needed, and she certainly knew that not having a visa and carrying a fake ID was not the normal protocol. Either way, the 20-year-old was excited to begin her journey. Her work as an au pair would see her staying in the Boston area with her host family through the summer, at which point she would be returning to Sweden to begin the next steps of her life. Karina promised friends and family that she would write often, and she kept her word, sending letters sometimes as often as weekly. In the beginning, the letters were lighthearted and positive, but as time ran on, they began to take on a more negative connotation. While Karina remained mostly positive in her writings to family, the letters that she sent to her friends told a different story. Karina was matched with a wealthy couple living in Dover, Massachusetts, approximately 16 miles southwest of Boston. 43-year-old Frank Rapp was a commercial photographer, and his wife, Susan Nichter, was a painter. The couple lived in a large home in a well-to-do area, and during the week Karina would stay there. Her duties included looking after the couple's 2 children, as well as assisting with household chores and keeping the home clean and neat. One benefit of working for the Rapp family, in terms of exploration, was that Frank Rapp owned a loft on Avenue A in the Fort Point area of Boston, and on weekends, Karina was able to stay there, giving her the freedom to experience the city and spend time with friends. Thanks to her fake ID and the more relaxed restraints of the time, the 20-year-old was able to gain access to bars and clubs, to drink, and to party. Neighbors reported seeing Karina frequently, outside with the children. At the time, the eldest child, the rap's son, was in first grade, and their daughter was a toddler. According to all accounts, Karina very much enjoyed spending her time with the kids and had a lot of fun with them. She was enamored by their free-spirited behavior and noted the differences in how children were raised in the United States as opposed to in Sweden. It was all brand new to her, and for the time, she loved what she was doing. A neighbor later explained that Karina would often wave and seemed extremely friendly, but at the same time, somewhat reserved. The neighbor stated, quote, "She was friendly, but she was very quiet. I never saw her socializing with the neighbors." End quote. The job afforded Karina the ability to stay in a nice place, as well as the funds to enjoy her weekends out. She ended up making friends with other au pairs and nannies in the area, and they would often make plans to get together and go dancing. Rapp and Nichter have been rather reserved in their statements about Karina, predominantly speaking through a legal representative, but according to them, Karina was a hard-working, bright, vibrant, and kind young woman who they very much appreciated having under their employ. They would state that Karina was welcomed in as another member of their family, and that she seemed happy and excited to have been working and living with them. Their children, it was noted, adored Karina, and were always happy and excited to spend time with their Swedish nanny. There is, however, some debate about how Karina herself felt as time went on. Her letters home began to take a more negative turn. With her family, she was somewhat vague and kept a more positive spin on it. Her sister Johanna later stated, quote, "She wanted to go somewhere else to travel and to work." End quote. A friend, Charlotte Sandberg, though, received more direct examples of why she was thinking about cutting her stay short. In one particular letter, she explained, quote, "There's always so much cleaning, and I think I am stressed all the time, so this is not exactly what I thought it would be." End quote. The times where Karina seemed most happy was on weekends, when she had the freedom to do what she wanted. I should note here, some people have framed Karina as a so-called party girl who just wanted to go out to bars, dance, and have fun, and while I am sure Karina enjoyed her weekends, this doesn't sound all that different from any other person in their early 20s. There's never been any accounting of her engaging in heavy drug use or performing risky behaviors. She was, if nothing else, an independent woman who liked to have fun, not so different from where many of us have been at some point in our lives. By May of 1996, Karina's writing to friends took on an even darker connotation. She began to talk about her unhappiness with her job, moving on from her current place with the family in Boston, and actually coming home. In a letter penned to her friend Ulrika Svensson, Karina wrote, quote, "Something terrible has happened. I'll reveal more when I get home." End quote. What the terrible incident was, whether it happened to Karina or someone else, any details about it have never been discovered, and Karina would not make it home to explain the situation. Just a month later, she would vanish for a period of 30 hours before a grisly discovery would reveal her devastating fate and launch a massive investigation. In regard to her change in tone, Martin Weinberg, an attorney for Rapp and Nichter, expressed that they were completely unaware of any unhappiness or stressful situation she may have been dealing with. In an interview with reporters, Weinberg stated, quote, "I don't know whether the letters represent her overall feelings, but if those were her feelings, she was able to not have them interfere with the relationship with Frank and Susan's children, which is the cornerstone of any au pair relationship." End quote. Many of Karina's friends, though, did seem to be aware that something was off, though they were never told what exactly it was. Either way, it didn't seem to get in the way of their nights out, and the evening of Friday, June 21st, was no different. The usual plan for the group of friends involved meeting at the loft that Rapp owned, where Karina stayed on weekends. They gathered together and walked down towards the theater district. The hotspot of the time was Zanzibar, an upscale club located on Boylston Place next to the Colonial Theater. The crowd was described as having a higher-class clientele, but a laid-back environment. Many who had attended described it as a peaceful place, with good music and a fun-loving crowd. A safe place, without the threats or worries that can come with some of the more rowdy clubs in the area. Attendees of the club were aware of their foreign friends, and many men approached the au pairs, looking to dance close to them, under the strobing lights and bass-driven music. Karina was part of a group that locals referred to as the Swedish Nannies, and while she normally blended in with that group, on this night, her clothing made her stand out. She wore a sparkly gray sweater over a black top and shiny silver pants, which caught attention in the whirling lights of the club, and later played a role in witnesses claiming to have seen her. According to the friends that Karina had gone with that night, she was seen throughout the club sporadically. The group of friends would often split up as they danced and talked with others, though they would usually gather back together at different points, and especially when the club was getting ready to close. Karina was reported to have been drinking a little more than usual this evening, and each time she bumped into a friend, she was said to have been showing more signs of intoxication. As the evening drove to a close, the last sightings of Karina are a compilation of differing accounts and contradictory information, which will later cause investigators to try and sort through the confusion of taking eyewitness statements from a small group of individuals who were, for the most part, intoxicated and not exactly reliable. Lieutenant Robert O'Toole later said, quote, "We know she was there with friends, and we know she was talking to some men, which is not unusual. She was talking inside, but whether she left with anyone is total conjecture." End quote. Shortly before the club was set to close at 3 a.m., it's been reported that Karina was found incredibly drunk and either passed out or possibly just very out of it in a bathroom. A bouncer reportedly walked Karina out of the club at this time, and she found herself spat out into an alley outside. When she tried to regain access, she was denied. Here is where statements tend to diverge. For the most part, the friends she had attended the club with reported that they couldn't locate her as the club shut down. They waited around for a period of time, and she never materialized, and so they went their separate ways and headed home, assuming that she had done the same, or had simply gone elsewhere. Others have reported that, prior to closing, Karina had explained that she was planning to attend an after-hours party with some people she had met, though that has never been confirmed either. Still yet, a witness reported seeing Karina speaking with a homeless man outside. The man is said to have sang and danced with Karina in the alley for a few minutes before she wandered off. She was also reported to have engaged in conversation with Herb Witten, a 49-year-old who often drove into the city with his Great Pyrenees in hopes of using it as a method for meeting women. It's been said that, oftentimes, Witten would put a Superman t-shirt on the dog, and he'd wear a matching one. In yet another account, a man later spoke to police and stated that he was friends with Karina and had seen her getting into a car with a group of men. According to this witness, he spotted Karina entering a gray Mitsubishi. The man alleges that he walked up to the vehicle, leaned into the window and stated, quote, "Let's go, you came here with us," end quote, in an attempt to get her out of the car, but was later confronted by one of the occupants who supposedly responded, quote, "Get away from the car, you little shit, or I'll crush your fucking head," end quote. The final report places Karina not in a vehicle, but by herself, sometime between 3 and 4 a.m., walking up Tremont Street between Boylston and Park Streets. Wherever Karina was during this time has been highly debated, but one thing which is known for certain is that Karina had vanished sometime before 4 a.m. It's not believed that she ever made it back to the loft that night. There have been reports about surveillance cameras in the area picking up sightings of her as she walked home, but these reports were later refuted. It was 1996, and while surveillance cameras did exist, there were a lot less than there are today, and their video quality was poor at best. For the next 30 hours, Karina was gone. Unfortunately, since she had disappeared on a Friday night, early Saturday morning, she wasn't expected to return to work until Monday, so her host family had no way of knowing that she was missing. No missing persons report was filed, since no one quite knew that Karina hadn't returned home. No one heard from her on Saturday, though whether or not this was normal is unknown. It does seem a little unlikely that, after going out on Friday nights, Karina wouldn't have usually made plans to go out again on Saturday, but it appears that no one thought it was odd for her to be out of contact that day and night. This is a time before the prevalence of cell phones, and so there are no records to check, which would likely show at least some text back and forth if this happened today. In the early morning hours of Sunday, June 23rd, a homeless man was making the rounds, checking trash cans and dumpsters for bottles and cans to turn in for change. The man wandered around the area of Fenway Park, home to the Boston Red Sox, and eventually made his way towards a graffiti-laden, open-top dumpster in an alley behind 1901 Boylston Street. He climbed into the dumpster and began digging through the trash, but one item was heavy and hindering his search. He reached out and attempted to move the large black trash bag, but as he touched it, he found its contents felt strange. Whether accidentally or with the purpose of discovering what lay within, the man pulled at the plastic material until the bag ripped open. He immediately withdrew in panic, as inside the bag he spotted a human arm. Crawling back out of the dumpster, the man went running down the alley calling for help until he found a police officer. Officers swarmed the scene, and after removing the 48-pound trash bag, were shocked. Inside was the nude upper half of a woman's body, sheared in a straight line above the hip. The body appeared to have been washed clean. The makeup was scrubbed off. There was no blood, and the cut had been made precisely, other than what appeared to be a deviation which hit the hip bone. The blonde-haired victim had noticeable strangulation bruising on her neck, and later examination found that the cut had likely been made with a high-powered tool, such as a circular saw. Whoever had made the cut had done so below the ribs and above the hip, making it such that the only bone which needed to be severed was the spine. A later autopsy would find that the cause of death was strangulation, and there had been some blunt force trauma to the neck area. It appeared that the victim had been strangled with a length of rope. Identification of the victim was difficult due to the fact that there was no identification or clothing present, and even if they had found the ID, it would not have provided her real information. Detective Tommy O'Leary was placed in charge of the case and immediately assigned officers to begin canvassing the area, searching for anyone who may have seen the victim or activity near the dumpster in the past few days. The dumpster was located in a busy area, so this was considered a high possibility. The body itself was approximately 2 miles to the west-southwest of Zanzibar, and it's important to note that Karina's loft was located off to the southeast of the club, suggesting that she had either been taken by someone or gone along willingly with her killer, leading her in the opposite direction of her home. Police were baffled by the gruesome scene, trying to determine the reason for bisecting the body. An initial theory suggested the removal of her lower body may have been an attempt to conceal sexual assault and to remove possible forensic evidence. The reason for the vicious act has never been officially discovered, though, and Karina's lower half has never been found. Investigators were hindered from the outset by several factors. First and foremost, based upon the condition of the scene, the lack of blood, they didn't know the location at which the murder had taken place. Beyond that, they had a victim they couldn't identify and extremely limited forensic evidence. Because her body had been cleaned, there was nothing which crime scene technicians could utilize to point detectives in any direction. The killer had been skilled and efficient, though he or she did make one mistake. When examining the trash bag for evidence, a partial fingerprint was lifted from the inside of the bag. The partial print remains unidentified to this day, and whether or not it belongs to the killer with 100% certainty can't be known. In an attempt to obtain an ID on the victim and hopefully gain tips about what may have occurred, police issued a statement to the press regarding what they had found. It wasn't long after their statement that they received a call from Frank Rapp, who reported that he had been unable to get in touch with his Swedish au pair and knew that she often spent her weekends at the clubs of Boston. After gaining a name and the names of people who may have been with her that night, officers were sent to speak to Frank Rapp, and others reached out to the friends. One woman, another Swedish nanny, spoke to the Boston Globe under an agreement of anonymity, discussing having been with Karina the night she vanished. She claimed that Karina had left the club with an older man, stating that they were, quote, going to an after-hours party. The next time I saw her was to identify her body, end quote. Boston police contacted the FBI and spent 2 days discussing the murder with experts from their behavioral sciences team, hoping to create a profile of the type of person who would commit such a violent and vicious crime. At the time, O'Leary was determined to map out the last 48 hours of Karina's life. He wanted to determine who she had spoken to, where she had been, and who'd been around her. It was his belief that if they could get a clearer picture of her comings and goings that weekend, they might be able to find someone who possessed vital information, even if that person didn't know what they knew was important. Authorities were given the wide array of eyewitness reports discussed previously, with all of them telling a different tale about who Karina may have been with and where she may have been going. The first person that police locked onto for questioning was Herb Whitten, the so-called man with the dog. Several witnesses reported seeing Karina speaking with him the night she disappeared, and he was a known fixture outside of clubs and bars on the weekends. His presence that night was confirmed when police were given copies of Zanzibar's security camera footage, which captured him in the area. Authorities located Whitten in Andover, approximately 23 miles north of Boston. Whitten explained that he often came to Boston late in the evening on Friday and Saturday nights, along with his dog, in an attempt to get attention from women while he walked around the city. The dog was part of his plan, as he found women were more interested in speaking to him if they could be petting the dog at the same time. In terms of Karina, Whitten reported that he didn't know what had happened to her, and while his behavior seemed odd and his dog scheme certainly entered the realm of the creepy, he had a fairly tight alibi. Whitten had received a speeding ticket on his way home to Andover in the early morning hours, making the timeline tight. Could Whitten have been able to murder and dismember Karina in an unknown location, and manage to dispose of her body in the dumpster in such a short amount of time? That was difficult to determine, as autopsy results were somewhat inconclusive, suggesting that Karina may have been murdered anywhere between 4 a.m. Saturday and 4 a.m. Sunday, meaning that the young woman may have been alive as long as 24 hours before being dismembered and placed in the dumpster. There was some debate about whether or not Whitten could have had Karina in his possession, perhaps in the trunk of his car, at the time of the ticket, and that he later may have returned to the dumpster. Whitten was a larger man, described as somewhat burly, and people who knew him reported that he was often building things. Whether or not he had access to electrical saws is unknown, but not impossible. Police did request permission to examine his vehicle, which was granted, but found nothing which indicated that Karina had been inside, nor did they see any evidence of a crime having been committed. Whitten was considered, for the most part, an unlikely suspect, though some have reported that he often behaved oddly and may have been suffering from a mental illness. He was said to be moody, the type of person who could be happy-go-lucky one moment and angry over the smallest thing the next. While he could have been the perpetrator, Most didn't feel that he possessed the intelligence or foresight to clean the body, nor likely the expertise to make such a clean cut in the bisecting. Unfortunately, any information Witten may have possessed about Karina and her murder would go to the grave with him. Just 5 months after the crime was committed, Andover police were called to the home of Witten's sister. He was found deceased in the bathroom, apparently due to suicide. Police reported that Witten had slit his own throat, and there was some debate at the time about whether or not this could have been a murder. A legal representative for Witten later spoke to police and suggested that public exposure and paranoia may have led to his client taking his own life. This event, coupled with reports of his mental instability and knowledge that he had been in the same area as Karina that night, have led many to believe that his suicide was based around fear that he would eventually be discovered to have committed this crime, though no evidence has ever been found to prove this, and it remains speculative. The next target of police scrutiny was Karina's host family, Frank Rapp and Susan Nichter. After speaking with other au pairs and nannies, they were told disturbing stories about Frank himself. Many of the women described him as a creep, saying that his behavior could be sleazy and that he was known to, at some times, be flirtatious, and at others, to cross the line and be more directly suggestive. There was a rumor at the time that Karina may have been pregnant, and some believe Rapp may have been the father. This led to a belief that her body had been cut to conceal a pregnancy, and perhaps that this was the terrible thing that had happened that she had written home about. None of this has ever been founded in fact, though. Whether or not Karina may have been pregnant is unknown, as the details of the autopsy have never been fully revealed, and it should be pointed out that, if she was, it was unlikely she would have known, since she spent her last night drinking more than usual. The possibility of a sexual assault, though, remained. Many believe that her fear of being deported may have resulted in her not going to authorities, but it's important to note all of this is merely rumor and speculation. When investigators spoke to the family, they found them difficult, even hostile, and very uncooperative. Neither possessed an alibi for their whereabouts during the time of the crime, and rather quickly into the investigation, they required all police inquiry to be directed through their lawyer. It's been suggested that their use of a lawyer implies some kind of guilt, but most lawyers would advise clients to never speak to police without them present as a matter of precaution. In a rare comment to the press, Frank Rapp stated, quote, "I am definitely not a suspect. My family is completely devastated." End quote. One curious detail, though, would make the Boston police more suspicious of the family. When they went up to Dover to speak with Rapp and Nichter, they were accompanied by members of the Dover Police Department, as is protocol when conducting an investigation inside of a different jurisdiction. At the time, they were informed of a bizarre event which had taken place on the Monday following the discovery of Karina's remains. Dover police had been dispatched to a dumpster located on property shared by the family and neighbors at approximately 9:20 p.m. Someone had set a fire inside of the dumpster, and Dover police had recovered the charred remains of clothing and various pieces of trash. The dumpster itself had been extensively damaged in the fire. The items were later turned over to the Boston police for examination, as it was considered possible that if the couple were involved, they may have been attempting to destroy evidence. Unfortunately, after processing the items, none tested positive for blood, and no traces of human remains were discovered. The individual who set the blaze was never identified, though Carmen Fields, a spokeswoman for the Suffolk County District Attorney, later expressed to the media that it had been determined that the items in the dumpster did not likely belong to Karina Homer. In response to the dumpster fire, and the fact that Karina's remains had been discovered in a dumpster also, police sent cadaver dogs to a trash transfer station located in Dover, though nothing was ever publicly reported about anything being found. In a follow-up regarding Rapp, investigators searched the loft where Karina stayed on the weekends and pulled the telephone records. Despite an exhaustive search, nothing was found which would indicate that a crime had taken place there, and it appeared as though Karina hadn't returned to the loft after her night out. While tensions remained high between authorities and the family, there was no evidence to suggest that they had been involved, at least no solid evidence. Suspicions abound, but no links could be made. There was a debate about whether or not the family had lawyered up due to potential involvement, or to protect their interests since they had illegally hired and housed an au pair who hadn't gone through the proper immigration and visa requirements. Either way, police had no choice but to move forward and seek answers elsewhere. The report about Karina getting into a vehicle with a group of men was followed up on, though the details were scarce, and without further information there was little investigators could do. They didn't have names, and outside of a vague description of the vehicle, there was almost nothing which could be done. The vehicle was mentioned in some discussions with the press, and police expressed their interest in speaking to any individuals who may have been in a car with Karina that night, though none ever came forward. For the most part, police ultimately believed it was unlikely that Karina had been inside a car outside of the club, and that the account of her being seen walking up Tremont Street alone is believed to be the last confirmed sighting of the young woman before her murder. Another name which came up during the investigation was John Zweiss. Zweiss, real name John McSweeney, is a musician who lived in the area where Karina's remains were discovered. What led authorities to him has never been clarified, though it appears that Zweiss was known as an odd character who had strange predilections. There were rumors of him operating in so-called black magic, and that he may have been involved in devil worship. One potential reason for Zweiss's alleged connection may have been an interview he took part in with the Boston Phoenix, in which he made the following statement, quote, "I have human thigh bones that we use in a magical ritual," end quote. Police did speak with Zweiss on at least one occasion, though nothing came out of the conversation. He was considered a person of interest for a period of time, though it appeared that authorities moved on from considering him and accounted for most of his behavior and statements to have been connected to his image, more so than actual activities that he took part in or believed in. Further investigation into Karina's personal life had found two pieces of information which were considered curious. Firstly, Karina had been involved in a relationship with a man from South Boston in the months before her murder. Authorities did manage to track down this man and speak with him, though they felt that he was unlikely to be involved and did have an alibi for the night of Karina's death. Another boyfriend was found, and in a strange connection, he was actually a member of the Boston Police Department. Not a great deal of information is available about this particular man. Even his name has never been publicly revealed. Boston police did, however, express that the officer was thoroughly questioned and investigated, and they did not believe he was connected to the crime either. This statement raised some eyebrows, as some felt that the Boston police may have been involved in a cover-up, and that department was certainly experiencing its fair share of scandals in the 90s, though it has been suggested that this crime would likely have been far too mainstream at the time to successfully cover up. Unfortunately, the details surrounding this aspect of Karina's life may never be fully known. Despite their efforts, investigators were simply hitting dead ends everywhere they turned. In total, they questioned more than 300 potential witnesses or persons of interest, but found nothing which could make a concrete connection. Thousands of tips poured in from Boston and around the country, alleged sightings and reports of disturbing individuals who may have been responsible, but again, when the leads were tracked down, they went nowhere. Eugene McCullum, a confessed murderer who had decapitated his victims in Massachusetts, was questioned in connection to Karina's death, though again, no link could be made. He was later convicted on other charges, and police stated that they did not believe he was involved in Karina's murder. It seemed that no matter what police did, who they spoke to, and where they looked, they simply couldn't find the person responsible for this startlingly disturbing crime. American media spoke with Karina's sister Johanna, who was solemn and devastated by the loss. She stated, quote, Of course we know such things can happen over there, but it's nothing you expect." End quote. In a heartbreaking phone call, Detective Tommy O'Leary spoke with Karina's father. The discussion about the crime, a potential perpetrator, and any evidence discovered was short. The police simply had little to go on, but the call took a turn when Ola Holmer discussed the return of his daughter. Detective O'Leary later stated, quote, "When I finally talked to Karina's father, one of the first things he said to me was, 'What am I getting back?' I was floored. I explained, 'You're getting her upper torso. You're getting her beautiful face.'" End quote. Karina's remains were sent back to Sweden, and a funeral service was held. Friends and family attended wearing bright colors to celebrate her life, and Karina was laid to rest in a white casket draped with flowers. In May of 1999, an employee at a pet supermarket in Florida made the horrifying discovery of a woman's body, severed in two, in a dumpster behind the store. The woman was later identified as Delia Lorna Mendez. She was 32 and known to police as a local sex worker. Both parts of her body were found, the lower half being unclothed. Boston police reached out when they discovered the similarities. Hollywood, Florida Police Lieutenant Chad Wagner initially stated, quote, "Right now, however, there are as many dissimilarities as similarities. It's still a possibility, and we will know more when the medical examiner's report comes back." End quote. Boston Homicide Lieutenant Paul Farahar explained, quote, "As information develops, we will take the appropriate action. It has piqued our interest enough to be in contact with their police department." End quote. Ultimately, experts felt there was unlikely a connection between the two. The condition of Mendez's body suggested a quick, frenzied attack and bisection. The bloody dumpster seemed to indicate a disorganized attacker, while Karina's murderer appeared methodical and had planned it out. Several murders have taken place since Karina's, which have caused authorities to take a look and see if there's a connection, though none has ever been found. One of the more recent ones took place in April of 2016. Carlos Kalina Jr. of Cambridge, Massachusetts, was charged with the murder of his friend, Jonathan Chameleon. Police had found a duffel bag which contained Chameleon's torso and some of his limbs, and witnesses had reported seeing Kalina in the area with the duffel bag. Kalina was a diagnosed schizophrenic and reported hearing the devil speaking to him when he failed to take his medication. While Kalina would have been 13 at the time of Karina's murder, the case did momentarily bring her story back into the headlines. Susan Nichter, the wife of Frank Rapp, later drew negative attention based around her artwork. The former host family for Karina had drawn suspicion early on, but as years passed, individuals examining Susan's gallery were disturbed by what they saw. Several of Nichter's images displayed haunting depictions of violent scenes, and a woman who some felt resembled Karina. While this is hardly evidence of any true merit, and the interpretation of artwork is a complex art in and of itself, there are some who believe that there may be some truth involved in these scenes. Others, however, have argued that perhaps it was the shock of the murder itself which inspired the pieces, and not the act of having been involved in it directly. It's been 22 years since Karina Holmer's life was taken in a brutal and grisly fashion. The person responsible has never been brought to justice, and the partial print recovered at the scene has never been matched. The rest of Karina's body hasn't been located, and it seems unlikely at this time that it ever will be. Boston police continue to work the case today and list it as active, but there is little if any movement. Over the years, they have traveled across the country to study and examine crimes of a similarly haunting nature, to seek out connections, to hope for answers, but have never succeeded in finding the truth. David Mayer, a former prosecutor for the Suffolk County District Attorney, thinks of Karina's case as the one which he will never forget. In an interview, he stated, quote, "It's as haunting today as it was 20 years ago, if not more so, because no one has come forward. because whoever is responsible for this, whether it's one person or more than one person, has apparently not slipped up and said anything to anyone who would have an interest in saying anything. And there's no crime scene. There's no ability to determine with any definite basis how she was killed, why she was killed, where she was killed, never mind who killed her." End quote. Tommy O'Leary moved on from his detective position, becoming a commander in District B2, but he still remembers the case, and will never stop wondering what happened. In an interview in 2016, O'Leary stated, quote, "I can't drive through the Fenway section of Boston without thinking about her, and that's pretty much every day of my life. I've spent a lot of time at the dumpster site and at the Catholic church on the corner. I don't think about it every day anymore, but I think about her almost every day." End quote. In a case such as this, there are far more theories than there is information or evidence. A case this brutal, this tragic, and this sadistic, one would expect to garner a wider range of attention, and yet following the year it happened, little if anything has been said. Among the theories which stand out for those who have examined the case, there are three which are slated to be amongst the most likely. The first theory suggests that Karina's murder came as the result of her interactions with Herb Whitten, the man with the dog who later committed suicide in the bathroom of his sister's home. Supporters of this theory believe that Whitten may have abducted Karina that night, and, in an attempt to sexually assault her, may have killed her, and then made the choice to cut her body in hopes of disposing of it more easily. The second theory follows the possibility that Karina's murder may be connected to a yet unknown suspect. It is known that she was highly intoxicated outside of the club that night, and many believe the friendly young woman may have met someone who offered to give her a ride to another party, or perhaps home, at which point she was abducted and murdered. The crime itself seems to have called for planning, a location, and the tools with which to commit this heinous act, but for many, that doesn't necessarily imply that the victim had to be a specific person. Also in line with the unknown suspect theory is one of the unnamed suspects in the case, the Boston police officer who dated her. Could this all truly be part of a cover-up? The third and final theory is that Karina's death had something to do with her host family. Many believe that, at a minimum, Frank Rapp and Susan Nichter may be in possession of more information than they have shared, and rumors have circulated around the family for the past 20 years. Some believe that Karina may have either been engaged in a relationship with Rapp, or may have been the victim of sexual assault from him. While all of that remains speculative, for many it's difficult to dismiss the family's response to the crime and the speed with which they withdrew from discussing it. And then, of course, there's the dumpster fire and the artwork. The murder of Karina Homer is incredibly difficult to examine. A smart, kind, beautiful young woman dreamed of seeing the world. She came to America in hopes of exploring, meeting others, and having adventures, and sadly, only part of her ever returned home. Her family has never been given the answers they seek, and in this rapidly turning world of media and shocking stories, her name has, in many ways, been brushed aside in favor of whatever new horror may come along. But for those who knew her, those who loved her, and those who dedicated themselves to finding the truth, things will never be silenced until justice is done. David Mayer explained, quote, "For the family of Karina Homer, nothing would be more satisfying than bringing them some sense of justice, some resolution. I don't want to say it would take a miracle, but it would take an extraordinary piece of evidence to charge someone, let alone prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. There is nothing about this case which is ordinary, and there's everything about this case that is extraordinary." This is episode 71, The Horrifying Murder of Paula Sladewski. Paula Angela Sladewski was born on November 15, 1983 in Detroit, Michigan, to her mother, Patsy. Detroit is the largest and most populous city in the state of Michigan, boasting a population of just under 700,000 residents. It is the seat of Wayne County and is also the largest U.S. city on the Canadian border. Paula, though, did not grow up in the heart of Detroit, but in Garden City, a suburb which is part of the Metro Detroit region. In a direct contrast with Detroit itself, Garden City's population is just over 27,000. Patsy was, for the most part, a single parent who would raise Paula along with the assistance of her grandparents and her eldest daughter, Kelly, who was 14 at the time Paula was born. Paula also has an older brother named Thomas. While details about the exact situation are scarce, Paula had no connection to her biological father. Eventually, Patsy would marry Kevin Watkins, who would become Paula's stepfather, but according to Kelly, there was a pivotal period of time in Paula's youth during which she had no paternal relationships, and the absence of that connection may have played a role in her later life choices. While Paula's life may have began with a certain set of challenges, there was one area in which she was always ahead. Even from a young age, friends, family, and even strangers were constantly commenting on and being drawn in by Paula's physical beauty. Patsy would later describe it by saying, quote, "When Paula walked into a room, heads turned," end quote. Paula, though, did not fit into the mold many people tried to cast her in. Oftentimes, her beauty was treated as all that mattered, and her intelligence and passion were often overlooked. While many viewed the growing young woman as something to be admired physically, few were truly aware of the brilliant mind that existed behind those piercing blue eyes. Throughout her time in school, Paula excelled, achieving straight A's. It was clear to her family, as well as her teachers, that Paula was an extremely gifted young woman, and it would be both Paula's intelligence and her caring and compassionate personality that would first place the idea in her mind of pursuing a career in nursing. According to Patsy, Paula was an extremely empathetic young woman and had a strong desire to help others. This manifested itself through an interest in working in the field of healthcare. There, Paula felt, she would be able to utilize both her intelligence and her care to assist those who needed it. As Paula entered her teens and continued developing, she began to first consider the possibility of modeling. According to friends and family, Paula was aware of her looks early on and loved to dress up and play with makeup, even before she knew how to use it. It wasn't uncommon to find a young Paula trying to balance on a pair of heels while making herself up. She also loved to dance and was quite good at it. Her relationship with her mother was good, though when Paula began dating, some would question just how closely her mother was paying attention to her teenage daughter. At only 14 years old, Paula found herself being pursued by a 29-year-old man named David Coleman. According to Kelly, Patsy didn't have much of an issue with her daughter dating a man that much older, but being her older sister, Kelly wanted to put a stop to it. At the time, Kelly was just 1 year younger than Coleman, and it's unlikely you're going to find anyone who believes this relationship was appropriate at the time. After several attempts to get her mother to intervene, Kelly finally took matters into her own hands and reported the situation to Child Protective Services. CPS got involved, Coleman was arrested, and ultimately would serve 2 years in prison and, upon his release, would be added to the sex offender registry. It would seem, however, that Coleman had already made his mark on the younger Paula, and when he was released from prison, Paula was there, now of a legal age, waiting to pick up their relationship where they had left it. Paula was a dynamic contradiction in many ways. The older she got, the more her physicality developed, and many people began referring to her as a real-life Barbie and treating her older than she actually was. In fact, Paula had such an affinity for Barbie that she'd been collecting the dolls since she was a child, and after her death, her collection of more than 500 would be at the center of yet another conflict between Kelly and Patsy. Regardless now, out of high school and still dreaming of a career in nursing, Paula wasn't in a financial position to put herself through school. It was around this time that she began applying for jobs at local strip clubs. Stripping would, in a way, combine two of her previous interests, dancing, and modeling. Paula had gotten enough attention from men to know that she could make the conversion of free looks to paid ones, and strip club managers agreed. It was during her time working as a stripper that Paula would dye her hair blonde for the first time, leaving behind her brunette look and adding in extensions that fell nearly to her waist. Indeed, Paula now looked even more so like a living Barbie doll. Kelly would later express her belief that Paula's entry into stripping may have been sparked in part by a vacancy in her life, stating, quote, "I think that's why ultimately she became a dancer. She was seeking male attention, a love that she didn't get growing up." End quote. Suffice it to say, the money rolled in fast. Paula was making a good living at the clubs, working in different venues all around Detroit. It was here that she would sharpen her street smarts and learn that there are men out there who don't always have the greatest intentions. Her relationship with Coleman would eventually break apart, though the two would stay in touch, maintaining a friendship which, for the most part, revolved around exchanging text messages. In 2003, at the age of 20, Paula became aware of a nationwide contest being held by Playboy magazine, where they were seeking out new playmates. By this time, Paula had been doing a lot of modeling. She was being represented by a national agency, had done some catalog work, and was making the rounds of local events such as car shows. Believing that Playboy could truly launch her into stardom, Paula was one of 500 women who made the first cut, and as additional cuts were made, Paula eventually found herself in the top 50. In the end, Paula would be featured on Playboy's 50th anniversary celebration video, though she would not become a playmate, losing out in the final competition. Despite her lack of ever having been a Playboy playmate, this is how the media would later refer to her. It was during her time working at the strip clubs that Paula would meet and begin a relationship with Kevin Klim. According to Klim, when he and Paula first began dating, things went well, but there was somewhat of a conflict about her career. Kevin wasn't exactly comfortable dating a woman who stripped for a living, but Paula was focused on her goals. She'd been saving a large sum of money to pay her tuition, and she propositioned Kevin with an ultimatum. He could accept her working as a stripper, or he could move on to someone else. Kevin decided that his interest in Paula was strong enough that he wanted to give it a shot, and for a period of time, things went along extremely well. Paula actually made so much money from stripping that she and Kevin were able to move to California, where she left the stage behind and enrolled in school. For whatever reason, Paula never finished her degree program. Whether she had changed her mind, become disenfranchised by the curriculum, or some other cause we don't quite know, but Paula left school early. Perhaps it was all that easy money she'd been making. She soon found herself working at the clubs in California, getting hired on as a dancer, and once again she began pulling in money hand over fist. It seemed, wherever Paula went, there was always clientele that was willing to pay to watch her move. Kevin wasn't exactly pleased with this, but as he'd been trying to open his own mortgage business, the housing bubble burst and his business sunk rapidly. Paula became the primary breadwinner in the relationship. For the next few years, Paula and Kevin would bounce back and forth between Michigan and California. While Paula and Kevin were described as being crazy about one another, their relationship had its good and bad moments. According to Kelly, Kevin was a nice guy. She didn't know a great deal about him, but he seemed to make Paula happy. At the same time, their relationship depended entirely upon their sobriety. Kelly would later explain that when the two were sober, they couldn't have been happier. But once alcohol and drugs made their way into the picture, things were turned volatile. There are, on record, multiple arrests of both Paula and Kevin for assaulting one another, though these charges were almost always dropped. In one violent incident, Paula had been arrested for hitting Kevin with a bottle. In another, Kevin had been arrested for allegedly breaking Paula's nose, though Kelly would later claim that the nose breaking was actually the result of an accident. The relationship between Paula and Kevin was yet another dividing line between Kelly and Patsy. Whereas Kelly saw Kevin as a decent guy who was much like her sister, Patsy would later claim that she'd never liked Kevin and that Paula had, on several occasions, confessed to being frightened of him. Patsy would expand on this, saying, quote, "She was scared. She called her ex-boyfriend, texted him saying, 'I'm hiding from the beast.' just the threats that echo in the back of my head to destroy her life and that she'd never be able to work again." End quote. While Patsy stands by these claims, they have also been contradicted by friends and Kevin himself, who has acknowledged that their relationship certainly had its rocky moments, but that he ultimately loved Paula and never threatened her. Over the next few years, their relationship would have its peaks and valleys, its violence and its tenderness. From an outside view, everyone had their own opinion on the relationship, and while some viewed it as toxic, others believed it was the influence of substances that caused the major problems. Being around the strip clubs as much as she was, Paula had picked up drinking and wasn't one to shy away from throwing back shots until the early morning hours. At the same time, she was taking so-called diet pills, which were amping up her behavior. Kevin, on the other hand, also enjoyed drinking, and in 2008 was part of a bust which saw him arrested for the possession of cocaine in Warren, Michigan. Over the course of the next 2 years, Kevin and Paula would continue on, and during the holiday season of late 2009, they'd find themselves in Michigan visiting with Paula's family. According to Kelly, she'd had them both over for a holiday party, and they seemed happy. They were getting along well, appeared to appreciate each other's company, and they were making plans. Kelly invited the two to spend New Year's Eve with her, as she'd be throwing a small get-together, but they noted that they had other ideas in mind. Initially, the couple planned to fly out to Las Vegas and to celebrate the new year bouncing from party to party and casino to casino all up and down the strip. However, Paula learned something which would change her mind. Always a massive fan of Lady Gaga, Paula discovered that Gaga was hosting a concert on New Year's Eve at the Fontainebleau in Miami, Florida. Desperate to attend the show and to ring in the new year at the concert of one of her favorite singers, Paula quickly grabbed up plane tickets for she and Kevin to head down to South Beach. They planned to ring in New Year's, hit some clubs, and have a little escape from the grind. Paula had been talking about giving modeling another shot when she got back. According to Patsy, the last time she saw her daughter was right before she left when, quote, she said, "Don't worry, I'll be home in time for your birthday. I have something special planned." End quote. The couple arrived on the hot streets of Miami in late December and were able to score some tickets to Gaga's show from a scalper. Everything seemed to be going according to plan. Paula and Kevin attended the show, celebrating New Year's Eve during the concert and having a good time. A man seated behind the couple shot video of the concert on his iPhone. Paula and Kevin can be seen throughout the video and appear to be having a lot of fun, though the man holding the phone, John Williams, will later describe Kevin as aggressive and obnoxious, saying that while others made their way through the crowd, Kevin was pushing people to clear the way. Of course, for Kevin, he had developed a habit of clearing people away, as Paula would frequently draw attention from men who would try to get her attention. After the concert, the couple went out onto the streets of Miami to enjoy the city and the warmth, although the warmth wasn't really there, with temperatures in the low 60s. While out at a local club, Paula and Kevin engaged a bartender in conversation, asking where the best places were to find a good time. It was at this time that they were told about Club Space. Located at 34 Northeast 11th Street, Space had a huge reputation amongst locals and tourists. For the most part, this was the place to be, and Paula and Kevin decided to attend. The club opened on Saturday nights at 11 p.m. and stayed open until the afternoon on Sunday, so it was essentially a 12-hour-long non-stop party involving DJs, live music, dancing, and of course, alcohol. On Saturday, January 2nd, 2010, Paula and Kevin locked in their plans to check out Space for themselves and see what all the talk was about. The two decided to take a nap to charge their batteries. They woke up in the early morning hours, and according to Kevin, Paula engaged in her 1-hour procedure of applying makeup and then slipped into a revealing teal dress she'd purchased during their trip. The couple arrived at Space at approximately 5:30 a.m. on Sunday, January 3rd. The club was all they'd expected and more, packed wall to wall with people dancing and having a good time. Paula immediately turned heads upon her entrance, and soon she was being swarmed by men who wanted to dance with the young woman. According to Kevin, the two of them had thrown back a decent amount of alcohol, and the guys, as they approached, were more than willing to buy more shots for the buxom blonde. Bartender Raymond Diaz would later describe Paula saying, quote, "She was so blonde and really tan. She had beautiful blue eyes. Her dress was like a neon blue or green. She stood out." End quote. 2 hours passed, and by 7 a.m., Paula was definitely feeling the alcohol and having a good time. According to several attendees of the club, she began to dance more suggestively and seemed to be enjoying all the attention she was getting. Kevin, though, began to feel her male admirers were getting a little aggressive. One guy in particular seemed a little out of control, with Kevin explaining, quote, "I turn around for a second and he's on her. He's got his hand around her waist, his crotch right up against her, and he's leaning down and she's looking over at me." End quote. At this time, Kevin approached and cleared the man away. He was used to this. Whenever they went out, Paula was always the center of attention, and he'd learned how to quietly and calmly steer overzealous admirers out of the way, keeping Paula safe and secure. However, on this occasion, Kevin felt that the couple had spent enough time at the club and it was time to leave. After several minutes of telling Paula that they'd better head back, he grabbed her by the wrist and began to lead her away. Paula pulled her hand back and told him she didn't want to leave. She was having a good time and she wanted to keep dancing. According to Kevin, before he could even really respond, club security closed in on him and told him they'd witnessed the altercation between he and Paula and that he needed to leave. Bartender Raymond Diaz later explained, quote, "They were having an argument. They were only 2 or 3 feet in front of me. Then he grabbed her arm. That's when I called security." End quote. Kevin argued with the bouncers, though he was cooperative in walking with them towards the exit. On surveillance camera footage, Kevin can be seen talking to one of the bouncers. According to him, he'd asked them if they could please go and speak with Paula and tell her that he was leaving. Kevin would later claim that one bouncer walked away and returned a few minutes later, saying that Paula said she wanted to stay. According to the timestamp on the surveillance footage, Kevin exits the club at 7:17 a.m. Not knowing what to do or where to go, Kevin reached into his pocket and produced Paula's cell phone, planning to call a cab. He always carried her cell phone since she was usually wearing outfits that didn't have pockets. Before making the call, Kevin saw a cab pull up and he hopped in, being driven back to the hotel. He entered the building, went up to their room, and went to sleep, exhausted. When asked about this later, Kevin explained that this was not the first time Paula had wanted to stay and he'd gone home. It happened a lot as Paula could dance all night, while Kevin would get worn out after a few hours. Kevin awoke several hours later, around 11:30 a.m., when the phone in his room was ringing. The front desk was calling to ask if they were planning to roll their room over for another day. It was at this time that Kevin became aware that Paula hadn't made it back to their room. It wasn't like her not to return, as in previous times when they'd been separated at a club or bar, she'd always been back before the afternoon was approaching. In a moment of panic, Kevin mentioned to the hotel manager that he didn't know where his girlfriend was, and he hadn't seen her since the night before. It was at this time that the manager tried to calm Kevin down and directed him to the Miami Police Department, urging him to file a missing persons report. When Kevin arrived at the police department, he explained the situation, at which time he was told he'd actually need to go to the North Miami Police Department since Paula had been last seen at Club Space, and that was located within the limits of the city of North Miami. After catching a ride over to the other station, Kevin was once again upset when authorities explained to him that it would be better if he waited until Paula had been missing for at least 24 hours. It was a big city, there were a lot of after-hours parties and places that Paula could have been crashing for the evening. At this point in time, it had been 10 hours since Kevin had last seen Paula. Frustrated and dejected, Kevin walked out of the police department and took a cab to Club Space. By the time Kevin arrived, the club was closed. He saw people hanging around the area and spoke to them, hoping that maybe they had some information. He showed pictures of Paula to them, which he had on his phone, but no one seemed to recognize her. He took cash out of his pocket and offered it to a few homeless people in the area, at which time he was directed to a nearby gas station where they had security cameras. It was possible that if Paula had gone in that direction, the cameras may have seen her. Kevin can be seen on the station surveillance system exiting a cab, walking inside and showing pictures of Paula to the man behind the counter, but unfortunately, he hadn't seen her. Growing more and more worried, Kevin took a cab back to the hotel, and then the idea struck him that if the police wouldn't help, perhaps a private investigator would. He quickly came upon the number of David Wasser, a local PI. Wasser answered and later reported that Kevin sounded panicked and upset. After explaining the situation yet again, Wasser tried to calm him down and asked if he'd filed a missing persons report. When Kevin told him what had happened at the North Miami Police Department, Wasser told him to get down there as quickly as he could, as he had some friends and could pull some strings and get the report filed. After officially filing the report, Wasser sent Kevin back to the hotel while he went down to Club Space to see what information he could gather. Wasser was able to contact the club manager. At the time, he was able to speak to employees, some of whom remembered seeing Paula that night. Mike Samuels, the club's head of security, explained to Wasser that it's club policy to eject all parties involved in an altercation. So shortly after Kevin had been escorted from the club and entered a cab, Paula herself had been walked out. Surveillance footage shows that Paula exited the club at 7:21 a.m., just 4 minutes after Kevin and just seconds after he'd driven off in a cab. In the footage, on which Paula appears for only 7 seconds, she can be seen walking to the exit with Samuels directly behind her. At the moment they turn the corner, exiting the frame, 2 bouncers then follow quickly behind them. According to Samuels, he led Paula to the door and watched her walk down the stairs, step onto the sidewalk, and turn right, heading east. At this time, he witnessed Paula speaking with an unknown man. Samuels later described this man as being a light-skinned African-American with a closely cropped beard, standing approximately 6 feet tall and appearing muscular. The man was dressed in a t-shirt and shorts. Samuels explained that the man talked to Paula for a few moments and then, quote, "They literally walked off holding hands as if they were a couple. They were last seen by me and my staff walking away from the club towards the parking lot." End quote. Directly across the street from Space was another club, and behind that was a large parking lot. This is the last confirmed sighting of Paula. When Kevin was later told about this, he was confused. He didn't think Paula would just go off with some total stranger, explaining, quote, "She knew how to read guys, and listen, she'd been working in clubs in Detroit for 8 years. Detroit's not a nice area, and she hadn't had any problems. It wasn't some random guy from off the streets who walks up to her and she just walks off with him." End quote. Kevin argued that it must have been a man who was around her in the club, had spoken with her for a while and made her feel comfortable. Club management, however, disagreed, as they have a strict dress code. The man Samuels described was wearing shorts, and you can't get into Space with shorts on. This will remain a point of contention between Kevin and club management. When Kevin was later shown the surveillance footage, he couldn't help but wonder if one of the 2 bouncers seen exiting the shot immediately after Paula may have been involved in her disappearance. He argued that he remembers an employee fitting Samuel's description, but the club has repeatedly stated the man they saw did not work for them, nor had he been inside. Wasser kept in touch with Kevin as he conducted his own investigation, but every piece of information he gathered led to a dead end. Despite his efforts, Wasser couldn't find anyone outside of club employees who remembered seeing Paula that night. It's rather surprising since everywhere Paula went, she drew looks. It was hard to miss her. She stood out in a crowd, and yet she had somehow vanished into the streets of Miami in the early morning hours, and there wasn't anything which suggested where she may have gone. The only information that both Wasser and Kevin believed they had was that if Paula were able to get back to the hotel or make a call, she would have by now. Kevin began calling all over town at this time, hospitals, police departments, hotels, but everywhere he called, no one had seen Paula. In desperation for answers, Kevin made a call most people wouldn't think to make. He called the medical examiner's office. While speaking to the medical examiner, Kevin gave a description of Paula, explained the last place he'd seen her, how long she'd been missing, and any other details he could think of. After a few moments, the medical examiner asked Kevin to hold on. After what felt like an eternity, the medical examiner got back on the line and asked if Paula had any body piercings. Kevin's heart sunk into his stomach as he confirmed that she did, and at this point he was told that a detective was going to come to his hotel to speak to him. The detective, Michael Gaudio, had caught a case late Sunday night which had both haunted and disturbed him, and Kevin's call was his first lead. Upon arriving at the hotel, Gaudio had asked Kevin again to explain the circumstances surrounding Paula's disappearance. At that time, he pulled a plastic bag from his pocket. In it were 2 pieces of metal, scorched black, all that remained of body piercings they had found at the scene of a crime. Due to their damage, Kevin was unable to confirm that these had belonged to Paula. Gaudio then asked to see photos of Paula, and together the 2 men thumbed through Kevin's phone, going picture by picture. In one particular image, Paula was wearing earrings. Gaudio then produced a photocopy out of his pocket and held it next to the picture. The photocopy displayed what was left of an earring, and it appeared to match the one Paula was wearing. It was at this time that Gaudio told Kevin that he believed they had Paula's body at the medical examiner's office, and they'd need her dental records for identification purposes. When Kevin found out the circumstances under which Paula had been found, it was absolutely gut-wrenching. At 9 p.m. on Sunday night, 14 hours after Paula had last been seen, a man named Christopher Michael placed a call to the fire department. 12 miles north of Club Space, in an industrial area near Biscayne Park, a dumpster was on fire. According to Michael, the flames were reaching several feet into the air above the dumpster, and the building directly next to the fire was a propane dealership. The fire department arrived and were able to put the fire out quickly, but when they saw what was inside the dumpster, they immediately contacted the police. Detective Michael Gaudio arrived to what he would later describe as being the most disturbing crime scene he'd seen at that point in his career. Inside the dumpster was the remnants of a body that had been at the center of the blaze. The body was so severely burned, he couldn't even tell whether he was looking at a man or a woman. Gaudio later explained, quote, "We had nothing else to go by other than it was a human being," end quote. For the past day and a half, Gaudio had been trying to get an identification. He checked with local departments to see if they had any missing persons, but found none that seemed to match. For the time being, she was labeled as a Jane Doe. However, after speaking with Kevin, Gaudio was put in touch with Paula's family and her dental records were obtained, finally confirming that it was indeed Paula. Investigation into her death was troubled from the start. The medical examiner was unable to determine a cause of death, considering the condition of her remains. He didn't believe she had been stabbed or shot, as he saw no evidence of this, and so he speculated she may have been strangled. This, however, could not be proven. Any forensic evidence which may have been present had been destroyed by the fire, leaving investigators with little to go on. The one positive thing the medical examiner had to offer was that she had been killed before being set on fire, so at least she hadn't had to suffer the pain and torment of burning alive. This, however, did little to assuage the grief of her family and of Kevin. While Paula's sister Kelly was absolutely shattered when she learned the truth, she was determined to find justice for her sister and quickly flew to Florida. While Kelly was making arrangements to get to Miami, Kevin was being questioned by authorities. As both the significant other of Paula and one of the last people to see her alive, he was obviously someone police thought could fill in some of the blanks. When they looked into his background and saw previous charges for assault against Paula, he moved from a potential witness to a person of interest. The next day, January 6th, Kevin was picked up by detectives and driven to the North Miami Police Department for questioning. He wouldn't return to the hotel until after midnight. Kevin was questioned thoroughly about his relationship with Paula, their past, the night she disappeared. He was played hot and cold. The police would alternate from telling him they knew he'd committed the crime to telling him they knew he wasn't the type of person who would do this. For his part, Kevin was extremely cooperative. He waived his rights to an attorney, offered his fingerprints, DNA, and even offered to take a polygraph test. He was extremely forthcoming with investigators, telling them in great detail everything he knew, including about the violent incidents between he and Paula in the past. The final step for investigators was to ask Kevin to strip down so they could photograph him and check for bruises and scratches. Kevin agreed, but there were no marks on his body. Kelly later explained, quote, "Anyone who did this would be covered in scratches. My sister was a fighter." End quote. While investigators found Kevin cooperative and honest, he remained a person of interest. It was shortly after his conversation with police that people began coming out of the woodwork to depict Kevin as a violent and brutal man who controlled Paula and was consistently threatening her. Paula's former boyfriend, David Coleman, the man who had been 29 when she was 14, told investigators and the media that Paula consistently texted him and that she was afraid of Kevin. He went so far as to claim that he'd received a text from Paula shortly after midnight on New Year's Eve saying, quote, "He's going to kill me." That text, however, was later dismissed as though it was taken out of context and didn't appear to be connected to an actual physical threat. Patsy spoke out against Kevin, explaining that she'd never liked him and that Paula was in a constant state of fear in their relationship. Kelly, on the other hand, disagreed and was the one member of Paula's family who believed Kevin's story and supported him from the get-go. When asked if she ever thought Kevin could have done this, Kelly responded, quote, "I never had a doubt. He shouldn't have left her, and he's got to live with that for the rest of his life, and he's devastated about that. He's taken that really hard. He wants to kill himself." End quote. Upon arriving in Florida, it was Kelly's responsibility to have Paula's remains sent home to Michigan. While there, she had flyers printed, connected with Kevin's private investigator, and wanted to go to all the places between Club Space and the dumpster. She affixed flyers to buildings, power poles, and even the dumpster itself. She hoped to drum up attention for the case and even gathered $15,000 of her own money to offer as a reward. To their credit, the owners of Club Space matched that reward, bringing the total to $30,000. It was around this time that the media came in with their own opinions. Newspapers were splashed with headlines about the Playboy playmate who had been murdered in Miami and the violent and angry boyfriend who had been thrown out of the club. They included interviews with people who tore into Kevin, accusing him of all manner of crimes. In those first few days, there were few, if any, stories covering the case that didn't depict Kevin as the prime suspect and most likely candidate to have committed the murder. For Kevin, it was devastating, but to others, it was justified. Patsy remained steadfast in her belief that Kevin was somehow involved. Over the course of the next few weeks, investigators, Wasser, Kevin, and Kelly would all be trying to find out information and figure out who could have committed this horrendous crime, but everyone was coming up short. When asked about Kelly's efforts, Wasser responded, quote, "She's very hurt, she's struggling, she's trying to keep this case alive." End quote. 2 weeks after Paula's body had been found, North Miami police received a call from Club Space. According to members of their security team, the man they had seen Paula walk off with that night was back, hanging around the club. When investigators arrived, they questioned the man and eventually released him. According to police, the man did bear a resemblance to the description they had, but did not appear to be the same man from that night and was able to provide information to clear himself. 2 weeks after that sighting, 1 month after Paula had been murdered, North Miami police received a call from someone who, to this day, has been kept anonymous. The anonymous tipster explained to police that he or she had been present outside of the club that night, had seen Paula and the man she'd walked off with, and had gotten a good enough look at him that police set her up with a sketch artist. Police released the sketch publicly, and the media once again began spinning the story, this time with less focus on Kevin and more on this yet unidentified suspect. The coverage stirred up a lot of calls and tips, but none which led investigators to any solid evidence or suspects. Eventually, Kevin had to return to Michigan. He couldn't continue staying in Florida. He couldn't afford it. and while investigators have said they cannot officially rule him out as a person of interest, the general belief is that he was not involved. When asked about Kevin, Detective Gaudio explained, quote, "Initially, I thought it was odd that he'd leave her there. We explored several avenues of how he could possibly be involved. Nothing ever panned out. His stories seemed credible. In the investigation, we found out everything he was telling us that we followed up on was accurate." End quote. There are other details which seem to lend themselves to Kevin's innocence. He didn't have a vehicle in Florida, which would make it difficult to transport Paula the 12 miles away from the club. There were cab records showing him being dropped off at the hotel that morning, and employees remembered seeing him. The fire had been set at approximately 9 p.m., during which time Kevin could be accounted for as he was already pushing for a search for Paula. His body had no signs of a struggle, and according to investigators, the location of the dumpster was not one a tourist would just stumble across. Gaudio explained, quote, "It's kind of an out-of-the-way dead-end street, so I believe someone in that area knows something about it or had something to do with it." End quote. Police later revealed they believed the perpetrator was a local who knew the area well and felt comfortable dumping the body in that location. The positioning of the dumpster makes it difficult to get a straight line of sight on anyone using it, and so it's believed that the suspect knew that even if someone were in the area, they wouldn't get a good look at him. As for the fire, well, they have a few different thoughts on that. Firstly, that whoever committed this act had to have been incredibly angry at the time. It's a personal thing to murder someone and then destroy their remains. It suggests a certain level of brutality. Beyond that, it's their belief that the fire was set to destroy forensic evidence, possibly that of a sexual assault. Gaudio explained, quote, "You're doing it for either there's hate involved, anger, or you're trying to cover something up, some type of evidence. We have somebody that's very comfortable in their surroundings who felt like they had a lot to lose if this woman was found." End quote. Unfortunately, little, if anything, has developed in the 9 years since Paula was murdered. There were clashes with the family, arguments about Paula's possessions. According to Kelly, Patsy wanted to auction off many of Paula's belongings. Patsy later claimed that she was doing this to try and gather money for a reward. Kelly was extremely upset by Patsy's actions, though when prompted about it, Patsy responded, quote, "I feel I have a right to Paula's things. I'm her mother." End quote. For Kevin, upon his return to Michigan, he still had charges to face from a previous incident with Paula. One charge was dropped, and he pled guilty to a misdemeanor assault charge. For the most part, Kevin doesn't do interviews or discuss the case much anymore. It's a painful memory that he still struggles with, and whenever he does speak, there's always a backlash about his possible involvement. In the 9 years since Paula's murder, 3 prime theories have been purported about what may have happened to her that night and who may have been responsible. The first theory argues that the most likely suspect is Kevin. There's a history of violence there, and witnesses who claim that the altercation between he and Paula at Club Space was more than he made it out to be. Several people, including Paula's own mother, claim Paula was frightened of Kevin, and some believe he may have been very angry about being thrown out of the club and Paula's dancing with other men. The second theory, partially brought on by Kevin, takes a closer look at the employees of the club. In the surveillance footage, 2 bouncers can be seen walking towards the exit immediately after Paula passes by. While Samuels, the security chief, argues that they were merely coming to support him and make sure there were no other incidents, some believe that one or both of these men could have followed Paula. The third and final theory is that Paula's murder came as the result of an interaction with a complete stranger. Whether this man had been in the club or simply met her on the street, several witnesses did see her in the company of an unknown individual. Paula was last seen walking with this man towards the parking lot, making many wonder if he offered her a ride to her hotel, but instead had darker plans in mind. 26-year-old Paula Sladewski was murdered sometime between the hours of 7:30 a.m. and 9 p.m. on Sunday, January 3, 2010. 9 years have come and gone, and for a case which garnered so much attention at the outset, little, if anything, has been revealed since. No new information, tips, or witnesses have come forward since the composite drawing was released. What is known, beyond any doubt, is that someone knows exactly what happened to Paula that night, and a monster who could do such a terrible thing to someone is still walking the streets as a free man. Paula's family has been devastated by her loss, with Kelly stating, quote, "If I could have traded places with her, I would have in a minute. She was young, she never got to experience getting married, having a baby," end quote. There's nothing left that can be done to save Paula, or to bring her back, but there remains the possibility of justice, of someone paying the price for what they've done. Patsy dreams of being able to find the truth, of being able to look into the eyes of the man who stole her daughter away and to witness him being placed behind bars for the rest of his life. It's bad enough that Paula was murdered, but what was done to her body afterwards is horrifying, and her family was deprived of ever seeing her face again, or even of having an open casket, of being able to live without the image of her badly burned body haunting them for the rest of their lives. Paula was cremated, and Patsy had her ashes placed into a necklace she wears every day. When asked about the case, Patsy replied, quote, "Before I go to be with her one day in heaven, I would just like to know who's responsible for hurting her, for taking my baby away, especially the way she was taken." This is episode 93, The Mysterious Murder of Judy Smith. Pisgah National Forest sits in the Appalachian Mountains of western North Carolina and encompasses over 510,000 acres. Sitting approximately 11 miles south of Asheville, the forest is a popular spot for hikers of all skill levels, from those who look to casually walk the trails to those who seek to ascend mile-high peaks jutting out from the densely forested mountainside. Looking Glass Falls, as well as Sliding Rock, are popular locations that can be easily accessed as US Route 276 passes through the forest, making it a simple trip to drive in, park, and make a short trek to the locations. During the summer, Sliding Rock is typically swarmed by adults and children alike who slide down the mountainside, smoothed out by years of water flow, finding themselves deposited into a deep pool of clear, cool water. However, on September 7, 1997, Pisgah National Forest became the location of a horrifying discovery made by a father and son out on a hunting expedition. The Stony Fork picnic area sits near Chestnut Creek, McKinney Creek, and Stony Fork. At approximately 4 p.m., the father and son arrived in the area where they quickly noted the appearance of bones scattered over an area 300 feet in diameter. At the center of the area, the two men discovered the remnants of a human skeleton and immediately fled the area to contact authorities and report their findings. The Buncombe County Sheriff's Office was the responding agency, and when they arrived at the scene, they were shocked by what had been found. The skeleton at the center of the area had been wrapped in a blue blanket before being placed in a shallow grave. The bones around the area, investigators reasoned, had been spread by animals in the forest over a short period of time. According to reports of the time, the bones, when recovered, showed that the victim had been dressed in hiking gear at the time, and during the search, several personal effects were found nearby. Whoever had dug the shallow grave had also fanned out, digging several smaller holes in the area into which specific items were concealed. From one, police retrieved a blue backpack. In another, a pair of sunglasses. The blue backpack contained warmer winter-style clothing and $80. Another hole, when discovered, had a shirt tucked into it. That shirt had $87 in the pocket. A diamond wedding ring still rested on one of the victim's fingers, and while cash was found at the scene, no wallet was recovered, which also meant no identification had been found either. While the cause of death could not be determined at the scene, investigators noted cuts in the victim's bra, suggesting the possibility of stabbing. While the discovery was horrifying to both investigators and residents alike, things like this don't typically happen in the area, it also brought back memories of another crime. Just 2 years earlier, the body of a woman, Karen Stiles, had been recovered not far from this particular location. In that instance, the victim had been bound to a tree by duct tape, sexually assaulted, and murdered by a gunshot. Now, a new body had been found, and police were wondering if there could possibly be a connection between the two. Unfortunately, until they could determine the identity of the victim, it would be difficult to begin piecing together the hows and whys of what brought her into this remote area. Considering the challenge of the countryside and the difficulty even skilled hikers had in reaching it, investigators speculated that the victim had likely been alive at the scene and had gotten there of her own efforts. They thought it would have been too difficult for someone to have killed her elsewhere and then carried her remains up the mountain. Considering the money and ring which had been left behind, detectives fairly quickly ruled out robbery as a possible motive. After examining the scene thoroughly and gathering up all evidence which could be found, the body was delivered to the state medical examiner's office in Chapel Hill, where testing would reveal several interesting details. Cutting marks were noted on the victim's ribs, which seemed to align with tears and cuts in her bra, and it was quickly ruled that the death came as a result of homicide. The medical examiner stated that the victim was likely somewhere between her early 40s and mid-50s at the time of her death, and had likely been left in the shallow grave within the past year or year and a half. Further examination showed that the victim had a great deal of dental work done and that she suffered from severe arthritis in her left knee. It would be these two details revealed to the public that would aid in a quick identification. However, while the discovery of the victim's name would typically result in producing some answers, in this case, it would only raise more questions. Angel Medical Center is a community hospital located in the city of Franklin in Macon County, North Carolina, approximately 70 miles to the west of Asheville. It was here that Dr. Parker Davis heard the news about the discovery of the unidentified woman, and it reminded him of a missing persons case he'd read about through a fax the hospital had received. What mostly captured Dr. Davis's attention was the notation about the victim and the missing woman both suffering from severe arthritis. In response to hearing about the discovery, Dr. Davis took the news article he was reading and faxed it over to the Philadelphia police, who had been searching for a woman named Judy Smith. According to the Philadelphia City paper, Detective James Sweeney received the fax and immediately reached out to Judy Smith's husband, Jeffrey, who had reported his wife missing some 5 months earlier in April. With the news article noting the dental work of the unknown victim, Detective Sweeney requested Judy's dental records, and it was through these records that it would be confirmed that the woman who had been found in Pisgah Forest was in fact Judy Smith. But now the question became, how did Judy get from Philadelphia to Pisgah Forest, some 600 miles away? The details surrounding her initial disappearance were baffling to begin with, but this discovery made the entire case even more mysterious. Judy Smith was born Judith Eldridge on December 15, 1946 in Hyannis, Massachusetts. Judy had been married 3 times. Her first husband had fled the country in an attempt to escape the Vietnam War draft. Judy married again, this time to Charles Bradford, with whom she would have a son and a daughter. When this marriage ended, Judy was left as a single mother raising 2 children with nothing more than a high school diploma, but Judy was never one to step back from a challenge. The young mother managed to work, support her children, and make her way through nursing school, becoming a home care nurse in the Boston area. It would be through her career as a nurse that Judy would ultimately meet, fall in love with, and marry Jeffrey Smith. Smith would later say that he'd been very impressed by the level of care Judy had provided his father, and he found Judy very easy to talk to. According to the blog Strange Company, Smith was a lawyer and the son of one of Judy's patients who was recovering from throat surgery, and the couple would embark on a 10-year relationship that ultimately culminated in their marriage in 1996, which would unite Judy's 2 children with Jeffrey's 1. According to friends and family, Judy and Jeffrey had an extremely happy marriage. They got along well, enjoyed one another's company, and for the most part, no one felt there were any issues between the two, at least not those outside the normal bounds of disputes that occur between all married couples. The two lived in the New England area where Jeffrey worked as a lawyer, representing the Northeast Pharmaceutical Conference. Jeffrey's work would sometimes require travel, and in April of 1997, some 8 months after their marriage, he was set to attend a conference in Philadelphia from the 9th to the 11th. Judy decided to go along on the trip with Jeffrey, after which the two made plans to visit friends in New Jersey before making their way home. Unfortunately, Judy would not return home with Jeffrey, and her disappearance would become a complicated mystery that no one could explain. The couple arrived at the airport for their trip to Philadelphia on the morning of Wednesday, April 9th. Upon arriving at the airport, they began the check-in process when Judy realized that she'd forgotten her license at home. Not wanting Jeffrey to be late for his conference, the two agreed that Judy would return home to retrieve her license and then take a later flight while Jeffrey himself would take the one they'd originally booked. They had a room booked for a week at the Doubletree Hotel, and so, several hours after arriving himself, Jeffrey was met in the lobby by Judy, who had caught the later flight and finally made it to Philadelphia. Since Jeffrey was going to be busy with the conference throughout the day, Judy planned to hit many of the tourist hotspots in Philadelphia. According to Jeffrey, they planned to spend their days apart, but to get together in the evenings and catch up. Judy was excited to see the Liberty Bell and Independence Hall, and Jeffrey was looking forward to hearing her accounts of the landmarks. The next morning, Jeffrey awoke early to get ready for a day of conferencing. Not wanting to wake Judy, who appeared to be worn out from the trip, he headed down to the hotel lobby to grab something to eat from the complimentary breakfast. Jeffrey would later tell investigators that he returned to their room at approximately 9 a.m., at which time he could hear Judy taking a shower. Jeffrey stated that he told Judy to grab some breakfast and enjoy her day, and that he'd catch up with her that night at a cocktail party. Jeffrey gathered his work for the day and exited the room, never knowing that this would be the last conversation he'd ever have with his wife. While Jeffrey imagined an evening together, a quiet dinner, some laughs, and the cocktail party, instead, he'd be faced with his wife's mysterious disappearance. Jeffrey returned to the couple's room at approximately 5:30 p.m., but Judy wasn't there. They had discussed the cocktail party that morning, which was set to take place at 6 p.m. In an interview with the Philadelphia City paper, Jeffrey later stated, quote, "I was a little concerned, but I thought maybe we had mixed signals and that she thought she was supposed to proceed to the cocktail party. So I went down to the room where the cocktail party was, and I kind of floated back and forth between the room where the cocktail party was and our room for the next half or 3/4 of an hour." End quote. Judy, though, never arrived at the party, and every time Jeffrey returned to their room, he found it as empty and quiet as it had been the previous time he visited. At approximately 6:15, Jeffrey notified the front desk that he couldn't find his wife. After discussing her plans for the day, an employee at the hotel began calling around to local hospitals, wondering if perhaps Judy had been involved in an accident, but there were no patients or reports that matched Judy. Finally reaching his breaking point, Jeffrey hailed a cab and directed the man to follow the route led by a local tourist bus tour which Judy had been set to ride on. Jeffrey sat in the cab as they traversed the streets of Philadelphia, looking for any signs of Judy or where she may have gone, but the longer the trip progressed, the less the situation seemed to make sense. At the conclusion of the drive, Jeffrey returned to the hotel, making several phone calls back up to Boston, where he spoke with Judy's children, neither of which had received any calls or messages from their mother. Finally, with no other options and unsure of what to do, Jeffrey arrived at the Philadelphia Police Department, where he attempted to file a missing persons report, but was told he had to wait until 24 hours had passed. Frustrated and lost, Jeffrey returned to the hotel for a sleepless night. Early in the morning, Jeffrey planned to return to the police department, but he already felt hopeless at the way he'd been treated the previous day. Jeffrey felt the police were not going to take his missing persons report seriously, and so, knowing that prominent Philadelphia politicians were also attending his conference, he took the time to speak to two men. One, a member of the Pennsylvania House of Representatives, and the other, the mayor of Philadelphia. Jeffrey would later report that these two conversations resulted in a complete about-face by the Philadelphia Police Department, who were not only attentive and supportive when taking his missing persons report, but who had also been sitting and waiting for his arrival that morning. Unfortunately, though, this would not be the end of what he believed to be disinterest and mistreatment from the police. One theory which emerged early from at least one Philadelphia detective was that Judy had suffered from a midlife crisis which resulted in her leaving Philadelphia of her own volition, but to an unknown destination. No one accepted that theory, though. Jeffrey argued his wife would never just up and leave, and her children had never gone this long without hearing from their mother. The other theory, and one which was entertained by some as a little more probable, was that Jeffrey himself may have been responsible for the disappearance of his wife. Captain John McGinnis of the Philadelphia Police told the city paper, quote, "We are trying to keep a very open mind on what occurred here. When you look at statistics, 85 to 90% of females are killed by someone very close to them, a family member, spouse, boyfriend. Statistically, we have to look at Jeffrey Smith as a suspect until it's proven that he is not a suspect." End quote. Judy's daughter, Amy, was brought in for an interview, and Jeffrey was asked not to be present, to which he agreed. While investigators hoped to dig up information that could paint Jeffrey into a corner, they got quite the opposite. Jeffrey was depicted as a kind, good man who loved his wife and didn't even lie on his taxes. The idea that he could have ever committed a crime that resulted in the disappearance of his wife simply wasn't an area that anyone who knew him believed needed to be investigated. It simply wasn't possible. Investigators felt different, and a bitter dispute would break out between the police and Jeffrey Smith. Much of this revolved around a polygraph which Jeffrey was asked to take. According to Jeffrey, he agreed to take the test under the conditions that it be administered directly by the FBI, and that when he passed it, the Philadelphia police request the assistance of the FBI in the investigation. The Philadelphia police, however, argued that Jeffrey outright refused to take a polygraph. Captain McGinnis argued that Jeffrey had been told that the FBI would not agree to join the search, and so requesting their involvement was seen as a way to accept the polygraph, but to not have to actually take it. Police Commissioner Richard Zappille told a reporter, quote, "He refused. Certain conditions were met, but as far as I'm concerned, he refused." End quote. McGinnis would add to that conversation, quote, "We asked him, he said no. That's a refusal no matter how you word it. He's a lawyer, I'm sure he's very good with words, but the bottom line is he was asked to take one and he didn't take one." End quote. The FBI later commented that while they had not been asked to participate, they would have declined, as at the time, no evidence existed to show anything connecting Judy's disappearance to crossing state lines, nor were there any details which would give the federal agency any kind of jurisdiction. Police were now beginning to question whether or not Judy had ever even arrived in Philadelphia, wondering if it was possible that something may have happened to her before the trip. A hotel employee reported seeing Judy, and later another conference attendee informed police that he'd encountered Judy in the hotel lobby, but investigators still had their questions. When the initial report had been filed, a female detective had searched the hotel room the couple shared and noted that it was odd that Judy had vanished without changing her clothes. The only clothing missing from her luggage was the clothing that she had flown to Philadelphia in, meaning that she'd have put on the same clothing the next morning when she went out to see the sights. Judy's daughter later stated that this was not out of the ordinary for Judy when she was traveling. While investigators took a hard look at Jeffrey, the Philadelphia media ran with the story, and within hours of the initial report, local news stations were discussing the mysterious disappearance. This coverage, in conjunction with flyers and newspaper reports, resulted in several individuals contacting authorities to report sightings of the missing nurse. An employee from the Society Hill Hotel reported a woman appeared to be suffering from psychological issues and resembled Judy Smith had stayed at the hotel between April 13th and 15th. The woman was reported to have spoken in tongues, argued out loud with people who weren't there, and when asked about payment, argued that the Emperor would be sending her money through Western Union. Another employee of a different hotel, the Best Western, reported a woman matching Judy's description had come in to use the phone the day she vanished at approximately 4:30 p.m. He described the woman as larger in size with blonde hair, thick makeup, and wearing glasses with tape on them. This woman matched the description given by those of employees at the Society Hill Hotel, but when she returned later, police were able to speak with the woman and confirmed that it was not Judy Smith. After this particular person was ruled out, other sightings began coming in. One man reported seeing a woman fitting Judy's description sitting outside of a grocery store at approximately 6 a.m. the morning after her disappearance. A homeless man identified a photo of Judy, claiming to have seen her sleeping on a bench on April 14th. Sightings of Judy placed her all over the area, once in a Greyhound bus station, later at a department store in New Jersey. The department store sightings seemed more reliable, as witnesses reported that the woman wore a red backpack, which Judy took everywhere with her. While multiple sightings were reported, no one could ever confirm whether or not the woman seen was in fact Judy Smith, and if it was, where was she going and why hadn't she contacted any of her family? As time began passing, Jeffrey was growing desperate. Feeling that the Philadelphia police were looking more at him than anything else, he hired 2 private investigators to search for Judy. The private investigators spoke to many of those who had called in sightings of Judy, though for the most part, they didn't believe the woman witnesses had seen was Judy. Just 1 month before Judy's remains would be recovered in Pisgah Forest, a Philadelphia detective told a reporter that they no longer believed she could be in the city, as far too many people had been searching for her and nothing had been found. He qualified that statement by adding, if Judy was ever actually in Philadelphia. Then, in September of 1997, conversations between the Buncombe County Sheriff's Office and the Philadelphia Police Department, along with Judy's dental records, confirmed the identity of the victim found in Pisgah Forest. Suddenly, there were a lot more questions than answers. How did Judy find herself some 600 miles away from where she had last been seen? What brought her into the mountains of western North Carolina, and who could have been the person responsible for her murder? One detail which seemed apparent: whoever had committed this crime was not Jeffrey Smith. If nothing else, the horrible discovery had, in part, cleared his name. Jeffrey was described as morbidly obese, and it was argued by investigators that he could not have ascended into the area where Judy's remains had been found. Not to mention, there were witnesses placing him in Philadelphia during the time that Judy was missing. Trying to determine how Judy arrived in the Asheville area proved quite difficult. There were no records of her using any form of mass transportation, and no suggestions that she had rented a vehicle. Some have gone on to believe Judy may have caught a ride with someone, though whether or not this was a stranger or someone she knew has never been determined. What's truly bizarre is that there's no indication that Judy, at any point in her life, ever mentioned western North Carolina, Pisgah Forest, or Asheville as destinations for a trip. As far as her family was concerned, she had no knowledge of the area and no connections to anyone living within hundreds of miles of where she was ultimately found. There were also other questions raised, but perhaps most notably was, why was a blue backpack found at the location where Judy had been recovered, but not her red backpack that she took everywhere? Its location remains unknown today. When Jeffrey was brought to see Judy, he was unable to identify any of the clothing she was wearing as belonging to her, which led authorities to believe that the clothes had either been provided to her or she had purchased them at some point in time. The sunglasses and backpack found at the location could not be identified as belonging to Judy either. Buncombe County investigators began canvassing Asheville and surrounding areas, looking for anyone who may have seen Judy in the days before her murder, and they were able to locate a few witnesses who did report that they had seen and even interacted with Judy. Joanne Stucker, who worked at a retail store, reported seeing and speaking with Judy. In an interview with Unsolved Mysteries, Stucker stated, quote, "She seemed very alert to me. She was very pleasant. I didn't see anything about her that would indicate that she wasn't right in any way. She told me her husband was an attorney and they were from Boston, and that they had been in Pennsylvania and he was at a convention and she decided to come down here." End quote. A family friend, Carolyn Dickey, contended that Judy may have gone to the area to take a break, so to speak, from her marriage. While everyone had said things between Judy and Jeffrey were going well, Dickey claimed things weren't as happy as they had been presented. She later stated, quote, "At the time this happened, Jeff and Judy's marriage was very tenuous. I believe that something did happen that triggered her to want to have some time away from Jeff." End quote. 2 witnesses in the Asheville area reported seeing Judy as well, but in their accounts, she was behind the wheel of what has been described as a gray sedan. One witness, the owner of a campground not far from Stony Fork, claimed to have seen Judy driving up in a vehicle, which he described as being loaded with boxes and bags. He claimed Judy asked if she could spend the night there in her car, but when she was told no, she simply drove away. A store owner not far from the campground had a similar experience, seeing Judy in the gray sedan, though she claimed Judy entered the store, at which time she purchased $30 worth of food and a toy truck. While these theories cannot be fully verified, local investigators do believe the witnesses to be credible. Of course, that raises more questions. Who was the toy truck for, and where did the gray sedan come from? While Judy's family struggled to accept the reality of her loss, investigators continued trying to determine what had happened. They had a lot of information and pieces of evidence, but almost nothing to answer the questions they were asking. Ultimately, very little has been determined about Judy's case outside of speculation, rumors, and theory. One name which has been brought up a lot was that of Gary Michael Hilton. Hilton, sometimes known as the National Forest serial killer, murdered and decapitated 4 people between North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida from 2005 to 2008. In October of 2007, 10 years after the recovery of Judy's remains, Hilton came upon an elderly couple, John and Irene Bryant, in Pisgah Forest. Hilton murdered Irene via blunt force trauma, leaving her not far from where the couple had parked their car. He then abducted John, forcing him to hand over his ATM card and PIN number. John was killed by a gunshot and left in the Natahala National Forest. Hilton would go on to receive a life sentence in Georgia, a death sentence in Florida, and 4 life sentences in North Carolina. While Hilton was a killer who certainly utilized national forests as dumping grounds, no evidence has ever been found to link him to the murder of Judy Smith, though for many, he's considered a likely suspect. Other names batted around were those of Lewis Kyle Wilson, who had been arrested for kidnapping and assaulting a sex worker in 2009. According to a report from the Mountain Express, Wilson picked up the sex worker, knocked her out, and then took her home where he forced her to perform oral sex and then stabbed her in the head, though she did survive and escaped. Wilson was also named as a person of interest in the murder of Kelly Lane Smith. Smith had been abducted, raped, and dismembered, with her body parts being left in 2 separate locations, both of which were less than a mile from Wilson's home, though he has never been officially charged with that crime. On May 12th of 2016, a 64-year-old woman was abducted, sexually assaulted, and left tied to a tree in the Craggy Gardens area of the Blue Ridge Parkway. Her assailant has never been captured, but a composite sketch is available and depicts a disheveled man in his 50s with graying hair and unkempt facial hair. How long this particular suspect had been in the area and where he went afterward remains a mystery, but the fact of the matter remains that the dense national forests of western North Carolina had been the locations of several unsolved crimes in addition to the murder of Judy Smith. As I had previously mentioned, Karen Stiles, a 22-year-old, disappeared on Halloween of 1994 after going jogging in Pisgah National Forest. Her remains were found less than a month later on November 25th. The young woman had been raped, duct taped to a tree, and shot once in the head with a .22 caliber rifle. Police were able to track down her killer, Richard Allen Jackson, by tracing the weapon he had used to commit the crime. Jackson admitted to the crime and was given the death penalty, though his admission was later overruled by the Supreme Court of North Carolina, who deemed that his confession had been obtained illegally. Ultimately, Jackson was given a new trial where he instead pled guilty to second-degree murder, first-degree rape, and second-degree kidnapping, for which he received a sentence of 25 to 30 years in prison. This devastated the Stiles family, who now had to live the rest of their lives without Karen, while her killer can possibly exit prison after serving only 20 years. While this case was solved, whether or not to anyone's satisfaction, the murder of Judy Smith remains a giant question mark that mars the face of Western North Carolina law enforcement. In terms of evidence, new developments, anything that might bring us closer to knowing the truth behind Judy's final days, little if anything has been found. How Judy arrived in western North Carolina is still a mystery, and what brought her to the remote mountain location has never been determined. Whether or not Judy traveled alone, knew someone in the area, or perhaps met someone in the area or along the way is almost anyone's guess. The only information investigators believe they possess about the person who murdered Judy Smith was that the sunglasses and the blue backpack found buried at the scene are believed to have belonged to that killer. It's been 22 years since Judy Smith was murdered and buried in the Pisgah National Forest. Over those years, little has been discovered, and the theories remain quite similar to what they were early on in the investigation. The first theory, despite police stating otherwise, argues that Judy Smith may have been murdered by her husband Jeffrey, either directly or via the hiring of a hitman. Police don't believe Jeffrey was involved, but there are still those who argue that he could have committed this crime. The second theory connects known killers who have practiced in the western North Carolina region, including Gary Michael Hilton and Lewis Kyle Wilson, who were known to leave the remains of their victims in national park areas and to have operated in the area itself. The third and final theory is that Judy Smith was murdered by someone she either planned to see in western North Carolina or perhaps that she met along her journey. There are those who believe Judy planned to abscond to the mountains for a break from her marriage and perhaps everyday life, and that during this journey to figure things out, she may have come upon her killer. Others believe Judy may have known her killer and specifically visited the area to see him, not knowing what would happen. On January 25, 2005, some 8 years after the murder of Judy Smith, her husband Jeffrey passed away at the age of 59. Mr. Smith went to his grave never knowing who murdered Judy or why. The mystery remained with him to his final days. Judy's 2 children, Craig and Amy, have never received answers to any of the questions revolving around this mysterious and disturbing case. How is it possible that all these years later, still, no one has the answers as to what drew Judy to the mountains and who saw the kind, caring, and loving young mother, wife, and nurse as an easy target for murder? One thing, though, is certain. Someone knows the answers to these questions. Someone knows exactly what happened to Judy, and there's a chance that person is still somewhere in western North Carolina. This didn't appear to be a completely random crime. There was no motive determined. Robbery obviously wasn't the reason, for which many suggest that the killer committed this crime purely out of a desire to do so. If that is the case, there are likely more bodies buried in the national forests of western North Carolina, or perhaps even more widely around the country, and the person responsible could still be out there, plying their craft and destroying more families. Hopefully, for the family of Judy Smith, the answers will be found sooner than later. The murder of Judy Smith is one of those cases that once you dig into it, you want to keep digging, but the more you dig, the less you find. Judy Smith was murdered over 20 years ago, and almost nothing new has come to the surface in those 20 years. Most information you can find is a repetition of what is known, with little, if any, new information presented. I happen to live in the area. I've been to Pisgah Forest, I frequent Asheville, and even my contact in the Buncombe County Sheriff's Office wasn't able to provide me with much information beyond what I'd already found. Investigators are still pretty tight-lipped about this case, and whether that's due to not knowing much or not wanting to reveal too much depends on who you ask. I was told in an indirect way that if there was more information to share about this case, it would have been shared by now. Unlike many of the cases I cover here, this one is sort of a dual mystery. We know basically how Judy's life ended, though we don't know who wielded the blade. However, we also don't know what brought Judy to this area in the first place. No connections have ever been established, and while the Asheville area is a popular tourist location, that's mostly developed a lot in the past 20 years. Prior to that, it was sort of a hidden gem of a city tucked into the Blue Ridge Mountains. That isn't to say Judy didn't know of the area or have an interest in visiting it. She just never mentioned that to anyone in her life, as far as we know. I suppose the true mystery about Judy's trip isn't so much that she took it, but the manner in which she took it. It would be one thing if Judy had written a note saying where she was headed, left home and then placed a few calls to let her family know she was all right, but that didn't happen here. Instead, Judy went on a trip to Philadelphia with her husband, went out on a tour of the city, and seemingly with little consideration, began her trek down to western North Carolina. She left behind the luggage she'd brought with her to Philadelphia, as far as we know, and had only her backpack with her, though the contents of that backpack can't be known. For some people, the speed with which she left indicates that something must have happened to make her want to leave. While friends and family argued that Judy and Jeffrey were happy, at least one of Judy's friends disagreed, and it was her belief that Judy left to take a break. That, in conjunction with the Philadelphia Police Department's initial theories, have led many to wonder how much information Jeffrey Smith may have had that he didn't share with investigators, and that leads us to our first theory. The theory that Jeffrey Smith was somehow involved in Judy's murder isn't exactly a new one. It's been there since almost day one, but it's to be expected. While it was originally investigated as a missing persons case, investigators almost always look at the spouse first. It just makes sense logically and statistically. However, in the case of Jeffrey Smith, there really wasn't much to support the theory, if there was anything at all. And I'm discussing this theory less so because of its plausibility and more so to try and clear the air and show why this theory doesn't make much sense. Firstly, you've got the split between Philly, Boston, and Asheville. Some believed early on that Judy may have vanished prior to arriving in Philadelphia and that the entire missing persons report was a cover-up. While I understand that line of thought, it doesn't take much work to begin poking holes in it. We know that Jeffrey flew to Philadelphia alone, which makes some believe that the whole idea of Judy forgetting her license was to explain why they weren't on the flight together. That makes sense until you realize that multiple witnesses at the hotel and in the Philadelphia area confirmed that Judy did in fact arrive at the hotel. That seems to rule out the idea that something happened to her before the trip. Beyond that, we know Judy flew from Boston to Philadelphia and brought luggage with her, so if nothing else, we pretty much know Judy did arrive in Philadelphia. Once you've established that fact, the idea of Jeffrey having been directly involved in the murder makes very little sense. His timeline is well established. He was in contact with police, colleagues, and members of hotel staff during the week. It would have been extremely difficult for him to have found a window of opportunity to travel 600 miles, commit a murder, and return without ever being noticed missing. The only time this could possibly have happened would have been the very first night, since Jeffrey first mentioned to someone that his wife was missing around 6 p.m. the next day. That leaves less than a 24-hour window for Jeffrey to have committed the crime. There are 3 DoubleTree hotels in the Philadelphia area. The DoubleTree at the airport is the most southern one, being located at 4509 Island Avenue, and it's located 526 miles from Pisgah National Forest and 600 miles from Asheville. This is between an 8 and a 9.5 hour drive, meaning that had Jeffrey taken Judy from the hotel at 7 p.m., he wouldn't have arrived in the area until after 3 a.m. at the earliest. He then would have to commit the crime, get into the difficult terrain, bury Judy, and then make it back to Philadelphia by the time he was seen at breakfast the next morning. The earliest he could have gotten back under this timeline would have been 11 a.m., well after the conference had already begun for the day. It's also important to note that since they were staying in the hotel where the conference took place, Jeffrey would have needed a vehicle, and there's no record that he rented one. Those details alone seem to show that Jeffrey could not have committed the murder. However, some have argued that he may have hired a professional to commit the crime for him. For this to be the case, several things must be true that have never been established. Firstly, Jeffrey would have had to have paid the hitman, and there's no strange behaviors on his banking account showing a large cash withdrawal. Beyond that, he'd either have to have hired this person to take Judy from Philadelphia, or he'd have to have known she was going to Asheville. Some have argued that Judy may have told Jeffrey of her trip, and he lied about this as a way to cover up the crime, but again, nothing's ever been established to show that. Ultimately, what you have to ask yourself is why Jeffrey would have done this in the first place. Some believe that a divorce may have been imminent and Jeffrey wanted a cheaper solution, but there's really no proving that hiring a hitman would have been cheaper. Not to mention, both Judy and Jeffrey had been divorced before, and there's absolutely no record or history of Jeffrey ever being violent or threatening violence against Judy, nor his first wife. This would have had to have come out of nowhere, but Jeffrey would have had to have planned it in advance. The more you look at it, the less sense it all makes. Now, there's no accounting for the level of skill someone might find in a professional hitman, but most people don't believe the hitman would have left any evidence behind, such as the sunglasses and backpack. Not to mention, most hitmen operate with firearms, not bladed weapons. Now, I can't say with 100% certainty that this isn't what happened, but when you weigh everything out, it does seem far-fetched. You've got to consider that Jeffrey reported his wife missing despite the Philadelphia police being disinterested. He spoke to prominent politicians to get the wheels moving, participated in interviews, pushed for more attention, and was very driven in trying to locate her. This could be an elaborate cover-up, but it seems counterproductive for Jeffrey to do all of this if indeed he was involved. Some have suggested his choice not to take the polygraph may be a sign of potential guilt, but as I've said on this show a million times, they're not reliable. The man was a lawyer and knew that, and frankly, I wouldn't take a polygraph about a stolen bag of potato chips, let alone a murder. From everything I could find, Jeffrey Smith was a hard-working, caring, law-abiding citizen who never committed any crimes and who loved his wife. It's a sad thing that people still look at him as a potential suspect, but I suppose when you're dealing with a murdered spouse, it only makes sense. However, amongst everything we know, if Jeffrey Smith was still a suspect, which according to the police, he is not, he would be a very poor suspect in this case. So if it wasn't Jeffrey Smith, who could it have been? Unfortunately, there are some names that are connected to similar crimes. So I went through the crimes of Gary Michael Hilton, Lewis Kyle Wilson, and Richard Allen Jackson, 3 men who are known to have committed murders in the area and to have utilized either national forest land or secluded remote locations for the disposal of their victims. Jackson is ruled out immediately. He was in prison and on trial during the time that Judy was murdered. Hilton's known crimes began taking place between 2005 and 2008, meaning that it's unknown if he was actively committing murders in the late 1990s. However, he did have a propensity for decapitating victims, which didn't happen here. That doesn't necessarily rule Hilton out, as Judy was murdered by a bladed weapon, and obviously Hilton would have had one in his possession. Hilton is an interesting study, as we know, at least in the instance of the Bryants, that he'd been camping in the area and scouting for potential victims. His crimes seemed to be those of opportunity, targeting individuals who had entered onto hiking trails in national parks where he himself would already have been. Once he saw the chance to commit his crimes, he struck, and this could have happened in Judy's case had she entered Pisgah National Forest of her own volition. I do think it's interesting to note that at the time of Judy's murder, Hilton was 50 years old and that he and Judy were only 1 month apart in age. His first confirmed victim was killed in 2006 when he would have been 59, which seems like a late age for a killer to begin. Hilton had been considered a suspect in several other murders, but the earliest took place in 2005 when he was 58. So I think there's a good likelihood that Hilton was active prior to his 50s, but we don't have anything to prove that. No evidence has ever been found to link Hilton to Judy's murder other than the fact that he was active in the area and committed similar crimes. Unfortunately, due to a lack of evidence, there will likely never be a connection made between Hilton and Judy if indeed he committed the crime. One detail, though, which makes things a little different to some degree, is that Hilton typically left his victims exposed. He didn't go out of his way to try and bury anyone or conceal remains, which is a little different from what happened to Judy. So while no connections can be officially made, many believe that Hilton could have been responsible. I tried to narrow down a timeline of where Hilton was in the late 1990s, but the man functioned as a drifter, and it's almost impossible to know. So what about Lewis Kyle Wilson? Wilson's victims were primarily sex workers whom he spent time around as he functioned in the drug world dealing various types of illegal substances. We know that Wilson abducted, assaulted, and stabbed a victim, though she survived and was able to identify him. Part of his crime involved taking the woman back to his home. Several other sex workers reported being picked up by a man fitting Wilson's description, at which time they were taken to locations within 100 feet of his home to be assaulted. In the case of Kelly Lane Smith, for whom Wilson is a suspect but has never been charged, she was also a sex worker who was murdered and dismembered, having her body parts scattered in 2 separate locations within close proximity to Wilson's home. Both of his crimes revolve around his home, and for some, they wonder if it's possible that he could have encountered Judy, mistaken her for a sex worker or maybe a transient, and tried to get her to come home with him, at which time things could have turned violent. We know in the case of his first victim, Wilson knocked her unconscious to take her home. That could have happened here as well. So we know Wilson used a knife, and we know he stabbed at least one person. If he was involved in Kelly Lane Smith's murder, then this would show that he also used that weapon to dismember at least one victim. However, as with Hilton, Wilson's crimes took place in the 2000s, specifically 2008 and possibly 2006. This again pads a decade between his crimes and the murder of Judy Smith. Lewis Kyle Wilson was 31 in 2008, meaning that he was born in 1977, which would make him only 20 years old at the time of Judy Smith's murder. That's not an impossibility by any stretch of the imagination, though. However, Wilson's MO is a little different. He mostly went to areas he knew sex workers would be, picked them up, and then drove them to locations near his home where he would commit his crimes. In most instances, he assaulted the women and threatened to kill them, but didn't. In one confirmed attempt to murder a victim, he failed. These don't exactly seem like the behaviors of a man who has successfully committed murders from the age of 20 years old, but again, anything is possible. If he was involved in Kelly Lane Smith's murder, then he has shown the ability to commit the crime, cover it up well enough to avoid direct charges, and to have utilized a knife to do it. It's a little weird for me that one of the murders, Kelly Lane Smith, that they try to link to Wilson also involves a woman with the last name of Smith. However, when we're looking at this specific case, we have to remember this. Wilson lived in a cheap place, dealt drugs, and drove a junky truck. You'd imagine, had he murdered Judy, he'd likely have taken her cash and possibly her ring, but that didn't happen here. Robbery isn't believed to be connected. There's also the man who sexually assaulted the 64-year-old woman and left her tied to a tree. While this is obviously a sick and disturbed individual, police don't believe the crimes are connected, as this person specifically targeted the victim for sexual assault and no murder took place, instead leaving her bound to a tree. However, there is the possibility that Judy could have come upon this man and maybe fought back, which could have resulted in him going beyond his limits and committing the murder. Maybe that would explain wrapping the body. Purely speculative on my part, but you never know. Of course, that sexual assault took place in 2016, 19 years after Judy was murdered. There is, of course, the possibility that maybe it is the same man, but 19 years had passed and he didn't feel as confident in his abilities to get away with murder. So we've got a list of people here who could potentially have been involved, but not enough to connect any of them to the actual crime. It's understandable why this murders remain such a mystery. However, if it wasn't Judy's husband, and maybe it wasn't one of these killers, then who else could it have been? Some have speculated that Judy either knew someone in the area, or she met someone along the way to Asheville. While this is a vastly dark area in which we have little to no information, it is one to be explored here in our final theory. Before moving directly into the final theory, I did want to address one aspect of the case that's always bothered me. Police argued that the murder had likely taken place at the scene where Judy's remains were recovered because it would have been difficult for someone to pull her remains up there after the murder had taken place. However, Judy suffered from severe arthritis in her left knee, which has always made me wonder why she'd have agreed to ascend into that area in the first place. Now, maybe she was forced to at knife point, but it wouldn't have been that easy of a trek for her regardless. I do believe there's a possibility she could have been killed elsewhere and then transported to the location. Generally, people seem to be living under the assumption that this crime was committed by one person. But if more than one person was involved, then I think the idea that it would have been too difficult to bring her up to that spot post-mortem becomes a bit moot. So, we don't know how Judy got to North Carolina. No records of travel were ever found, though if she bought a ticket with cash, it was 1997. I don't know that travel requirements were as stringent then as to require a photo ID. She could have purchased a ticket using a fake name, I suppose. There's also the information that she couldn't take the first flight with Jeffrey because she had left her ID at home. As someone who had traveled frequently, some have pointed out that this was an unusual mistake for her to make, but it does happen. However, there are those who believe that not taking the flight with Jeffrey was done on purpose, while she finalized some kind of travel plans to leave Philadelphia for North Carolina, which could have involved another person. As far as we know, Judy didn't know anyone in the area of Western North Carolina, but it's a popular retirement location, so I don't think we can completely rule out the possibility that she once knew someone who later moved down to this area. While the family doesn't believe there's any connection there, we also have to consider that no one believes she'd have gone down to North Carolina by herself without telling anyone in advance either. If indeed it was all about taking a break from her marriage, and maybe from everything, then what better place to go than one where you can be anonymous? That's a little contradicted, though, when you remember that Judy specifically told at least one person in Asheville that she was married to a lawyer and lived in Boston. I guess the aspect I've never been able to wrap my head around was the idea that Judy would have gone to North Carolina without telling anyone in the first place. If it wasn't pre-planned, why not tell someone? Why not tell your husband that rather than attending the conference while he's in Philadelphia, you're going to North Carolina, and you can meet in Jersey on the way back to see friends? I could talk myself in circles about this particular aspect of the case, but I'm not going to get anywhere close to an answer, and even if I did, I can't verify that answer. So unfortunately, we kind of just have to accept that Judy ended up in the Asheville area, whether it was by catching a ride with someone she knew, taking mass transportation that wasn't noticed, or maybe even catching a ride with a stranger. Once she's down in this area, everything becomes a mystery. We've got two witnesses placing her in a gray sedan. That gray sedan has never been found or linked to anyone. While we can't verify those witness statements completely, it's a bit beyond the pale to imagine that two people reported a very similar sighting in a similar area without knowledge of each other's statements, as far as we know. Who this car belongs to, where it came from, you can just add that to the list of details about this case that we simply don't have answers for. Judy didn't appear to be hiding. It's not like she was giving a fake name to people and avoiding people. She was described as polite, seeming to have her life together and just a typical tourist. We know now that she was anything but typical at the time, but she didn't seem to express any concern about anyone seeing her there. She wasn't going out of her way to avoid being noticed. As far as we know, to Judy, this was a normal trip down south, or at least that's how she presented it. It's not like she told people that she had come down to Asheville without telling anyone, and for reasons we may never understand, that's exactly what she did. She'd have to know Jeffrey would notice her missing, but she left nothing behind to explain her absence. She even left her luggage behind, which has made some people believe her decision was more spur of the moment, perhaps as a friend suggested, that something happened and she needed a break. By whatever way Judy ends up in western North Carolina, at some point, someone makes the decision to stab her. The definite cause of death has never been stated because there wasn't enough evidence to know for certain. It's known that she was stabbed, but whether those stabs caused her death or took place after her death is unknown. If indeed the sightings are true and Judy was driving a gray sedan, it seems to me there's a high likelihood that she knew someone in the area and maybe that vehicle belonged to that person. She bought $30 worth of food and a toy truck. Seems like a weird purchase for a woman who's missing, whether or not she knew that she was missing. Another important detail is that when Judy's remains were found, the medical examiner initially determined based on decomposition that she'd been in that spot for between a year to 2 years. But we know now that she'd only been missing for 5 months when she was found. Seems strange that her remains skeletonized so quickly, but without more forensic evidence, there's not much of a way to determine whether or not something was used to speed up that process. Just another question without an answer. So what do we know? We know that Judy Smith came down to western North Carolina, was murdered, and whoever committed the crime has never been found. Whether this was someone she knew and trusted, someone she met along the way, or someone who just happened to be in the area and looking for a victim, we don't know. To me, based on the scene of the crime, items left behind, Judy's missing backpack and wallet, the lack of a robbery, the witness reports of the car, and the very remote location in which she was found, I don't really doubt that this person was familiar with this area and likely someone living within 50 miles of Pisgah Forest. The fact that no money was taken, but Judy's wallet, including her ID, was, and her red backpack was never recovered, makes me want to believe that the killer probably knew her and was trying to conceal her identity to distance himself from the crime, but again, on my part, that's purely speculative. Judy Smith was a hard-working, kind woman who loved her children and her husband. For the 50-year-old nurse, if there's any word that can be used to describe her in almost all aspects of her life, it was dependable. If Judy said she was going to be there, she'd be there. She fought hard to raise her children while working to put herself through school. She rose up quickly through her profession and was praised by her clients and their families. I mean, that's how she met her husband. So what can happen to take someone like Judy Smith, cause her to vanish, and then months later be found 600 miles away, the victim of a homicide? Unfortunately, we don't have that answer. In the 22 years since Judy Smith was murdered, her name is still spoken in western North Carolina. I originally learned about her case within months of moving to the area. It's always bothered me to walk the streets of Asheville that she walked, to enter Pisgah Forest knowing what happened there but not the how or the why. Perhaps most bothersome of all is the knowledge that her husband passed away never knowing the truth, and her children to this day have only memories of their mother rather than her company in their homes. A family was destroyed, and now they're haunted by the possibilities. To this day, Western North Carolina remains haunted by the unsolved case, and investigators acknowledge that the likelihood of finding answers gets slimmer each year. Hopefully, sooner than later, we'll get more information. Something will be found, some connection will be made. Until then, the murder of Judy Smith remains open, unsolved, and very cold. This is episode 99, The Murders of Nick Kunzelman and Stephanie Hart Grizzell. There are places in the world where the simple mention of a city's name brings in a flood of visual imagery, and oftentimes not for the best of reasons. A town or city can exist for hundreds of years with little about it being remarkable until something horrifying happens, and then, for the foreseeable future, the name of that location is tied to the terrible events or crimes that took place there. So when I mention the city of Littleton, Colorado, I imagine most people are going to experience the flood of memories, emotions, and terror that are associated with what has grown to become known as the Columbine High School Massacre. Over the past 20 years, the horrible tragedy at Columbine has been examined, re-examined, and reported on extensively. 12 students and 1 teacher lost their lives that day, not to mention those who survived with serious injuries that they live with to this day. And the 2 shooters have become infamous for their cruelty and calculated actions. While everyone knows their names, I elect not to give any more attention to them, nor credit them with the fame they so desired, and so to me, they are known simply as the shooters. There is both little about Columbine which hasn't been deeply researched and investigated, though there is still an utter lack of understanding or reason that has ever been found to explain how such a terrible thing could happen. Perhaps madness defies logic. Obviously, in the 20 years since, we've seen some similar crimes occur, and each time there is this reaction in the media to harken back to Columbine, to speak of Littleton, and to dredge up that horror. However, Littleton is not what many would imagine, or perhaps it's simply not what you were told that it is. In the aftermath of April 20th, 1999, Littleton was depicted as this sleepy little town that gave birth to 2 monsters who rained down terror and death in what was at the time the worst school shooting in American history. However, Littleton was not the source nor the cause. As any other city in the world, horrible things will happen, but it's a stretch to hold the location itself responsible. Littleton is much like many cities you've visited, lived in, or have passed through. It's not immune to crime, to murder, to horrifying events that shock the nation. Terrible things happen every day. You've got a plethora of true crime podcasts to quantify that number for you. When I think of Littleton, while the shooting at Columbine definitely arises in my mind, there's another crime that I'm often more drawn towards and haunted by, and for some reason this particular crime doesn't get the attention that could possibly lend some assistance. Perhaps it's just not as headline-grabbing. Maybe it just hasn't been given the thorough examination it requires. Yes, the shootings at the school were terrible, but we know who committed those crimes, and they're gone. Despite what some might argue, for the most part, the history of what led to that tragedy has been very well documented, and little is left to truly search for, perhaps beyond the psychological implications and that much debated appearance or lack thereof of warning signs, behavioral patterns, the parents' role and knowledge, and anything else which might lend insight into stopping the next tragedy. However, there is a case that remains open and unsolved that not many people talk about, and while information is sparse, despite the terrible nature of the crime, this one could still be solved. Nicholas Ray Kunzelman first met Stephanie Lynn Hart Grizzell in middle school, and their connection was undeniable. According to the Denver Channel, they quickly became friends, and as that friendship evolved, it was clear to those around them that the two close friends felt much more for one another than just friendship. Over the course of several years, Nick and Stephanie grew closer, and a relationship would eventually blossom. It was young love, the kind that mesmerizes teenagers and confounds parents. In an interview with CBS 4 Denver, Nick's stepmother, Teresa Kunzelman, explained their relationship by saying, quote, "It was very strange for two teenagers to be in love like that, but it was so precious." End quote. There are many articles which acknowledge that, for those around Nick and Stephanie, it was clear their love was not merely a high school infatuation, but something far beyond that. For Nick, 15, and Stephanie then 16, she was his world, and Stephanie felt very much the same about him. They shared a lot in common: a love of the arts and sports, an interest in openness and acceptance. In an article which appeared in the Los Angeles Times, several individuals defined Nick and Stephanie as callbacks to the 1960s mentality of peace and love. They were described by so many as kind and caring teenagers who had friends across all different forms and fashions of cliques and groups that can often divide rather than bringing people together. Yet for these two, it was all about doing what was right and what was best. A lot of different attributes have been assigned to the two, however, there are some which appear time and again. Nick is often referred to as a champion junior disc golfer and a lover of music who played guitar with everything that he had. He was close with his family and always concerned about their happiness and doing whatever he could to assist them with what they sought. Stephanie has been labeled as a lover of school, a young woman who thoroughly enjoyed being in the world of education, who had a predilection towards poetry and music, two areas which she could connect and share with Nick. An article from 9 News describes the two as, quote, "Drawn together by arts and music, they were inseparable." End quote. In April of 1999, both Nick and Stephanie were students at Columbine High School during the horrible tragedy. Freshmen at the time, neither had been injured, at least physically, though it's quite clear that the psychological and emotional damage caused by the shooting had left the entire community fractured and seeking answers to questions that no one possessed. Stephanie's mother, Kelly, would later tell the Denver Channel, quote, "Although they had just gone through the tragedy at the high school, they were coming through it so good, and they were so happy. We just really felt like that might be the last hard thing that we went through." End quote. Indeed, it seemed, among many other things, the tightness of the bond between Nick and Stephanie had aided them in beginning to heal from the horrors they had experienced. Unfortunately, less than a year after that shooting, while the community was still reeling and trying to recover, both would lose their lives in a seemingly senseless act of violence that would once more tear open those painful wounds and shatter more families. Nick had picked up a part-time job to work after school at the local Subway sandwich shop. The shop, located at 6768 West Coal Mine Avenue, less than a half a mile south of the school, certainly was placed easily enough to allow Nick to walk over after classes and get down to business. It didn't take long for management to acknowledge Nick's hard work and dependability, with former coworker J.J. Hodak telling the New York Times that Nick was often entrusted with closing down the shop on his own. He had earned the responsibility and proven himself to be the type to be trusted. Beyond that, Hodak would say, quote, "He was a really nice kid. He made the time to talk to you, to see how you were doing. He was a really friendly type." End quote. Stephanie and Nick were together as often as they could be. Outside of Nick, Stephanie had a world full of love and laughter. Her cousin, Courtney Scott, told the New York Times that the 16-year-old loved school and was extremely social, stating, quote, "She had a lot of friends. She loved sports, like swimming. She was just a real good person." End quote. Every interview I've read discussing Nick or Stephanie alike is filled with the most glowing terms, making their last moments all the more horrifying and terrible. Nick's job at Subway would often involve, as most high school jobs do, seeing fellow students coming in to grab something to eat. It wasn't uncommon for friends to visit just to say hey or to hang out inside to avoid the cold for a little bit. One frequent visitor, as you might expect, was Stephanie. Several people, both customers and employees alike, told reporters that Stephanie would often visit Nick at work, and during those nights where he was closing up alone, Stephanie was almost always there to walk him out as he locked the doors behind them, and then she'd give him a ride home. Sadly, on February 13th, 2000, the day before Valentine's Day, Stephanie would head off to Subway without her mother's knowledge, to once again spend time with Nick as he closed up. On this particular night, however, the couple would find themselves the victims of a cold-blooded killer. Earlier that night, Stephanie's mother had bid her goodnight, telling her she loved her. For all intents and purposes, Kelly believed that her daughter was getting ready for bed. She had no idea that Stephanie had planned to sneak out of the house later on, driving over to Subway to see Nick. In fact, she didn't realize the horrible truth until the next morning, when she spotted her daughter's car in the Subway parking lot during a news broadcast, where a reporter was telling the terrible story about two teenagers who had been killed inside the shop. Kelly would later explain, quote, "I still didn't know why her car would be there, but had no idea that it could be her. I was very worried." End quote. The sheer fact of the matter is, no one knows exactly what happened that night. According to several news articles, multiple people reported having been in the Subway that Sunday. Actually, Nathan Grill, 15, both a classmate of and co-worker with Nick, told reporters that he had been in the store that evening with a group of friends. According to Grill, he and some friends left the Subway at approximately 10 p.m., and according to him, all was well and there was no indications of any problems coming around the corner. However, just 3 hours later, at approximately 1 a.m., another worker at the shop just happened to be driving by. The store stuck out to her as she approached because she noticed the lights were still on, while the store should have been closed down hours ago. The employee who spotted the store attended Columbine High School and worked with Nick at that Subway. Curious about the lights being on, she slowly pulled into the parking lot to check in and see if something was wrong. Almost immediately upon entering the store, she discovered the horrifying reason the lights were still on. Both Nick and Stephanie had been shot to death by an unknown assailant and were left lying behind the counter. It was at this time that she took to notifying the police, and while she hadn't been working that evening, she did remember one key detail about that night. As she had pulled into the parking lot, she observed a white male with blonde hair, thought to be in his late teens or early 20s, leaving the area of the shop. The man, dressed in a red jacket and flared pants, has never been identified, and for authorities, he would become the main person of interest they sought to question. Initially, investigators approached the double murder from an angle that it may have been a robbery gone wrong, though for the most part, few agreed with that sentiment. While Jefferson County Sheriff's Office spokesman Steve Davis told reporters that he was unsure about the money being found in the cash register, other officers in various interviews stated their belief that robbery had not been the motive behind the killings. Even if robbery had been the motive, the killer certainly wasn't going to have the opportunity to get much out of the store itself. J.J. Hodak later told the New York Times that it was store policy to empty the registers of large bills every hour, depositing those bills into lockboxes that store-level employees did not have access to. Hodak would later explain, quote, "The only thing he possibly got was change or maybe $50, end quote. Investigation of the scene was challenging, certainly so on a forensics level. According to reports and statements that have been issued over the years, crime scene teams found a vast quantity of fingerprints inside the shop, which is to be expected at a public sandwich shop. On top of the fingerprints, DNA was also recovered, although in what manner I've never been able to ascertain. Elias Alberti, a cold case investigator for Jefferson County, would tell 9 News in May of 2017 that DNA, fingerprints, and other evidence had been sent out to multiple labs for examination, even transmitting that data to other countries in hopes of tracking down the suspect. However,
he specified that all of that evidence has failed to deliver the identity of the killer or killers. In the initial response to reporters' questions, several details were given regarding the crime itself. Firstly, investigators made it clear that while the murders were another horrible crime to strike the area, they had little or no evidence to suggest a connection between the shootings of Nick and Stephanie to the Columbine massacre. Beyond that, it was acknowledged that a surveillance camera was present in the store, though whether or not that tape revealed any important clues was withheld at the time. Years later, cold case investigators would reveal that while the surveillance camera had recorded that night, the tape did not give anything helpful to investigators in terms of identifying the suspect. According to the Chicago Tribune, Jefferson County District Attorney Dave Thomas told reporters that investigators were looking into every possible motive for the double murder. Unfortunately, a motive for the killings has never been confirmed. To this day, there are questions in the community about what possible reason there could have been for such an act of violence. Some have wondered, off and on, could this have just been a random crime committed by someone looking to add to the pain and chaos of this difficult time in Littleton? Was robbery a motive and things just went wrong very quickly? Others have questioned whether or not this could have been targeted. Could the killer have specifically wanted to kill either Nick or Stephanie, and in the moment elected to kill both? These are all difficult questions that have never been met with sufficient answers. One curious angle of the killings may have been in an alleged connection to drug sales. In a lawsuit filed against the former owner of that particular location, lawyers representing Stephanie's mother alleged that at the time, it was known that there were individuals either employed at or who frequented the Subway shop involved in the sale of marijuana. In fact, the lawsuit argues that the owner of that store knew about these sales and chose to turn a blind eye, with it being stated rather bluntly that drugs were being sold out the back door of the restaurant and most people knew about it. This possibility led many to wonder whether or not the murders could have been connected to someone who had either come to the restaurant looking to purchase drugs, or perhaps someone who used to commit those kinds of acts at that location in general. In part, the lawsuit also put forth the possibility that Nick may have been using marijuana around that time, and some have argued that he could have let the killer into the restaurant via the back door. Whether or not any of that's true has never been proven or verified. In a 2008 Denver Post article, it was said that the investigation into the murders revealed the existence of a marijuana and cocaine selling operation being conducted in the area around the store. This potentially led investigators to consider the possibility of how the murders could have been drug-related, though that would still raise questions about exactly how Stephanie and Nick were tied into that. For most, the assumption exists that this may have been an instance of being in the wrong place at the wrong time, with the perpetrator seeking to punish someone in connection to the drug ring and finding only Nick and Stephanie in the store that night. According to an article by Kirk Mitchell in the Denver Post, in the aftermath of the crimes, a major drug ring investigation resulted in the arrests of 35 individuals on drug charges after a wiretapping operation recorded more than 3,000 phone calls. Of course, while authorities were able to make drug arrests, they were not successful in connecting any of those arrests to the murders themselves. It was later revealed that nothing had been taken from the restaurant, seemingly eliminating the robbery motive, though this did make police lean more towards the possibility of this having been a drug-related crime. However, after interviews conducted in more than 50 drug arrests, no connections were ever established. Just days after the killings, the corporate arm of Subway issued a public statement and offered up to a $10,000 reward for information leading to the arrest of the perpetrator. Subway spokesman Michelle Klotzer told reporters, quote, "We want to help the sheriff's office find out who committed this awful crime. Somebody must have seen something, heard something, or been there. Maybe this will prompt them to come forward." End quote. Word was traveling fast, and law enforcement began receiving a deluge of calls on their tip line. Within days of the crime, police had received more than 75 tips and conducted over 150 interviews. The case file on the double homicide grew rapidly, with multiple boxes being filled with information and more than 40 binders overflowing with reports, and a total of 150 pieces of evidence, though none of this seemed to lead investigators any closer to really clamping down on who could have committed the crime. 2 composite sketches were issued to the public within the first days of the investigation. Each of these composites depicts the same individual, described as being a white male, 16 to 20 years old, standing approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall, and weighing between 150 and 170 pounds. He was further described as being clean-shaven, with blonde hair, and was seen wearing blue jeans, tennis shoes, a black baseball-style hat turned backwards, and a coat with either a red lining or a red shirt underneath. The composite sketches have been in circulation since the time of the murders, though again, the suspect's identity remains unknown. Over the years, while investigators have, at times, believed they were close to solving the case, they've also hit a great many dead ends. Perhaps one of the most bizarre aspects of the investigation has been the confessions. Several people, tracking all the way back to 2000 when the double murder took place, have come forward to authorities and claimed responsibility. However, in every one of those cases, the individuals claiming to have committed the crimes have not been able to answer basic questions related to the details of the investigation that were withheld by law enforcement for identification purposes. False confessions are always a weird aspect of an investigation, but especially this case. It's a difficult situation, impossible to accept, and for the community, it's absolutely mind-blowing that anyone would claim responsibility for something so heinous if they had no role in it. In an interesting turn of events, Nathan Grill, whom I quoted from earlier and who had worked with Nick at the store, was questioned by authorities multiple times regarding the possible drug trade and activities taking place at that subway. In an interview with Salon.com, Nathan claimed that while drug activities occurred at the store from time to time, he didn't believe they played a role in the crime, and he didn't believe Nick had any connection to drugs. Nathan would go on to claim that when he left the store the night of the murders, he witnessed one customer left in the store at approximately 9:55 p.m., and when he left, Stephanie had yet to arrive. For some, they believe Grill to be a person of interest, though I haven't been able to verify that through any source I've utilized. Sadly, as you might have come to expect these days, there are several conspiracy theories about this case, in which individuals try to tie it to Columbine, so there's a lot to sort through. Sadly, the tragedy of this case has also been represented in the loss of another. Brandy Jo Malonson, who had attended Columbine High and was present during the April 20th, 1999 shooting. In the aftermath, her family had urged that she seek out counseling and confront the pain and trauma she was feeling, but Brandy Jo didn't want to deal with it. Less than a year later, her good friends Nick and Stephanie were murdered in Subway, another devastating blow to the young woman. A sophomore in high school and already so close to so much tragedy, it's heartbreaking. 7 months later, she checked her voicemail to discover a goodbye message from a close friend who then took his own life. A few years later, Brandy Jo found herself getting into trouble. There was an arrest for theft 2 months before graduating from high school. It seemed as though Brandy was going to put things back on track, though. She became a certified nursing assistant and began working with the elderly. Unfortunately, it seemed, the tragedy of her past continued to haunt her, and soon Brandy Jo's family became aware that she had developed a drug problem. A person who has been defined as a friend, though I find that the wrong term to use, apparently introduced Brandy Jo to meth, and she fell deep into that addiction. Her problems continued to snowball, with her declaring bankruptcy in 2005 and then facing charges for drug possession and identity theft in late 2006. On December 26th of that same year, Brandy left home to visit a friend and never returned. Brandy's family received a call from an unidentified man who claimed that she had been murdered and thrown in the river. Investigators speaking to friends and acquaintances received a wide array of different stories. In one account, Brandy had accidentally overdosed and she was disposed of afterwards. In another, she had been killed and dumped in a lake. One individual claimed that Brandy had been murdered and her body hidden in the mountains, according to the Salt Lake Tribune. Brandy has never been seen again, and according to her Charlie Project page, authorities are seeking out a woman named Lisa Gibson, who they believe possesses information about Brandy's fate and potential whereabouts. Gibson was 42 years old when Brandy went missing, and at the time was known for frequenting bars on South Broadway. Brandy Jo herself has been described as being a Caucasian female with light brown hair and blue eyes, standing 5 feet tall and weighing approximately 115 pounds. She has several tattoos, including a cross on her left calf, a butterfly on her back, and Chinese characters on her left hip, left ankle, and left breast. She remains missing today. Sadly, the links between the murders of Nick and Stephanie, the disappearance of Brandy Jo, and several other crimes have continued to frustrate and confound investigators and family alike. Sergeant Wayne Holverson, working out of the Sheriff's Office Homicide Unit, spoke to the Denver Channel about the difficulty of the investigation and the lack of information they'd been able to gather. Sergeant Holverson stated, quote, "We've spoken to friends, family, and customers from that day, and just no one knows anything or has come forward yet to say anything. I think that's the frustrating thing, is that you can see in front of you the amount of work that's been done on it, and yet it seems like you keep coming back to a dead end." End quote. Nearly 20 years have passed since that night, and the answers remain as shrouded and mysterious as they were then. Except now, investigators must contend with flawed memories, forgotten details, and all that comes along with the passage of time. For the families, though, they will never forget, and while closure may not be an option, justice remains longed for and possible. The families were met with a wealth of support from the community, and especially from Nick and Stephanie's friends. In the aftermath of the murders, while the families struggled to confront the tragedy that had befallen them, the decision was made to keep Nick and Stephanie together in death as they had longed to be in life. The two were buried side by side on the hills of Mount Lindo Cemetery. A memorial bench was placed at the site bearing the inscription, "Together in peace, forever." Each year on Valentine's Day, friends and family gather to remember the good times, to speak of the loving memories they hold of Nick and Stephanie, and sadly, to discuss the lack of developments in the case. One special moment for those involved is when they toss frisbees off the hillside where the two were laid to rest. Such a close community, such a tight-knit group that suffered so many tragedies together, the question remains, how has no one yet come forward to provide the information necessary for an arrest? For Stephanie's mother, Kelly, it's a frustrating and painful experience. In a 2017 interview, she stated, quote, "It's been 17 years, we haven't lost hope. We still feel like the case will be solved if someone could come forward. It would be wonderful after so many years. In the beginning, you don't think you could possibly walk through another day, but you just go on for the hope that you're fighting for her to get justice. And it would just mean the world if we could, after all these years, get some justice." End quote. In such a disturbing and open case, there are several different theories which address what may have happened and who may have been responsible. The first theory argues that the crime itself was random, that someone entered that subway with some motive which has never been ascertained, and for reasons passing understanding, elected to murder Nick and Stephanie. The second theory tries to connect the ongoing drug problem to the murders. If indeed that subway was a major hub or hangout for those dealing or buying drugs, as has been presented by several individuals, many believe there's a possibility that Nick and Stephanie may have been killed in the crossfire of a battle between drug dealers. The third and final theory, as some have suggested, alleges that either Nick, Stephanie, or both were specifically targeted for this crime, and that for reasons unknown, perhaps jealousy, perhaps something else, the killer may have gone to Subway that night with the specific intent to kill one or both of them. While little about this case is clear, for lack of a better description, there is much which remains to be revealed. Time and again, investigators have spoken about the information they have and their inability to share it publicly, not wanting to compromise their investigation. This is true in all unsolved cases, but in this instance, there is an eager desire to see what is known and to try and connect the dots. Even the families are not aware of much of the information in the possession of investigators, but as far as we know, none of it has, as of yet, been able to pin down any particular suspect. The argument, though, remains the same. Someone knows who pulled the trigger on Nick and Stephanie that cold February night. Someone out there possesses knowledge about this crime and has the ability to lend a hand to investigators in finally delivering justice for the victims and their families. Nearly 20 years have passed, far too long for the families to wonder what the truth is. They have had to live with the ghosts of possibility, with the wonder of what their loved ones could have become, what they'd have done with their lives. 20 years is a long time, long enough ago that I was 16 when these murders happened, the same age as Stephanie. How much have I done? How much have you done in the past 20 years? In one foul swoop, a killer stole all of those possibilities for these two teenagers who wanted nothing more than to love and live life to the fullest. Stephanie was an only child, while Nick had two siblings. Nick's father passed away, never knowing the truth of who was responsible for taking his son, while friends and family to this day hope with eager anticipation for someone to provide the information investigators so desperately need to finally make an arrest and deliver justice.
This is episode 133, The Murder of Irving Cishera. Beverly Cishera was trying to get in touch with her father, Irving, who friends called Al, for 2 days but had been unsuccessful. Multiple calls had gone unanswered, and considering his age, Al being 76 at the time, Beverly was understandably concerned. It was the morning of Wednesday, July 25, 2001, when Beverly, along with her good friend Lorraine, left her home in Palm Beach Gardens and began making their way towards Aventura, a northern Miami suburb. Turning onto East Country Club Drive, the two women approached the Waterview condos where Al lived on the 16th floor. Arriving at approximately 12 p.m., Beverly and Lorraine made their way into the building, taking the elevator up to the 16th floor where they approached Al's door. After several unanswered knocks, Beverly inserted her key into the lock and threw the bolt, slowly entering into a horrifying scene. Al lay dead on the floor, and there was blood everywhere. Beverly later told the Miami News-Times, quote, "He was there in a pool of blood. I remember standing there and screaming. I leaned down by my father. I wanted to hold him, but I didn't. I couldn't close my eyes for a year without seeing it." End quote. Police received the 911 call at approximately 12:20, and officers were dispatched to the scene. Beverly stepped out of the apartment, sliding slowly down the wall until she found herself lying face down on the cold tile floor. Angry and heartbroken, she pounded her fists and forearms against the floor, according to the News-Times. The 43-year-old had lost her mother just 6 years earlier, succumbing to a heart attack, and now her father lay in a puddle of blood, the victim of a vicious and brutal homicide. Beverly couldn't imagine who would have done such a thing, especially to an elderly man, but the only word she could summon was monster. It was a horrible ending for a man who had lived a complicated and difficult life. Irving H. Cishera was born on June 1, 1925 in Brooklyn, New York. Al, as he was better known, began working in the food service industry early and eventually became a caterer at high-end hotels in the city and surrounding boroughs. He eventually met and married Lillian Dolgov, a widow at the time who had a son from her marriage, Robert, who Al went on to adopt in 1955. Al and Lil, as she was often referred to, would become inseparable in a marriage that would last for 40 years. Their daughter Beverly came along 3 years later in 1958. It was a loving environment, and Beverly has spoken thoroughly about her close relationship with her parents. Al and the family frequently wintered in Miami Beach, a nice break from the brutal cold of New York winters. With the exception of Robert, he moved back to the north eventually. The family loved Florida so much that in 1967, they finally packed up and relocated. Al picked up a job at the Tides Hotel,
a high-class location at the time which drew in top-tier clientele. However, as times changed, so did the environment, and going into the 1970s, Miami Beach had lost the safe and comfortable feeling that had drawn them there in the first place. While Al still loved Florida, he had to make a choice to improve life for his family, and that led them to Emerald Hills, an upper-class area that, while carrying a higher price point, also provided a more secure location to raise a family. Beverly later told the Times News that they had moved predominantly for her, to ensure she grew up someplace safe and comfortable. Beverly loved her parents and was so close to them that she ended up living in their home until she was 30. It wasn't a matter of financial stress or difficulty, but a preference. She wanted to be there for them. She wanted to spend time with them, and eventually, when she moved out, she continued that close contact, calling at least once a day, though usually more than once. Unfortunately, this close family would deal with the tragedy of loss when their matriarch, Lillian, passed away in 1995 as the result of a heart attack complicated by diabetes. Al was devastated, and according to the South Florida Sun-Sentinel, he left Lillian's hairbrush, comb, and slippers exactly where she had left them for well over a year following her passing. Al was lonely and heartbroken. That much was obvious, but he was also hanging on to a secret, one which he had been keeping for his entire life. Maybe it was the passing of his wife that brought the harshness of reality home, or his own heart attack that required an angioplasty, but at some point, Al decided he didn't want to pretend anymore, and he was going to live the life he'd been trying to avoid for the better part of 7 decades. Al was gay, and with the clock ticking and his experience with the loss of life, his own physical ailments, he wanted to live his life open and honestly. Beverly later told the Times News, quote, "He was a good father, and he loved my mother. He compromised most of his life, but after Mom died, he tried to make up for the 25 years of life that he hadn't been allowed to live." End quote. Al began going out to clubs and spending a lot of time on the beach. One particular club, the Boardwalk, was known as the place to go to see male dancers according to Hot Spots magazine, and Al certainly spent his time there. According to multiple reports, Al was living life without limits during this time and enjoyed finally being open about who he was and what he wanted. Sometimes he mixed in a little theater, telling guys he met that he was extravagantly wealthy or making up compelling stories about his past. Of course, living life that way can also have its negative effects, and on at least 2 occasions Al found himself on the wrong side of the law. In one instance, which took place in 1999, Al was arrested and charged with performing a lewd and lascivious act in public. He later pled guilty to the charges. Beverly has since explained that her father seemed to have a particular type of man who interested him, that being described as young Hispanic men. Al would meet a man, sometimes bring them back to his place, or maybe he even went to theirs from time to time, the normal behavior you'd expect from someone who was out looking to date. However, as fate would have it, one of the very men he chose to spend his time with may have ultimately been responsible for his murder. The problem for investigators, though, would be in trying to track down who it was that Al brought home with him for that last time, and if they could only answer that question, they'd be able to catch a killer. When police arrived at the scene of the crime, Al's condo, they found an overwhelming amount of evidence. According to investigators, there were fingerprints everywhere and a bloody footprint in the kitchen. A half-drank bottle of Heineken was also found, containing DNA, as well as a partially smoked cigarette, both believed to have belonged to Al's killer. While police entered the DNA and fingerprints into their system, they didn't receive any hits, which suggested that the killer had never been printed or had his DNA put in the system before. In terms of the murder itself, grisly is a rather tame way to describe it. Official reports explain that Al had been brutally bludgeoned with a bronze statue, as well as a heavy rock crystal. Beyond that, the killer had also stabbed Al multiple times, leaving the blood-stained knife behind. Police theorized that, after striking Al, the killer likely went through his home looking for money and expensive items, returning to Al multiple times to hit and stab him again, perhaps in an attempt to get the 76-year-old to reveal the location of more valuables, but there simply weren't any. Fred Morris, the lead investigator on the case when discussing the murder, told the Miami Herald, quote, "What he did to him was unbelievable, and there's no question in my mind that if we don't catch him, and catch him soon, he will kill again." End quote. The murder, only the sixth to happen in Aventura since its inception in 1995, brought in a full brigade of officers looking to solve it quickly, knowing full well they had a vicious and violent killer who was likely to strike again. 11 detectives, nearly half the police force, was assigned to the case, and they quickly began trying to gather every piece of evidence they could find. Canvassing the condo didn't yield many results. No one appeared to have heard or seen anything in the days leading up to Al's death, and for the most part, no one really knew Al that well. The manager of the condo later told the Miami Herald, quote, "He was an older gentleman, and I don't know if anyone knew him really well. The only sense I get from other people is he was a really nice person and kept to himself." End quote. While initially police would not release any information about what, if anything, had been taken from the condo, they did confirm to reporters that Al's two-door maroon 1994 Lincoln Mark 8 was missing from his parking space, and it was believed the killer had driven off in it. The vehicle was later found abandoned in Hollywood, Florida, in a municipal parking lot. Investigators also later revealed that Al's Rolex had been taken. Since police were unable to find any direct witnesses who may have seen the suspect, they turned their attention instead to the condo's own security system, which at the time employed multiple surveillance cameras. Going back several days, police got a look for the first time at a potential person of interest. On Sunday, July 22nd at 10:14 p.m., Al was captured on surveillance video entering the rear garage entrance of the condo. He was accompanied by an unidentified male, described by authorities as being in his 20s with short, dark hair. When the footage was shown to Beverly, she was unable to identify the man and said she had never seen him before. During their investigation of the scene, police were able to discover evidence which suggested that Al had been at a local grocery store 2 days before his murder, the same night as that surveillance footage. A public supermarket on Aventura Boulevard had surveillance footage which showed Al and his unknown companion. This footage, captured at 8:33 p.m., showed Al and the unidentified man buying a 6-pack of Heineken beer, the same beer which was found inside the apartment. The final piece of video evidence was back at the condo 6 minutes later at 8:39 p.m., when Al and the unknown man once again were captured entering the rear garage. An additional piece of video was found from Tuesday morning, showing an unknown man exiting the building at approximately 8:40 a.m., though when this individual was tracked down, police were able to confirm it was not the same person from the previous tapes. Unfortunately, it was a lot to go through, and video has never surfaced of Al's killer actually exiting the condo. Police Chief Thomas Reibel later compared going through the surveillance video as to searching for a needle in a haystack. In hopes of tracking down the suspect, police issued enhanced photographs taken from the surveillance footage to the media. Lieutenant William Washa Jr. later told the Miami Herald that it was their belief Al may have picked up his killer either at a local bar or club, or perhaps that he met him on the street. Washa went on to speculate that the killer could have been a sex worker that Al had met, and it was their hope that getting his photo out would aid in his capture. Police noted, based on the surveillance footage, that the suspect walked with a slight hunch, leaning forward. When asked about the brutality of the crime and the link between Al and the unknown suspect, Detective Mike Giordano told the CBS Miami News, quote, "He was beaten with a heavy object about his head and neck area and also was stabbed. This killer was angry. He wanted Mr. Cerchera dead. For what? We don't know yet." End quote. Before police had truly kicked their investigation into high gear, they became aware of a similar crime, which at the time led them to believe that they might be looking for a serial killer. On July 26th, the day after Al was found, a maid working at the Radisson in Fort Lauderdale, just 16 miles to the north, discovered the body of 39-year-old Anthony Martellotto. Initial examination determined that Martellotto had been strangled to death. When the Aventura police and Fort Lauderdale police got together, they noted a lot of similarities between the crimes, as well as their potential persons of interest. Both men were gay, both suspects bore similar descriptions, and both men's vehicles had been taken by their killer. However, in the case of Martellotto, they had a name. Several witnesses reported seeing 19-year-old Adam Ozerski checking into the hotel with Martellotto at approximately 3 a.m. Just hours later, Martellotto would be found dead. While they had a place to begin, Ozerski would be difficult to track, as his last known address led to Atlantic Beach, but it was clear Ozerski hadn't lived there for some time. Ozerski had been arrested 6 times in the previous 5 years and was sentenced to 3 years probation, but he never registered and seemingly vanished. The FBI got involved in the case, issuing a warrant for Ozerski's arrest for unlawful flight to avoid prosecution, according to the South Florida Sun-Sentinel. The search for Ozerski, though, would be difficult. It wouldn't be until mid-August when the car he had stolen from Martellotto, a red Ford Mustang, was spotted 3,000 miles away in San Francisco. Reacting to this information, the FBI and local authorities began distributing Ozerski's flyer around town and at local clubs and bars, hoping someone would recognize him and call in. On August 16th, the FBI received a call from a man who claimed that he'd been attacked by Ozerski in San Francisco. According to the Miami Herald, the victim claimed that he had met Ozerski at a cafe, unaware that he was a fugitive. After spending several days at the victim's home, Ozerski apparently struck the victim with a plaster statue while he was sleeping and then attempted to strangle him. Investigators searched the area where the victim lived and ultimately came upon Martellotto's stolen Mustang. While the possibility of capturing Ozerski grew stronger, the Aventura police were having their doubts about his involvement in Al's murder, with Detective Fred Morris stating, quote, "The evidence that we have looked into already doesn't yield anything towards Adam," end quote. However, the Aventura police were adamant that they did want to question him when and if he was captured. They wouldn't have to wait long. On August 18th, FBI officials located Ozerski in Reno, Nevada, and arrested him. In communicating with the Fort Lauderdale police, the San Francisco police were able to confirm that Ozerski's fingerprints matched those found at the murder scene of Martellotto. When Ozerski was questioned, he confessed to police that he had killed Martellotto in Fort Lauderdale. However, when it came to Al's case, Ozerski denied any involvement, telling authorities that he had never met Al, nor had he been to his condo. While Ozerski's confession would help bring justice to the Martellotto family, his denial of involvement in Al's murder was supported by evidence which began to make police believe that he wasn't involved. Examination of the public surveillance footage showed that their suspect had tattoos that Ozerski simply did not. Beyond that, the bloody shoe print found in Al's kitchen didn't match Ozerski. While authorities were waiting on fingerprint analysis to return, they felt safe in saying that Ozerski did not appear to be Al's killer, with Lieutenant Washa telling the Herald, quote, "We've still got somebody out there who did this. It's like winning the lotto, to have so many similarities, but not the same person. You can't take similarities to court," end quote. On August 29th, Aventura police confirmed that they had recovered 5 fingerprints from one of the murder weapons used to kill Al, but those fingerprints did not match Ozerski. In response, an artist composite was released of the man they were looking for. Authorities described the suspect as being approximately 6 feet tall with a thin build, medium-length sideburns, short hair, and a scar or tattoo on his right arm, just above the elbow. Unfortunately, though, with Ozerski being cleared, they were set back to square one. With no particular suspect to pursue, police had their backs to the wall. In late September, they performed a reenactment of the murder, hoping that it would shed new light on the investigation, but the case was growing cold beyond their control. They had DNA and fingerprints, but no matches, and without that, they had a limitless amount of areas they could possibly be looking. In hopes of finding someone who might be able to identify their suspect, Aventura police released additional footage from the surveillance tapes to the public. Calls were few and far between. However, none of the tips led investigators any closer to their suspect. The case continued growing cold until July of 2002, when a similar crime once again gave police hope that they might finally catch the elusive killer. On June 12, 2002, 51-year-old Felipe Michael Nicholas was found murdered in his Pompano Beach apartment, some 30 miles to the north of Owls. Aventura police became interested since both men had been murdered in their homes. Both were gay and preferred the company of younger men, and both had Rolexes which were stolen by their killers. However, their hopes were short-lived as Christopher Gears was arrested and charged with Nicholas' murder, and neither his fingerprints nor his DNA matched what they had recovered at the scene of Owl's murder. The case began growing cold once again, though police emphasized to the media that they'd never stopped working on it, describing the case not as a whodunit, but rather a who is it, as they believe the video surveillance shows the killer, but they can't identify him. In a bizarre turn of events, Aventura police received a call from their county crime lab in May of 2006, informing them that while they didn't have an exact match on the DNA, they did have a partial hit. The DNA indicated a partial match to an inmate in a Michigan prison. While it wasn't an exact match, it was enough to suggest that the inmate was likely related to the killer, possibly a half-brother or cousin. Unfortunately, when the Aventura police reached out to Michigan's Attorney General, they were denied access to the inmate, let alone his name. Now Police Major Washa explained to CBS Miami, quote, "Unfortunately, Michigan has a policy where they will not release any information on the individual whose DNA is a possible match." End quote. Aventura police continue trying to negotiate with Michigan authorities to this day, though no major progress has been made. For Beverly, it's been devastating, knowing that the killer's identity may be concealed due to Michigan policies, but rights surrounding DNA have been coming under more and more scrutiny in recent years. Another year would pass before, in February of 2007, Aventura police once again decided to reach out to the public for assistance. Through both MySpace and YouTube, police released the video surveillance footage hoping that someone would recognize the suspect. Police Sergeant Michael Bentalia explained that seeing the suspect in motion might aid in identification, and he can be heard on the video telling viewers to pay particular attention to the man's posture and the way he moves, noting that it stands out against the crowd. The hope was that this would bring back the case into the public eye, and it did for a time, but there were no major leads developed, and despite thousands of views, police found themselves no closer to the killer. Detective James Cumby later told the Miami Herald that the video release was necessary, saying, quote, "It's just a cold case sitting there. We've exhausted all our active leads early on." End quote. The last major update in the case came in February of 2017. Utilizing the DNA they possessed from the crime scene, police worked in tandem with Parabon Labs to construct a DNA snapshot of what their suspect most likely looks like. According to the Miami Herald, they revealed several details, including that there is a 90% chance that the suspect has fair skin, an 85% chance his eyes are blue or green, a 90% chance he doesn't have freckles, and a 91.92% chance that he is of Northeastern European descent. A computer-generated composite was developed through Parabon Labs, and while that's a step in the right direction, it still leaves a lot of unanswered questions. Aventura Police Detective Tom Mundy told the Herald, quote, "We have a face, but no name. All we need is one solid lead." End quote. Irving Al Cicera was brutally bludgeoned and beaten to death 19 years ago in his condo in Aventura, Florida. For all that time, police have tried to track down their suspect, finding DNA that has led them to a relative, and even developing a computer-generated image based on that DNA, but to this day, they don't have a name or a place to search for their suspect. They have fingerprints, They have surveillance footage, and yet they've never been able to solve the mystery. For Al's daughter, Beverly, it's been exceedingly difficult to accept that nearly 20 years later, her father's killer continues to walk the streets, perhaps having killed again. Unfortunately, Beverly has slowly accepted that the case will likely never be solved, resigned to a reality that her father will never receive the justice he deserves. When asked about the status of the investigation all these years later, Beverly replied, quote, "I have to be very honest. I've lost hope." This is episode 136, The Murder of Susan Taraskowitz. Monday, September 14th, 1992 was a cool, clear morning in the city of Revere, Massachusetts. Roger Schmidt, manager of the Bravo Automotive Company, was making his way towards work, heading down Route 1A, Lee Burbank Highway. As Schmidt pulled into the parking lot of the body shop, he noted the odd placement of a vehicle. A blue Toyota Tercel was partially blocking the front of the business. At first, it was assumed that the vehicle had been dropped off for service, but there were no records to indicate that anyone would be bringing in a Tercel that day. As Schmidt looked over the vehicle, he noted something extremely bizarre. Beneath the car, in the rear below the trunk, a puddle had begun forming a sticky red liquid which was dripping from out of the trunk. Schmidt, an experienced mechanic, knew there was nothing about that liquid which would suggest it was related to anything with the car, and so he quickly picked up the phone and notified the police. At approximately 7:30 a.m., police arrived on the scene and began looking over the abandoned vehicle. Once Schmidt pointed out the red liquid, police sought to gain entry to the trunk. Upon opening that trunk, police were met with a grisly scene. The trunk itself was soaked in blood, and lying there was the body of a woman who had clearly been subjected to both multiple stab wounds and a severe physical assault, predominantly targeting her head. It was immediately clear that police were at the scene of a homicide. Additional officers were requested to secure the scene while homicide investigators were dispatched. Unbeknownst to the Revere police, not long after the body had been discovered, Marlene and Ronald Taraskowitz were seeking to file a missing persons report for their daughter, 27-year-old Susan, who hadn't been seen since the early morning hours of Sunday the 13th. It wouldn't take long for investigators to connect the missing woman to the vehicle, and following identification, it was confirmed that Susan wasn't missing but in fact had been murdered before being stuffed into the trunk of her own car. Susan Taraskowitz, who went by the name Sue, was born on February 13, 1965 in Everett, Massachusetts. Her family would move to the town of Saugus when she was just 5. Sue was the baby of the family, having 2 older siblings, a brother, Ronald, and a sister, Deborah. Sue was described as a bright woman with a kind and caring nature. In a video released by the Massachusetts State Police, her mother, Marlene, described her daughter saying, quote, "Susan was beautiful, intelligent, friendly, and had a heart of gold. When she was little, she always wanted to help everybody, do things for everybody. She played soccer, and she was an artist." End quote. Sue dreamed of being a cartoonist from an early age and developed an affinity for the Peanuts comic strip created by Charles Schulz. Her favorite character was Snoopy, and throughout her life she would accumulate a lot of Snoopy figures, stuffed animals, and drawings. Sue's dream of being a cartoonist, though, was somewhat halted as she discovered how difficult it was to get into the field. Sue attended Saugus High School, where she continued to display a talent for both art and athletics. Following her graduation in the summer of 1983, Sue would eventually go on to attend Salem State College, North Shore Community College, and ultimately the Massachusetts College of Arts. According to Marlene, Sue had several different ideas of a career she wished to pursue. At one point, she went out for the fire department, becoming a reserve firefighter in Swampscott. However, for reasons unknown, Sue eventually got it in her head that she wanted to work at the airport. Always the type to put her full effort into any of her pursuits, Sue was determined to work her way up to working on the ramp, which offered such responsibilities as loading and unloading luggage, guiding planes to and from their gates, performing plane service duties, and even de-icing planes. Sue, like everyone else, began at the bottom of the ladder, working jobs such as being a ticket agent and clearing airplane cabins for Northwest Airlines, which would later merge with Delta, at Boston's Logan Airport beginning in 1987. Sue took to the job naturally and seemed to thoroughly enjoy the challenge of the work, but it didn't take long for Sue to realize that the hardest part of her job might not be the work itself, but instead dealing with her coworkers. Sue was breaking down a lot of boundaries at the time, being a woman coming into a field which was dominated by men, and according to all available information, some of those men did not appreciate having to work beside a woman. Sue would later recount in her diary multiple instances of sexual harassment. Sue's diary wouldn't be discovered until well after her murder, though it documented in great detail much of the harassment she had been subjected to throughout her first year working for Northwest. There were reports of offensive graffiti written about her in the men's room and sexually explicit drawings, sometimes depicting Sue herself, being left in places for her to find, such as in the cargo holds. In at least one instance, it was reported that a male coworker had exposed himself to her. At one point, sometime in 1989, Sue had begun a short-lived relationship with a coworker, Robert Brooks. While the relationship ended quickly, there didn't appear to be any major issues until Sue began dating someone else. According to her diary, at this point, Brooks became very aggressive and lashed out at Sue on multiple occasions. In one instance, Brooks stormed into the break room and picked up Sue's radio, smashing it right in front of her and several coworkers. Sue's then boyfriend approached Brooks and demanded he buy a new radio, and while Brooks agreed, he never actually did. When Sue herself later confronted Brooks, he allegedly told her that he wasn't afraid of her boyfriend and he would have no problem killing him if he got in his face again. In another instance, Joseph Nuzzo got into a physical altercation with two employees. Despite being dwarfed by the larger men, Sue got involved in the fight and helped to break it up, getting Nuzzo to back off. However, involving herself in this manner seemed to earn the ire of Nuzzo, who reportedly struck out at Sue, calling her an expletive, which I won't repeat here other than to say that it begins with the letter C. Also included in Sue's diary was the name of Edward Flaherty. According to the Star Tribune, Sue's diary noted an accusation against Flaherty as being one of the people who had been making harassing phone calls to her home. Trying to handle things the proper way, Sue went to her supervisors with her complaints on multiple occasions, but there seemed to be a disinterest in examining them in the least, though many would later argue that this type of atmosphere was protected by higher-ups. Several times after filing complaints, rather than seeing the harassers face discipline, it would be Sue herself who was punished. Sue was given random tasks such as being assigned to work on a truck which was responsible for cleaning of airplane bathrooms in response to her complaints. Deanna Hess, a vice president for Northwest, later released a statement explaining that in 1989, Sue had filed complaints against two co-workers, those being Brooks and Nuzzo, for, quote, sexually demeaning remarks, end quote, which resulted in both employees being terminated after Sue provided testimony of the harassment. However, after appealing through their union, both men were rehired under what was called a last chance agreement, a sort of probation where any misstep could result in their final termination. Despite this, Sue was focused on her job and was determined not to let anyone stand in her way. She wasn't going to let the harassment push her out, and instead, she became more focused on rising up the ladder, which would certainly come with some difficulty. Sue would eventually target a promotion, looking to become equipment service crew chief, which would have put her in a management position over the service crew itself. At the time Sue went for the job, she was passed over in February of '92, the promotion being given to a male coworker. However, Sue soon discovered that the promotion had violated company rules, as the male employee had put a bid in, and so Sue filed a grievance with the union. An investigation was launched which would ultimately side with Sue, giving her both the promotion and back pay from the time she had originally applied. This move, though, did not sit well with many of her male coworkers who had already been harassing her. Many of them didn't want to work for a woman, and so the harassment began ramping up. Herbert Holtz, Sue's parents' attorney, later told the North Adams Transcript, quote, "She was particularly singled out, and I think it's because she was the only one trying to pierce this glass ceiling. She became a lightning rod." End quote. Indeed, Sue was officially the first woman working for Northwest Airlines to ever be promoted to that position. Following her promotion, the harassment would slowly turn from sexual to physically threatening. Shortly after stepping into the new position, Sue opened her locker and found an image drawn on the inside. The image depicted a coffin with Sue's name written on the lid. Beyond just graffiti and insulting statements, Sue's car was subject to vandalism on more than one occasion, and the co-workers who had liked her and supported her throughout her time there had also found that their vehicles were being vandalized. At one point, a vandal arrived at the home of Sue's parents with whom she lived, and overnight messed up her sister's car. There's also a report of at least one instance where Sue opened her locker only to discover that someone had urinated in it. Someone, or perhaps more than one person, also began calling Sue's home in the middle of the night. Sometimes the person on the line would threaten or insult Sue. Other times, they would just breathe into the phone. While Sue was dealing with threats and harassment, she was seemingly unaware of a large crime being conducted by some of her coworkers. Beginning sometime in 1990 and running through the early part of 1992, a complex and highly lucrative scam operation was being conducted by employees of Northwest Airlines through Logan Airport. The scam was fairly direct. People in town would apply for credit cards and would receive those cards in the mail. Many of those cards would come out of Minnesota, being transported by Northwest Airlines, and at the time would arrive in Boston and eventually be delivered to the people who requested them. However, at some point, the cards themselves started disappearing before they could be delivered. It was later determined that employees of Northwest, including some of the members of Sue's team, were involved in stealing these cards. Essentially, employees would steal bags of cards. They would then activate the cards with fraudulent information before using them in one of several ways. Sometimes they would bring the cards to a local casino, purchasing chips which they would then trade in for cash. Other times they would use some of those chips to gamble. In other circumstances, the cards would be used to make purchases around town. Since the intended recipients of the cards didn't have a solid date by which their cards should arrive, they wouldn't usually be reported as stolen or missing for days after they'd already been used. By then, the people using the cards illegally would have already made off with a large supply of cash. Credit card companies would later report that they had lost approximately $7 million, though law enforcement would state that that estimate was much lower than the amount actually taken. Ultimately, the FBI, Secret Service, and United States Postal Service embarked on a joint investigation into the scam. According to Sue's family and multiple coworkers, she had no knowledge of the scam until she began reading about it in the local newspapers. According to Inside Edition, Sue's mother stated that she and her husband had asked Sue about the scam and whether or not she was in on it. According to them, Sue had no idea the scam was happening and believed the harassment she had been subjected to was related completely to her being a female superior at Northwest. However, court documents would later show that when investigators cracked down on the credit card ring, multiple Northwest employees who were later charged implied that it was their belief that the ring had been broken up due to Sue snitching on them. To date, no evidence has ever been found to support this, and investigators have stated that Sue was not involved in their investigation at all. Sadly, though, the belief amongst some that Sue could have been cooperating with investigators may have been enough for someone, or multiple people, involved in that theft to want her dead. 3 of the men involved in the credit ring were, unsurprisingly, 3 of the men who had been directly involved with harassing Sue. Robert Brooks, Edward Flaherty, and Joseph Nuzzo would be named in indictments. Nuzzo was fired from Northwest in August of 1992, just a month prior to Sue's murder. Around this same time, according to the Boston Globe, Brooks requested a transfer which sent him to Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport just a few weeks prior to the murder. In the weeks leading up to her murder, friends and coworkers noted several changes in Sue's life. She and a coworker she was dating broke up, though multiple sources reported the breakup was amicable and that had been equally decided upon. Beyond that, Sue began attending services at Boston Church of Christ. Reportedly, Sue became very involved with the church and began attending weekly Bible studies. According to the Globe, on Sundays, Sue would complete her overnight shift and then head directly to church services. While Sue was becoming more involved with the church, she also began to express concerns to coworkers that she was worried about her own safety as the harassment was getting worse. In a sworn affidavit later released during the investigation, an unnamed coworker explained, quote, "She felt that there was someone outside of her home during the evenings. Her sister's automobile was vandalized in the family driveway. She told me that she was afraid." End quote. Sue's coworker, Deborah Mazikis, later expressed that Sue had told her she was frightened of something, though Sue never did elaborate on what, or perhaps who. Interestingly, Sue did not include these concerns in her diary, but in the time since her murder, several coworkers and friends have come forward to express that in the weeks leading up to her death, Sue had become concerned for her physical well-being and had suggested that someone might be out to harm her. The situation would come to a brutal and violent climax during Sue's overnight shift from Saturday, September 12th into Sunday, September 13th. Sue was scheduled to work from 11 p.m. on the 12th to 7 a.m. on the 13th. Marlene later expressed that on that particular day, Sue seemed to be in an irritable mood. She wasn't sure what the cause was, though she thought it was related to work, as Sue allegedly made a statement that she had to get to work even though she knew they were going to give her a hard time tonight. Sadly, no one knew that this would be the last time Sue's family would ever see her alive. Sue arrived at work on time, and according to all reports, there was nothing out of the ordinary throughout the first hours of her shift. However, everything took a bizarre turn at approximately 1 a.m. Sue volunteered to go on a lunch run to pick up sandwiches for her crew. It wasn't exactly uncommon for people to go to the sandwich shop, which was in nearby Revere. However, details have since emerged that sometime before she left to get the food, Sue received a phone call from an unidentified person. What exactly was said during that conversation can't be known for sure, though many, including Sue's mother, have since speculated that the call may have been directly related to her murder. Marlene told Boston.com that she believed the call was made likely by someone Sue trusted to arrange a meeting and that it was her conviction that Sue had been set up. At approximately 1 a.m., Sue clocked out for lunch, walked across the parking lot to her blue Toyota Tercel, and drove casually out of the airport. She would never return. Curiously, none of her coworkers reported her absence, and in fact, instead, they used her time card to clock her back in from lunch, and then at 7 a.m. used it again to clock her out of work. When questioned about this later, employees claimed that they were covering for her, not wanting her to get into trouble. But many find that suspicious since Sue also didn't arrive for her shift the next day, and still no one found it necessary to report her missing, despite the fact that she had not returned from the lunch break and was definitely not the type of person to no-show her job. Sue was also supposed to attend a baby shower after work, where her other coworkers would be present, but again, Sue did not show up, and again, no one called her home, spoke with her family, or expressed any concerns about her whereabouts. Finally, on the morning of Monday, September 14th, Sue's parents began making their way to the Saugus Police Department to file a missing persons report. Unbeknownst to them at the time, Sue's car and body had already been discovered in nearby Revere. According to investigators, they at first thought they were dealing with a random crime, or perhaps a robbery gone wrong. Examination of the scene found that Sue had been both severely beaten and stabbed multiple times, but authorities noted she was fully clothed when found and there didn't appear to be any signs of a sexual assault. When asked about the case in the days after the discovery, Carmen Fields, a spokesperson for the Suffolk County District Attorney, told the Boston Globe they weren't exactly sure what they were dealing with yet, saying, quote, "We're looking at all possible scenarios that have been touted. It's not narrowed down to a boyfriend or a fellow employee or anything like that." End quote. In terms of the scene and the investigation itself, few details have ever been released by investigators regarding what evidence they may or may not have found. There's never been any confirmed statements about the possibility of fingerprints or DNA, which suggests to some that investigators either did not find any, or they may have something in their possession but have been unable to make a solid link. While not revealed initially, it was later reported that one item may have been missing from Sue's body. Reportedly, Sue always wore a necklace with a medallion and crucifix, but at the time her body was discovered, that necklace was missing. One detail which makes many people consider the possibility that Sue could have been killed by a coworker or former coworker connects to the location at which she was found. Bravo Automotive was located at 281 Lee Burbank Highway. Just over 300 feet to the north is 297 Lee Burbank Highway, which at the time was known as the Esquire Club. Many of Sue's coworkers were known to frequent that location, and some have speculated that Sue might have been lured there by her killer, perhaps through the mysterious phone call she received the night she was killed. A large funeral was held for Sue, and many of her friends, former associates, and close co-workers attended. Several employees of Logan Airport, including Father Bernard McLaughlin, a chaplain, expressed that the community was devastated by the loss and shocked by the brutality of the crime. Sue was ultimately laid to rest in Woodlawn Cemetery in the town of Everett, where she was born. Charles Schultz himself, the creator of Peanuts and Sue's beloved Snoopy, created a specifically designed Snoopy holding a flower, which was engraved on her tombstone. One of the high points of Sue's life had come years earlier when she had met Schultz at the airport and received his autograph. Sue's family, specifically her mother, expressed at the time that while she believed her daughter was in heaven, her fight here was not done, and she would go to the ends of the earth to find her daughter's killer. In a Boston Globe article dated September 17th, 3 days after Sue's body was found, it was reported that several sources had informed reporters that many of the names involved in the credit card ring investigation were also listed in the investigation into Sue's murder. While no one was directly listed as an official suspect, it is interesting to note that the investigations had begun overlapping, and it was considered a possibility that Sue could have been killed by someone involved in the credit scam. Curiously, while investigators were considering these possibilities, Sue's family at the time was apparently not in the loop, as they had been left to assume that the crime had been random. It wouldn't be until well over a year after Sue's murder that her mother would finally build up to courage to begin looking deeper into the case. Around Christmas of 1993, Marlene stepped into Sue's bedroom, a room she had been avoiding ever since the murder. There, she would find Sue's diary, and for the first time she learned the extent of the harassment her daughter had been subjected to. For Marlene, it began becoming clear that someone Sue worked with had likely been involved in her murder. The investigation into the credit ring ultimately concluded with 37 convictions, 10 of who were baggage handlers. Robert Brooks, named as using one of the stolen cards and acting as a lookout, made a deal with the prosecution, pleading guilty to theft and fraud. While this deal initially would have resulted in no jail time, it was later found that he had lied during the investigation, which would net him perjury charges and an 18-month sentence. We'll get to those lies shortly. Edward Flaherty, who would also plead guilty, admitted that he had been involved with using some of the stolen cards and that he had tried to pay off gambling debts with them. Joseph Nuzzo was ultimately sentenced to 3 years for his involvement in the credit card scam. Documents related to the case have stated that Nuzzo was considered one of the ringleaders and credited with developing the idea in the first place. Interestingly, court documents show that during the time the credit ring suspects were being brought before a grand jury, Brooks became aware that another grand jury had been assembled, this one to examine Sue's murder. It was during testimony before the grand jury in the murder that Brooks would ultimately commit perjury. There's a lot of information about Nuzzo in addition to Brooks on the record. According to the United States v. Brooks, when Nuzzo was fired for harassing Sue following the fight he was in before he was rehired, he blamed Sue for what had happened and, quote, engaged in a campaign of menacing conduct, end quote. Court documents state that Nuzzo had keyed Sue's car, slashed her tires, staked out her home, made anonymous phone calls, and told multiple people that he would get revenge. On August 14th, Nuzzo was subsequently fired from Northwest and apparently made complaints to several people that he believed Sue had been responsible for his indictment, calling her a rat and a snitch. Around this same time, Brooks sought reassignment to Minnesota, which he was granted, in hopes of distancing himself from the credit investigation, but it didn't work. Brooks did go on to cooperate with the investigation, and his testimony is credited with having helped procure a conviction against Nuzzo. However, in 1996, 4 years after Sue's murder, Brooks was charged with perjury for lies he has apparently told the grand jury. Originally, Brooks told investigators that he could not have been involved in Sue's murder because at the time it occurred he was working at the airport in Minnesota. When asked if he had had any contact with Joseph Nuzzo the weekend of Sue's murder, he argued that he had had no contact with Nuzzo. The prosecution, though, was able to produce documents which proved both of these statements were lies. Time cards from Brooks' job showed that he was not in fact working the night Sue was murdered, and in addition, long-distance phone call records showed that Brooks had had several phone calls with Nuzzo during the month of Sue's murder, September of 1992, and in fact had spoken to Nuzzo via telephone the weekend Sue was killed. Additional records later showed that Brooks had not only spoken to Nuzzo that weekend, but on the day of the murder, as well as on September 18th and 19th, 4 and 5 days after. Brooks tried to argue that he hadn't lied to obstruct the investigation, but prosecutors weren't impressed with that defense. Despite this information, investigators never were able to assemble enough evidence to show that anyone in the credit ring had been involved in Sue's murder. Unable to get much movement in terms of the murder investigation, Sue's parents turned their attention to the airline itself and its failure to properly address and handle the multiple harassment complaints made by their daughter. In March of 1994, a suit was filed against Northwest via the Massachusetts Commission Against Discrimination. Multiple employees who had worked with Sue and witnessed the harassment, as well as having been harassed themselves, gave testimony and sworn affidavits showing that the situation had been horribly handled by Northwest. While the airline's union tried to argue that the case had been filed later than the required deadline, the commission disagreed and allowed it to move forward. In May of 1994, Marlene decided to have billboards erected to draw attention to Sue's case. 2 billboards were put up along Lee Burbank Highway, one which read, "Please help us find Susan's killer," and another which asked, "Did you see Susan or her car?" In October of 1995, 3 years after Sue was murdered, a settlement was reached between the airline and Sue's family. Ultimately, Northwest paid out a total of $75,000. Sue's parents noted that they would be using some of the money to set up a memorial scholarship fund named after Sue, as well as putting additional funds towards the investigation. In addition to the $75,000, Northwest also had to establish a reward fund for information related to the arrest of Sue's killer, this award being a sum of $250,000. Deborah Mazekas, Sue's friend who had given statements in the investigation into her harassment, had been fired wrongfully and also filed suit against Northwest. Ultimately, she was awarded $200,000. Another employee, Joseph Snow, who had also participated in the harassment lawsuit, was also fired for his involvement and later filed suit against Northwest for wrongful termination. While suits were settled against Northwest, the criminal investigation into Sue's murder seemed to have stalled. Despite their efforts, detectives had been unable to accumulate enough evidence to officially file charges against anyone,
let alone to name anyone as direct suspects in the investigation. In a February 1995 article published by the Star Tribune, Assistant U.S. Attorney David Apfel, who had worked on the credit ring case, stated, quote, "We have not uncovered any connection between the fraud scheme and the murder. There was a suggestion early on because somebody thought she was ratting out, but our office was never aware of her and never worked with her." End quote. This, of course, led many to wonder, even if Sue had not been involved in the investigation, could someone have killed her because they mistakenly thought that she was? In 1996, around the same time that Brooks was being charged with perjury, the FBI got involved in the investigation of Sue's murder. According to the Boston Globe, the FBI became involved due to a probe which alleged that Sue may have been murdered to prevent her from providing evidence against the credit ring. Sue's father, Ronald, told the Globe that he had been frustrated early on with the lack of developments in the case and believed that the information was being kept from them. Ronald stated, quote, "I felt the walls being put up between us, and I decided that I wasn't going to get anywhere this way." End quote. It's been 28 years since Susan Taraskowitz was murdered during a lunch run from her job at Logan Airport. Throughout all that time, her family has had to endure the pain and suffering of never knowing why she was taken from them or who may have been responsible. Marlene remains convinced that her daughter's killer was somehow tied to that credit ring, despite law enforcement stating that they can't find evidence to account for that. Over the years, Marlene has sacrificed much to try and find her daughter's killer. Her marriage collapsed after 36 years, much of which she blames on the stress and frustration of the investigation and her need to find justice. In the years since, both Sue's father and brother have passed away, never knowing the truth. Marlene has held a vigil every year since her daughter's murder, usually outside of Logan Airport. She stands alone, solemn, carrying signs which give a great amount of detail about the case. It's her hope that before her time on this earth runs out, she'll get to see justice served. In September of 2012, 20 years after Sue was killed, Marlene, along with officials from the Massachusetts State Police, held a press conference to address the case. Suffolk County District Attorney Dan Conley, when asked specifically about the credit ring connection, replied, quote, "The detectives over the years have looked at whether or not that was connected in some way to Susan's murder, but the evidence has not risen at this point to where we can say with the kind of confidence that we need that we have identified a suspect or suspects." End quote. Marlene made a plea at the press conference, asking anyone with information to come forward. Unfortunately, there do not appear to have been any developments. Over the years, Marlene has gone on to investigate for herself. At one point, she visited a prison inmate who claimed to have information, though it turned out to be a hoax. She has also conducted stakeouts at her daughter's grave on special dates, wondering if one of these days the killer might pay a visit. Over the years, there's been a lot of debate. Some people believe, as Marlene does, that her daughter was killed by someone involved in the credit card ring. Others have considered that while this is certainly a possibility, there's also the chance that this crime could have been random and not committed by someone who knew Sue. The fact of the matter is, with as little evidence as has ever been disclosed, there seems to be a dramatic lack of information in this brutal, violent, and senseless crime. In 2014, 22 years after Sue was killed, the Massachusetts State Police issued a series of videos related to the murder. In one of these videos, entitled "A Plea for Justice," Marlene herself discussed her daughter's life and her hope that new information would be discovered, or perhaps that someone would come forward. I can't say things better than Marlene herself, and so I'll conclude the evidence section here with a clip of Marlene discussing the murder with a message aimed directly at her daughter's killer.
Susan didn't deserve it. For all the people you talk to about Susan, they'll tell you the wonderful things she did. She was a great daughter. She was a wonderful sister to her brother and sister. And we're missing all the wonderful things about her. Her nieces and nephews, know things about her that we talk to about all the time, but they don't have her here. Her father just was heartbroken when she was murdered. It took him apart. So please, come forth. It's not too late. It's never late to solve a murder. A murder case is always open. You know who did it, you have any ideas or heard anything, pick up that phone. Call the state police. Tell them what you know. We've been here 22 years. I am a very healthy woman, and I am not going away. You're going to look over your shoulder until the day that I go, but I will get you, and I will get justice for my Susan.
This is episode 135, The Murder of Leah Rollins. Monday, March 10th, 1997 was a chilly morning in Cozad, Nebraska. Wedged between Gothenburg in the west and Lexington in the east, the small town of less than 4,000 residents is seated just north of I-80. Few cars pull off the busy interstate to stop in Cozad, though when they do, it's often to fill up at one of the nearby gas stations, maybe head inside, grab a snack for the road. However, that busy corridor does open up the small town to visitors who may have never known it was there. And while many of those visitors enjoy the quiet, relaxed atmosphere, others come looking to transform that solace into horror. Unfortunately for Leah Rollins, she would have a fateful encounter with just such a nightmare. It was a good morning for the 41-year-old divorced mother of two. Just the previous day, Leah had been promoted to manager, and Monday morning would be her first shift operating under her new title. According to friends and co-workers, Leah was a very polite, kind, and caring woman who was well suited to her job, socializing with many of the customers who would enter the small convenience store attached to the gas station. Just after 10 a.m. that morning, while Leah was assisting another customer, a red Pontiac Grand Am pulled in, stopping to fill up. The driver pumped nearly $20 worth of gas into his tank before striding into the store. As Leah was finishing up with her other customer, the man lurked in the back of the store. Moments later, gunshots would ring out, and Leah Rollins would be left lying on the floor behind the counter while her killer vanished into the early afternoon. Leah Rollins was born on Sunday, September 25, 1955 in Exeter, Pennsylvania, to parents Roy and Mary. Leah was born into a large family, being one of 8 children, with her having 4 sisters and 3 brothers. According to the Lincoln Star-Journal, while Leah had been born in Pennsylvania, she would spend much of her life in Arkansas. Leah was a bright, warm, and loving child who got along well with her siblings, and after overcoming a bit of childhood shyness, became a very outgoing and fun-loving woman. Leah's brother Roy described his sister to ABC News, saying, quote, "She was my sister, a good-hearted person. She was generous. She got along with people, had an outgoing personality." End quote. A coworker described Leah as the type of person that you want to work with, understanding, patient, and never too serious to share a laugh. There isn't a great deal of information available about Leah's life. Frankly, there isn't a great deal of information available about her murder either. But we do know Leah would go on to marry a man named Barry Rocap Sr. Rocap, alongside Leah, owned and operated a restaurant in St. Thomas, often referred to as the gateway to the Virgin Islands. Together, they would have 2 sons, Brannon and Brian. While her children were the brightest lights in her life, the marriage itself was plagued with issues which Leah would later recount, including both physical and verbal abuse. In desperation to escape from the situation and create distance between her and her future ex-husband, Leah hatched a plan. While the exact details have never been fully revealed, Leah managed to leave St. Thomas with her 2 sons and a considerable sum of money that she felt was her share from owning and operating the restaurant with her soon-to-be ex. Frightened and having to start her life over again, Leah would spend time with family trying to put the pieces back together. Not wanting her sons to have any doubts about why they had fled, Leah would write a 16-page letter in which she documented much of the abuse she had suffered at the hands of their father. Leah went into great detail about how fearful she was of her ex and explained that she had done what she thought was right at the time to save herself from a dangerous and terrifying situation. This letter, later delivered to police in the aftermath of her murder, was written approximately a year before her death. In or around mid-1996, Leah began a new relationship with a man named Bob Haar and embarked on a new journey which would lead her away from her family and into the small town of Cozad, where she moved closer to be with Haar, who worked as a part-time dispatcher for the Cozad Police Department. According to friends, Leah was extremely taken with Bob, and the relationship offered her all of the things she had previously been missing: a warm, compassionate, and caring partner to build a secure, safe future with. Sadly, the move to Cozad meant being away from her sons, who were staying back in Arkansas. When asked about Leah, co-worker Twyla Lee explained, quote, "She was a good person, happy and friendly. I don't know how anybody could hurt her." End quote. Lee went on to explain that she and Leah got along well and that she often teased the 41-year-old about her accent and, of course, the starry-eyed look she'd get whenever Bob's name came up. Reportedly, in addition to her happy relationship with Bob, Leah also found herself falling in love with Cozad, the small town presenting the option of a new and bright beginning. Sadly, all of Leah's dreams would be destroyed in an act of mindless violence which, to this day, haunts her family, friends, and that quiet town. In two previous cases, those of Deborah Poe, who was abducted from an Orlando convenience store during her graveyard shift, and Kelly Berg Dove, taken from a Harrisonburg, Virginia gas station during her overnight shift, we've explored the dangers of working alone during late-night shifts at gas station convenience stores. However, in Leah Rollins' case, this brazen crime would be committed in broad daylight. While in the aforementioned cases, investigators had a severe lack of evidence to work with and timelines established only by eyewitnesses, the Amico station in Cozad had several surveillance cameras which were able to help investigators construct a minute-by-minute account of exactly what happened. According to the tapes, a 1993 red Pontiac Grand Am bearing a rear license plate believed to be from California pulled into the station at approximately 10:23 a.m. The driver, a Caucasian male, exited the vehicle and approached the pumps, beginning to fill his tank. It was noted that the man was not wearing shoes and had his sweatpants folded over and pulled up so that they stopped just below his knees, which was considered odd attire since the temperature at that time was in the low 50s. Inside the store at that time, Leah was working with a female customer and her child. The unknown driver finished his work at the pump, ringing up $17.20 worth of gas. The man then walked towards the store, entering quietly as Leah finished with her customers. While Leah worked the register, the man proceeded to the back of the store, and it's been theorized by investigators that he was killing time, waiting for Leah to be alone. At this point in the surveillance tape, the unknown man seems to taunt the cameras as he pulls open a cooler door, lifts a bottle of soda from the shelves, unscrews the cap, and begins drinking. A few moments into his drink, the man lifted his chin, looking directly into the camera before continuing to chug down more of the soda. Around this same time, Leah was finishing up her transaction, and the customer and her child walked out, getting into their vehicle and driving off. According to the timestamp on the tape, the unknown man approached the counter at 10:32 a.m., placing his soda down as though he was going to pay for it. There's no sound on the tapes, but the actions of both Leah and the man seem to indicate that he was directing her to open the cash register and empty it. Leah can be seen popping the drawer open and removing the cash before handing it over the counter. At this point, it appears that the man directed Leah to lie face down on the floor behind the counter. She complied, and at no point in the tapes did she give any resistance to the robber. If robbery was the sole motive, the transaction was complete, and the man was free to make his getaway. But for unknown reasons, he made a much more violent and lethal choice. After a few seconds paused, standing there looking around for a moment, at 10:33 a.m., the man reached into his front right pocket and produced what was later determined to be a 9mm semi-automatic pistol. Leaning forward against the counter, the man arched his back, bending his front half over the counter, pointing the gun down towards Leah, who was lying face down and had no idea what was about to happen. In total, the man fired 3 shots. The first 2 struck Leah in her left arm, but the third shot ended her life, entering the left side of her head. Less than a minute later, the man grabbed a pack of cigarettes and a lighter in addition to the soda he was drinking and the cash handed to him by Leah, later determined to have been $150. At 10:34 a.m., the killer turned and exited the store, returning to his red Pontiac Grand Am, now with a full tank of gas. He stepped into the car, started the engine, and drove out of the parking lot. While the cameras captured his vehicle, the footage was later analyzed and it was far too grainy for investigators to make out the exact license plate number. Years later, the Cozad police would send that videotape out to NASA, hoping their advanced systems would be able to enhance and correct the footage, but it was unsuccessful. Investigators have never been able to determine the number, though if they could, they might be able to track down this killer. Police would be notified of the terrible crime when a customer later entered the convenience store but couldn't find anyone working there. As the customer approached the counter, they made the grisly discovery and dialed 911. Investigators arrived on the scene and immediately began to search for evidence. In addition to the surveillance footage, which gave them a very clear view of the killer, especially during the point where he looked directly into the camera, multiple fingerprints were recovered. Reportedly, between dusting the gas pumps and the counter, police were able to pick up nearly a full set of prints, but at the time, they weren't able to get any matches in the system, which would suggest that whoever the killer was, he had not previously had his prints entered into any law enforcement systems. Investigators canvassed the area, setting up a roadblock to question passers-by, though it didn't appear that anyone had seen or heard anything, nor had anyone witnessed the red Grand Am in the area before or after the crime. Considering the proximity of I-80, less than half a mile to the south, it was theorized that the killer had likely gotten on the interstate, though police had no way of determining which direction he may have gone, east or west. With such limited information, police quickly sent out that information about the vehicle and the driver to local and state police, hoping that someone might see the Grand Am. Surveillance footage showed the customer who had been in the store prior to the killer entering, and police managed to identify and track her down. While the witness did recall seeing the man, she wasn't able to provide much information beyond a basic description, which matched that which police had seen on the tapes. The suspect was described as being a white male in his early 20s, standing 6 feet 3 inches tall and weighing approximately 225 pounds. On the surveillance tape, the man was seen wearing sweatpants, which the legs were pulled up to just below his knees, no shoes, no socks, a black leather bomber-style jacket over a black or dark gray hoodie. Leah's murder shocked the town of Cozad. Residents who were known to keep their doors unlocked at night suddenly became much more security conscious, believing that if this could happen in their little town, then it could certainly happen again. While locals were dealing with the terror, it was left to Leah's family to deal with the tragedy. Her 2 sons were devastated by her loss. Their mother had been taken from them for seemingly no good reason. This was an aspect of the case that investigators found themselves stuck on as well. Leah had complied with the robber. She hadn't done anything to try and resist, and yet, when she was at her most vulnerable, he opened fire, taking her life. At the time, there were a lot of different considerations. Was this the result of the killer wanting to buy himself more time to escape, knowing Leah would have called the police when he left? Or was murder always the target, with robbery only being secondary? While investigators had fingerprints, an eyewitness, surveillance footage, and the make and model of the car, the case began growing cold quickly. It appeared obvious that whoever the assailant had been, he likely didn't live in the area and may have simply been passing through. In hopes of getting additional assistance and drumming up new leads, the police turned to what was a rather new avenue to disseminate facts and information on the case. In 1997, that new avenue was the internet. Cozad Police Chief Alan Baldwin spoke to the Beatrice Daily Sun explaining, quote, "It's just our vehicle to pump up some information out to other places in the United States. We're hoping that someone is going to get on the internet and say, 'I know who this is.'" End quote. Still photos from the surveillance footage were posted online, in addition to a description of the killer and the crime itself. In addition to the case information, it was announced that a $12,000 reward was available for any information which could lead to the identification and arrest of the killer. $2,000 had been put up by a local citizen of Cozad, while Amoco Petroleum Products put up an additional $10,000. At the same time, investigators told the Fremont Tribune that they were considering bringing in a hypnotist to speak with potential witnesses, to aid them perhaps in recalling memories of the incident which they may not have consciously picked up on. A week after Leah's murder, Cozad police set up roadblocks and began questioning drivers again. Sergeant Greg Tetley explained to the Tribune that it was their belief that people follow routines, and it was possible that someone who drove by the gas station the Monday morning Leah was killed may drive by again, and perhaps they had seen or heard something but hadn't heard about the investigation or didn't realize what they had seen was important. It was also stated that investigators had multiple leads they were following up on, though they didn't expand on what those leads were, nor how the investigation was progressing. Unfortunately, whatever leads had been developed and tips called in, they apparently weren't getting investigators any closer to solving the bizarre and disturbing crime. In June of that year, 3 months after Leah was killed, it was announced that America's Most Wanted would run a segment on the case and show the surveillance footage. Within days of its airing, police received more than 30 tips and potential leads. While these leads were tracked down, there were no results. The case, which had been going cold since nearly the first day, began to grow colder. In hopes of developing new leads, the Cozad Police Department enlisted the assistance of both the Nebraska State Patrol and the FBI. A representative of the FBI told the Lincoln Star-Journal that they were looking at several different suspects, though they had not yet developed enough evidence to charge anyone in particular. With the goal of spreading news about the case further, hundreds of flyers bearing an enhanced image of the suspect were circulated around Cozad, as well as gas stations and truck stops all along Interstate 80. At this point, it was announced that the reward for information had been increased to $22,000. Unfortunately, progress on the case seemed to come to a grinding halt around this same time. There wouldn't be another update until 2003, some 6 years after Leah was gunned down. In February of 2003, investigators announced that they had received an anonymous tip. The tipster saw a rerun of Leah's America Most Wanted episode, and it jogged a memory he had of a bizarre conversation which had taken place 5 years earlier, 1 year after Leah had been killed, according to the Lincoln Star-Journal. The tipster claimed that a friend of his at the time, living in Omaha, had told him that he had shot and killed a convenience store clerk in 1997. According to this tip, the killer was living in North Omaha around the time of the murder, and while investigators were given a first name, they didn't share it publicly as the tipster apparently could not be completely certain that it was the man's real name. 5 years had passed, and he couldn't really recall accurately. Either way, this ignited a fire under the Douglas County Sheriff's Office, who began focusing part of their investigation in the North Omaha area. Despite their attempts to track down this lead, investigators were never able to locate the man the tipster had described, and they remain uncertain if it was a case of mistaken identity or if the tipster himself had simply made the story up. As quickly as the case had begun to heat up, it once again went cold. In 2015, a new series of articles were written about Leah's murder. 18 years had passed, and it seemed police were no closer to discovering the identity of her killer. While police had come to the conclusion that the murder had likely been random, Leah's brother Roy had a very different opinion. Not only did he not consider the murder of his sister random, he believed he knew who was responsible for it. Roy explained that he believed Leah had been the victim of a hired hit, paid for by none other than her ex-husband, Barry Rocap Sr. When speaking with ABC News, Roy stated, quote, "I think he was behind it because of the kind of person he is, a very dishonest person. The guy who killed my sister comes into that gas station with clam diggers on. That's when your pants are rolled up to your knees, and that's not what people in the bayous or the southern hemisphere do. So this guy is in Nebraska, which is not warm. Comes in with his pants rolled up, which tells me that he was from St. Thomas, the Virgin Islands, and I think my brother-in-law paid him to come up and shoot my sister." End quote. Sergeant Tim Kostranek of the Dawson County Sheriff's Office didn't outright deny that possibility, telling ABC, quote, "Knowing her past and digging deeper into her past and what she did, I could see how he could be so frustrated if she took money from him and left him the way that she did. He didn't have somebody come up here and have her executed." End quote. Leah's ex-husband passed away earlier that year in 2015, taking whatever secrets he may have held to the grave. While for many, this is considered a good potential theory, there's never been enough evidence or information gathered to make a solid link between RoCap and Leah's killer. Whoever the man was, he seems to have disappeared into the same emptiness from which he emerged. His fingerprints have never gotten a hit in the past 23 years, which leads investigators to believe that either he managed to never get arrested or perhaps he died not long after Leah's murder. Today, the murder of Leah Rowlands remains open and has grown, sadly, very cold. Justice has remained elusive for her family, and for 23 years now, her children have had to grow up never knowing the truth of who killed their mother or why he chose to do so. A $5,000 reward remains in place for any information leading to Leah's killer. Despite the passage of time and the absence of any major developments, Sergeant Kostranek is still determined that the case will eventually be solved, explaining to ABC News, quote, "We are never going to give up on Leah, and so it's our duty and obligation to make sure we follow up on every potential lead. I would hope that he is somewhere close, because I hope to live to see the day to look him in the eye and tell him he's caught, along with others, several law enforcement officers that have had the opportunity to work this case." This is episode 157, The Murder of Donnie Farrell. It had been hours since the last raindrops had fallen, yet the brisk night air still carried a dampness that swept coldly along the skin with each breeze rising up from the west. The passing traffic mixed with the sound of music thumping in the distance created a muffled din as the musk of bonfire smoke stirred up with each whirling gust of air. The campus of Rowan University was alive with the lights and sounds of students gathered together for on-campus events and off-campus parties, as a dual celebration marked the weekend of homecoming and Halloween. Orange streamers snapped against fence lines, plastic skeletons crinkled as they danced along crisp winds. It was one of the busiest and most lively weekends of the year, and while Rowan had once sat amidst the quiet lull of lush farmland, urban expansion had consumed the greenery, asphalt and concrete reshaping the environment from that of a pastoral landscape to a busy city whose population had more than tripled in the previous 4 decades. Each year, the borough would experience a dramatic population shift. As the fall would begin, nearly 10,000 students came to the university, where they would intermingle with the local population of 20,000. Homecoming weekend always raised the stakes, with thousands more coming to town from nearby Philadelphia and neighboring schools, and even as far away as New York City. Groups of friends, college age and beyond, would pile into the Glassboro area seeking out bonfires and parties, celebrating the evening's game, the coming holiday, or just looking for another college rager. In preparation for the influx, the school had increased the patrols of their security officers, as well as their armed campus police. While Rowan was noted as being a safe campus, there had been a few incidents in the previous months involving locals targeting students, which drew some concern over the security of such an open campus.
For most students and visitors, they'd experience a weekend full of fun, laughter, and excitement. Tragically, though, a moment of violence would occur so rapidly, no one could even react, and in a time frame of mere seconds, a 19-year-old sophomore would be left with his life on the line. The call had come in just after 9 p.m. A student walking with a group of friends had been assaulted and robbed. Less than 2 minutes passed before a police cruiser came screeching to a stop with lights whirling and sirens screaming to find the teenager already in the midst of receiving CPR. Over the course of the next 10 minutes, his heart would stop twice, and he would be revived twice. But by the time the sun came up the next morning, 19-year-old Donnie Farrell would be gone, and the search for the men who had robbed him would become a hunt for the men who had killed him. Donald James Farrell III was born on Wednesday, January 20th, 1988, on Staten Island in New York, to parents Donald and Kathy. Donnie, as he was always referred to, was one of 4 children, having 2 sisters and 1 brother. Donnie's been described as being a fun-loving, always smiling, sensitive, and caring child who was extremely close with his family and had an affinity for sports. While he spent the first years of his life growing up on Staten Island, his family would move to Morris County, New Jersey in 1995, when he was 7 years old, settling into a home on North Main Street in Boonton. Donnie would attend Rockaway Valley School, where his outgoing, fun-loving personality would help him quickly acquire a large group of friends. Noted as the type of person to get along with anyone, he never struggled to connect with his peers or his teachers, who went on to describe him in such glowing terms as sweet, wonderful, brilliant, and on the right track. His love for athletics began early, with a particular interest towards baseball and lacrosse, both of which he would later excel in. Outside of sports, he was involved in a number of school organizations, extracurricular activities, and church programs at St. Catherine of Siena. At home, he spent a lot of time with his siblings, listening to music, playing catch, and according to neighbors, shooting hoops in the driveway with the family. Donnie would go on to Mountain Lakes High School, where he would continue to play baseball and lacrosse. Kevin Wallace, one of his coaches, would later describe him to the Daily Record as having great promise, both on and off the field, saying, quote, "Donnie was a true teammate, all for the team. He really was an extremely coachable kid, the kind of kid that every coach wants on the team, the true student athlete." End quote. Donnie wasn't just a great athlete because of his skill, which he had an abundance of, but it was also about the way he approached the game. He was the type who always wanted to do better and was readily available to help his teammates in working on their own abilities. Between school years, he'd dedicate much of his free time to working to improve his game when he wasn't working at the Deer Lakes Club, where he aided with all manner of maintenance tasks. He loved to play, but he always saw an opportunity for improvement. While a lot of kids his age didn't want to put in the work, he was all about it. Mike Carmichi, another of his coaches, later explained, quote, "He showed a lot of promise and potential whenever I had the opportunity to work with him. Great attitude. More than anything above and beyond, that always exceeds talent in my book. The right frame of mind, the right work ethic. The fact that the kid wanted to better himself in the off-season attests to that." End quote. He carried that attitude and mentality off the field as well, being active in the Key Club, Physical Fitness Club, Christian Club, and the Student Government Association. He worked hard, put in all the effort he had, and was looking to build a bright and solid future. While teenagers have a tendency to drift off the straight and narrow to test the limits of the rules, Donnie never found himself getting into much trouble. As his former principal and family friend Lou Ludwig explained, quote, "He was just a great kid. You never worried about him in terms of doing anything wrong here. He was always doing the right things." End quote. In his senior year, Donnie won an award for having the best attitude, work ethic, and dedication to his team. Playing center field wearing the number 23 in honor of his favorite player, Don Mattingly, Donnie worked hard with his name appearing in multiple papers noting his large contribution to team victories. By the time he was graduating in the summer of 2006, he had developed a reputation as a skilled athlete, kind person, caring friend, and generally fun-loving guy. The amount of people who commented about his smile is overwhelming, this seeming to be his signature trait. Friend and former teammate Clayton Bott Wentworth told The Record, quote, "I thought of him as a mentor. He taught me more about life and how to appreciate it, probably more than the game itself. He always had a smile on his face no matter what, and when you heard his name, you'd smile too, because you knew what a great guy Donnie was, all the time." End quote. In the fall of 2006, Donnie would matriculate to Rowan University in Glassboro, located in South Jersey, a 2-hour drive from home. While attending as a business major, Donnie still found time to play baseball and lacrosse, becoming a co-founding member of the lacrosse group. As he always did, he worked hard and found himself on the dean's list each semester. While a lot of college kids spend their free time, the first major free time they've had away from home, partying and enjoying the distance, Donnie was different. Sure, he enjoyed a party, but he missed his family as well and often rode home, telling them what he'd been up to and how things were going. He wasn't the type to skip weeks of contact or miss calls, but looked forward to catching up with the family. When he came home for visits on holidays and weekends, he was looking to spend time with everyone, whether it was hanging around the house or attending his younger sister's baseball games. For the most part, Donnie's freshman year went well, both in terms of athletics and scholastic achievements, but a violent incident in April of 2007 would change at least the way his family viewed that school. According to Noreen Cole of the Donnie Project, on Friday, April 20th, Donnie attended a party off campus on Old Heston Road. Accompanied by a group of female students who he didn't know very well, Donnie was involved in a verbal altercation at the party. The cause of the argument has never been firmly established, nor has the fight which occurred afterwards. As you might imagine, with a bunch of college students drinking, there are several different accounts of what may have happened. While Donnie's account explained that he had been attacked by a group of 3 guys, they would claim that after asking him to leave, Donnie had turned violent. Either way, police reports regarding the incident specify that one of the guys held Donnie by the back of the neck, while another punched him in the face, resulting in several shattered teeth and a broken jaw in 2 places, so badly broken that it had to be wired shut. What exactly went down that night will probably never be known with 100% accuracy, when you factor in that everyone involved was drunk, but it was enough for Donnie's family to feel that he'd been targeted. Police were involved in this incident, and while no one was indicted after a grand jury heard the evidence, the school did take disciplinary action against one student, the one who threw the punches, and he was suspended with a return based on probation. It should be noted that when asked, Donnie was unable to positively identify the person who had attacked him. As a result of these injuries, Donnie stayed home and commuted to school, driven by his mother, to finish up the last classes and final exams. Over that summer, his parents tried hard to get him to change schools, but he wasn't wanting to do that. Despite the assault, he enjoyed Rowan and made a lot of friends there. According to several of those friends, Donnie understood his parents' reticence, but he wasn't about to allow the fight to change the perspective nor academic direction of his life. Tragically, his family's concerns about his safety would later be substantiated when Donnie was attacked and left for dead just 2 months into his sophomore year on Old Heston Road. Donnie's family would later file a lawsuit against the 3 men who had done the April attack, though it was settled out of court. For his sophomore year, Donnie lived in off-campus housing at the Beau Rivage Apartments just 0.2 of a mile away. The early part of the semester went well with no incidents or problems, and definitely nothing close to what had occurred months earlier in April. Donnie continued to shine his signature smile, now having healed from the assault. Roommate Kevin Balderman would later describe Donnie to the Record as, quote, "just the kind of guy that loved life. He was one of the sweetest, most caring guys I've ever met." End quote. Tragically, everything would change on a cool homecoming weekend when Donnie once again found himself the target of a violent attack, one from which there would be no recovery.
While Rowan was generally considered a safe campus with ample security, there had been several incidents in the weeks leading up to the attack on Donnie that gave some students reason for concern. In a story reported by the Daily Record, 2 students reported to campus police that on Tuesday, October 2nd, they'd been robbed at gunpoint by 3 assailants dressed in black at approximately 2 a.m. near the intersection of New and State Streets, just a few blocks off campus. Just over 2 weeks later, on October 19th, Friday, a Rowan student was attacked on Carpenter Street, which runs along the northeastern edge of campus. Reportedly, the victim was targeted by several individuals from the surrounding area. This was the 4th attack reported since the beginning of the fall semester. The 5th would turn deadly. While the school argued that incidents such as this were trending downward from previous years, multiple students voiced concerns that due to the campus being so open, it wasn't uncommon for non-students to gain access to campus land, buildings, and housing, and they felt threatened by the possibility of both past and future attacks. Joe Cardona, a spokesman for the school, later told the Daily Record, quote, "There's not more assaults than last year. The difference is we're finding the few assaults we've had have been more violent. So far, the assailants haven't been Rowan students." End quote. The weekend of Friday, October 26th was set for homecoming. This would bring about a number of activities held on campus as well as multiple parties off and around campus. Some parties focused on homecoming, others Halloween, and others yet were parties purely for the sake of partying. While Friday seemingly went off without a hitch, it was Saturday where everything would change. Throughout the early part of the afternoon, Donnie reportedly hung out with a few different friends both on campus and at his apartment off Mullica Hill Road. That night, there was a party at the complex and Donnie attended along with a few friends. Sometime between 8:30 and 9 p.m., he exited the party and left the complex with that group that consisted of 4 females and 1 male. According to the Philadelphia Inquirer, this group was planning to make their way to another party, this one taking place on campus, but they needed to stop off first. One member of the group wanted to run into the nearby Express Mart convenience store located along State Route 322, Mullica Hill Road. Their path would take them southeast across Joseph Bow Boulevard and Old Heston Road. All in all, it was just over 500 feet from the complex to the store. The Triad apartment building sits just a few yards behind the store through a thin line of trees. Old Heston Road runs at an angle, 700 feet from the southwest where it meets Mullica Hill Road to the northeast where it connects to the parking lot for the Triad. At approximately 9:08 p.m., Donnie, along with 3 of his female companions and the 1 man, stopped on Old Heston Road adjacent to the apartments, while a 4th female ran into the store, reportedly to purchase plastic cups to bring to the party they were attending. The store was just 150 feet away. At this time, a group of 5 men slowly approached Donnie and his friends, coming from the direction of the convenience store, walking north. According to a Project Donnie article written by Cameron Meiswinkle, one member of the group asked if any of Donnie's friends were looking to buy Skittles, which investigators later said was a drug reference, but none in the group were interested. The same man then apparently asked, "Where the party's at?" With this being a busy weekend, it wasn't uncommon for people to travel to the area looking to party. At first, Donnie and his friends gave out a handful of locations before Donnie eventually mentioned the party they'd just come from at the Beau Rivage Apartments. Now, what exactly happened next is somewhat difficult to nail down because there are 2 distinctly different accounts, one presented by most major newspapers and one given by the Donnie Project through interviews with prosecutors. In the Donnie Project article, the man asked where the apartments were and Donnie pointed towards the building just a few hundred feet away to the west. Allegedly, the conversation continued on beyond this for a moment or two, though according to the project, police will not reveal the details of what was said. Reportedly, at least one witness claims to have seen Donnie and the man shaking hands at the end of their conversation. The group then turned, heading north towards the Triad Apartments where they had parked their cars. Seconds later, at approximately 9:11 p.m., the man who had been speaking to Donnie came running up behind him,
throwing a blindside punch the 19-year-old never saw coming. The point of contact is believed to have been where his jaw meets his neck. Donnie fell to the pavement, at which time a second man rushed in, kicking him in the stomach while he was on the ground. Donnie, unconscious and bleeding, could do nothing to defend himself as the assailants reached into his pockets, grabbing his wallet and cell phone before fleeing. Donnie's friends, which included his longtime girlfriend, had gotten a few yards ahead of him, turning in time to see the suspects robbing him, but they couldn't get to him before the group scattered. Witnesses reported that the attack was unprovoked and seemingly came out of nowhere, with everything happening so fast no one even realized what was going on until Donnie was on the ground. According to the Daily Record, Philadelphia Daily News, and the Inquirer, the attack occurred moments earlier. All major news articles report that as Donnie pointed towards the apartment complex where the party was, he turned his head towards it, at which time the suspect threw his punch, knocking Donnie to the pavement before he was kicked in the stomach and robbed. The variance in detail is likely accounted for by how fast everything happened and multiple witnesses experiencing things slightly differently. However it exactly went down, the result was the same. Donnie was lying face down on the pavement, though no one had any idea in the immediate aftermath that he was mortally wounded. The call came in to police at 9:13 p.m., and with the heightened security in the area for the busy weekend, the first police unit arrived in just 90 seconds to find Donnie unconscious and bleeding from the face and mouth. Rowan students who were in the emergency medical technician program immediately discovered that Donnie wasn't breathing and began administering CPR. When police asked where the assailants had gone, no one knew for sure, as in all the chaos they'd focused on Donnie rather than the fleeing suspects. However, some witnesses later reported seeing the group of men jumping into a dark-colored car parked near the convenience store and fleeing the scene. Donnie was in serious trouble and was loaded into an ambulance bound for Cooper University Medical Center in Camden, some 15 miles to the north. Donnie's girlfriend climbed into the ambulance along with him, not knowing how badly he'd been injured. During the course of the drive, which lasted between 10 and 12 minutes, Donnie suffered cardiac arrest and his heart stopped. EMTs managed to revive him, but minutes later, his heart stopped for a second time. Again, he was revived, but by the time they'd arrived at the hospital, he was considered to be in critical condition and emergency surgery was authorized. Around the time Donnie was being rushed into surgery, police were completing the process of taping off the scene and beginning witness interviews. Unfortunately, no one had directly witnessed what exactly occurred, nor did there appear to be any reason for the blatant assault outside of robbery. In regard to the suspects, the group was noted as being 5 men, though only 2 actually took part in the attack. No one had gotten a good enough look to give a specific description of the suspects, nor had anyone been able to ascertain exactly what type of vehicle they were driving. A sweep of the area for evidence didn't turn up much, though it has been reported that Donnie's wallet was found discarded not far from where he was attacked. Joe Cardona later explained to the Daily Record, quote, "It happened so fast that people didn't have a chance to react. Something like this, the nature of this incident, was just so brazen, it might as well have happened in broad daylight." End quote. Investigators weren't sure where exactly they'd be looking for suspects. While they could have been from the area, the fact that they were unaware of the location of the nearby apartment complex suggested they were from out of town, or at least the main assailant was. Either that, or the entire question about where the apartment was had been asked purely to distract Donnie so that he could be attacked and robbed. This investigation, however, began as looking into an assault and robbery, but within hours, it would become a death investigation. At the medical center, Donnie was taken into surgery, but it was discovered he had sustained brain damage due to a loss of oxygen. The autopsy report would later state that, in addition to injuries to his head and stomach sustained during the assault, Donnie's right vertebral artery, a major blood vessel, had been ruptured. While the artery was able to be repaired, Donnie's brain had been deprived of oxygen for an extended period of time, and by midnight, less than 3 hours after the attack, the 19-year-old was placed on life support. Over the next hours, His family was faced with the incredibly difficult and grievous decision of whether or not to keep him on life support when medical advice suggested he would likely never wake up. Ultimately, Donnie was taken off life support and passed away at approximately 1:47 a.m. on Sunday, October 28th. At midnight, Rowan security system sent out text messages and emails to students informing them of the attack and notifying them to travel in groups and to stay vigilant. When the school was notified that Donnie had died, they began organizing an assembly in which they could discuss campus safety with students, as well as offering counseling services to those who needed it, and to begin plans for a memorial to be held for Donnie. The case was taken on by the Major Crimes Unit of the Gloucester County Prosecutor's Office, as well as the Glassboro Police and the Rowan University Police. On the night Donnie was killed, investigators moved their focus to the Express Mart, where the suspects are believed to have been hanging out. They managed to interview an employee who was working that night, as well as obtain copies of surveillance footage shot inside the building. Footage taken moments before the murder depicted a single individual who authorities believe may have been involved in the attack. While they did not immediately release the footage, on Monday, October 29th, they issued both an artist composite as well as a physical description of the man. Investigators noted at the time, the man being sought was not considered a suspect, but rather a person they were hoping to speak with. The initial description, which will change over time, was given as that of a black or Hispanic male between the ages of 20 and 25, standing 5 feet 10 inches tall with a slim build. The man had light facial hair, described as slightly scruffy, as well as acne or pockmarks on his cheeks. His hair was described as being in cornrows and he was wearing a dark-colored hat. It was noted that the man wore a distinctive hoodie with a British flag on the front left side. 2 days later, the description was revised to be that of a black or Hispanic male, approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall, in his early 20s, with round facial features, braided hair, a thin mustache and goatee, wearing a dark hat, blue jeans, and a hoodie. Police explained that they had 12 witnesses who they had interviewed since the murder and that they were following up on several leads. Prosecutor Sean Dalton, when speaking to the Daily Record, went into some detail to specify the trajectory of the investigation and what they believed occurred, saying, quote, "There is no gang involvement or any bias incident. We're not ruling out that there's a connection, but at this point we don't believe so. Right now we're focusing on the investigation at hand. It was a robbery, plain and simple. This was an extremely swift attack. It was unprovoked. It happened before anyone could provide assistance." End quote. That same Monday, more than 1,000 students were present for an assembly headed by University President Donald Farish to address security issues on campus. Multiple students raised issues regarding the slow notification about Donnie's murder through the security messaging system, as well as poor lighting at various locations on campus and an absence of safety training for students, among other problems. The assembly grew tense when several black students brought up the fact that they felt they were being looked at suspiciously and being questioned by investigators based purely on the fact that Donnie had been attacked by a black man or men when there was no evidence to link the assailants to the campus. Investigators said that they were following what leads they had received at that time, but this did little to alleviate the feeling of being targeted because of the color of their skin. On Tuesday, October 30th, police stated that they had so far conducted 20 interviews, all based on calls they'd received from students, parents, and several anonymous tipsters. 2 days later, on Thursday, November 1st, it was announced that a $50,000 reward was being offered for information which could lead to an arrest and conviction. Prosecutor Dalton explained, quote, "The investigation is still in its early stages. We hope this reward will speed this tragic episode to an arrest." End quote. In order to facilitate calls and tips, police established a 24-hour tip line as well as an email where people could submit tips anonymously. These programs were run through the Rowan Police, Gloucester Prosecutor's Office, and the Morris County Sheriff's Department, that being the county where Donnie had lived and grown up. With this reward offered, investigators received a slew of calls and emails, and by the next day they'd already questioned 40 people, 17 of which came from tips within the first hours of the hotline being opened.
They also canvassed much of the neighborhood surrounding where the murder had occurred. In order to raise awareness about the murder as well as the reward, more than 700 flyers were posted on campus and in the surrounding Glassboro area. An additional stack of flyers were sent north to Montclair State University because their team had played against Rowan that weekend and it was possible students had traveled to South Jersey to see the game. In addition, America's Most Wanted agreed to post the flyer on their website to help spread the word more quickly. Prosecutors also noted that, as of that time, 16 investigators were working the case full-time. On Friday, November 2nd, a viewing was held at the Par Troy Funeral Home in the town of Parsippany. More than 1,000 mourners attended, requiring a secondary hall to be opened to house everyone. Rowan University supplied bus transportation for students who wished to pay their respects, and according to the Courier-Post, the line for people to kneel beside Donnie's casket took more than an hour to move through, a testament to the vast number of people Donnie had touched in his short life. On Saturday, the 3rd, Donnie was eulogized by Reverend Richard Carton, a family friend, and many people shared stories about their friend, brother, and son. Donnie was interred at the Gate of Heaven Cemetery in East Hanover. The following night, Sunday the 4th, hundreds of Rowan students gathered on Old Heston Road to hold a candlelight vigil. At 9:13 p.m., the time the 911 call was placed, they paused for a moment of silence, but there were some who wanted to do more. Several friends and students helped organize a website where they sold shirts, bracelets, and other merchandise honoring Donnie's life, with all funds to be directed to his family to help with funeral costs and medical bills. Multiple Facebook groups also popped up with the goal of spreading the word about Donnie's murder in hopes of tracking down the man or men who had attacked him that night. 2 weeks later, investigators themselves would turn to the internet to try and reach more people by revealing a key piece of evidence which hadn't yet been shown. On Friday, November 16th, Prosecutor Dalton announced that the surveillance footage captured at the convenience store the night of the murder was to be posted on YouTube, where they hoped more people could get a look at the man they were seeking to question. The video shows a black or Hispanic male purchasing cigars from the clerk. The man is dressed in a gray hoodie with red sleeves and a dark Yankees baseball hat, which limits the camera's ability to get a directly clear shot of his face. As it turns out, the hoodie itself may be the key to identifying the man seen in the video. One of Donnie's friends, who was present the night he was killed, positively identified the man in the video as being the one who had attacked. At that time, he officially became a suspect. The hoodie itself is unique, in a manner of speaking. Described as being a Coogee Heritage hoodie, only 50 were sold in the United States. Only 2 stores in New Jersey sold the hoodie, one in Jersey City and another in Plainfield. However, it was also available at several stores in New York City as well as via online shopping. It's described as having a gray body and red sleeves embroidered with the number 69. There's a decorative insignia displaying a Union Jack flag on the upper left chest. While investigators attempted to track down receipts for those who had purchased this hoodie, they weren't able to get their hands on all of that information. Those they did manage to track down were interviewed, but no one located was believed to have been the man they were looking for. In hopes that someone might recognize the buyer, flyers about Donnie's murder were put up in all the stores which sold the hoodie. At this time, investigators stated they were broadening their investigation to include Philadelphia, New York, and Delaware beyond New Jersey. By the end of the month, police said they had tracked more than 70 leads across 4 states, though none had panned out. The next month, on Wednesday, December 12th, the prosecutor's office announced an increase in the reward being offered for information. The original reward of $50,000 was doubled to $100,000, the highest ever offered in Gloucester County. At the press conference in which this was announced, Prosecutor Dalton noted that there were 3 men in the group who were not involved in Donnie's murder, and it was their hope that one of them would come forward to claim the reward. Donnie's parents were present at the conference, and while they spoke about the increased reward, they chose not to discuss their son, the wounds still too fresh to address. Unfortunately, while investigators continued to work the case, tips were beginning to dry up.
and the hunt for the killers was becoming more difficult. In January of 2008, America's Most Wanted ran a segment addressing Donnie's case, and for a time, this resulted in renewed calls from potential tipsters, but again, the leads developed only led to dead ends. By April, the prosecutor's office announced that in the 6 months since Donnie's murder, they had conducted more than 100 interviews, recorded 50 statements, and issued dozens of polygraph tests, all to no avail. Multiple agencies had gotten involved in assisting with the case, these being noted as the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force in Camden, the New Jersey State Police, the prosecutors' offices of Atlantic, Camden, Essex, and Cumberland counties, the Cumberland Sheriff's Office, the police departments of Camden, East Orange, Buena, and Glassboro, as well as Rowan University and the Gloucester County Municipal Police. In hopes of bringing more attention, Donnie's family announced that they would be installing 10 billboards in both the South Jersey and Philadelphia areas. That same month, Mountain Lakes High School's baseball team held a ceremony to dedicate their season to Donnie. His family, including his sister Caitlin, who was on the team, were present and were given plaques commemorating the dedication. Donnie's mother, Kathy, threw out the first pitch of the season at what was a highly emotional event. Donnie's father, Donald Jr., was deeply moved, telling the Daily Record, quote, "We appreciate that he's being remembered by the team in such a way," end quote. The next month, Boonton Township officials dedicated a memorial to Donnie at the Rockaway Valley Aerodrome Fields, where he played ball as a youngster. A plaque bearing Donnie's image and a picture of a baseball cap, like he always wore, was placed just a few hundred feet from where he used to play. Inscribed was a quote, one which Donnie had written on an envelope of a letter he'd sent home to his family. It reads, quote, "Other things may change us, but we start and end with family," end quote. In response to Donnie's murder, as well as several other violent incidents on the campus at Rowan, the university announced they would be implementing several changes. According to the Daily Journal, 3 campus security officers were reclassified as police, giving them 17 armed police and 18 unarmed security officers. A canine officer was also added. There was an expansion on an already existing program, which gave students the ability to be driven or chaperoned across campus and to off-campus residences between the hours of 8 p.m. and 3 a.m. Rowan also installed an additional 35 emergency phone boxes, raising the total number to 80. In July, the prosecutor's office announced that they were investigating and questioning known gang members for information about Donnie's murder. Bernie Weisenfeld, a spokesman for the office, explained, quote, "What continues to happen is, when someone is arrested who is believed to be a street gang member, or someone already in jail is identified as a gang member, they are also questioned about the Farrell case and shown a flyer with the convenience store photo of the suspect. This is not to say the killing had anything to do with gangs. Rather, it implies that street gangs can be sources of information." End quote. 3 months later, in October, 1 year after Donnie's murder, investigators spoke with the Philadelphia Daily News and announced that they had conducted 200 interviews, executed multiple search warrants, and had tried to obtain the killer's DNA from the clothing Donnie was wearing the night he was killed. Unfortunately, that attempt failed to pull up any DNA. Police began to float a theory, considering the possibility that the men responsible for Donnie's death might not be aware that he'd been killed. It was noted that if they weren't from the area, they may have missed the initial media blitz covering the story. And since they hadn't used lethal weapons or seemingly planned to murder Donnie in the first place, they may not be aware they're wanted for murder. The investigation continued on, but there were no major developments or news announcements. It seemed as time passed, the suspect was disappearing into the ether. 1 more year would pass, 2 years after the murder, when investigators decided to reveal new details about the suspect. In October of 2009, the Gloucester County Prosecutor's Office released new information about the suspect captured on surveillance film and several interactions he had in the moments leading up to Donnie's murder. According to Sergeant Langdon Sills,
The man seen in the footage identified himself to the convenience store clerk, giving a nickname, Smoke. The clerk told police that he saw Smoke outside the store near a dark, late-model Honda, possibly a four-door Accord, that had 3 women in the back seat and 1 male in the front. Sergeant Sills specified, quote, "He wasn't occupying the vehicle, he wasn't driving the vehicle, he was near it and talking to these people in the car," end quote. The suspect also identified himself as Smoke to a female who had patronized the convenience store. According to the Courier-Post, the suspect purchased cigars and stepped outside, lighting one, at which time a woman told him smoking was bad for him, and he replied, "Well, that's what I do. I'm Smoke from AC." AC meaning Atlantic City, although it's considered possible he was not from Atlantic City and was just trying to make himself sound cool for the woman's benefit. The suspect, who I'll now refer to as Smoke, then asked the woman for her number. She declined, but said she would take his. Smoke then re-entered the store and wrote his number on the back of a lottery ticket, which he gave to the woman. Unfortunately, she didn't save the number, shockingly. When police managed to track her down, she allowed them to search her home, car, and the coat she was wearing that night, but it's believed she had disposed of the number at some point earlier. Investigators went so far as to run checks on her phone records, though they were never able to obtain Smoke's number, which might have given them the ability to finally identify him. In hopes of finding him through his nickname, more than 20 inmates who carry the nickname Smoke were interviewed, but none of them were the man seen in that surveillance footage. 2 more years would pass, and in the fall of 2011, an investigative journalism class taught at Rowan University decided to focus on Donnie's case. The plan wasn't to try and solve the crime per se, but to report about Donnie's life, the crime, and the investigation. Throughout the class, both investigators working the case and members of Donnie's family made themselves available for interviews and to answer questions. It was difficult for Donnie's parents who, to that time, hadn't spoken very much about their loss in the public. When asked later by the Philadelphia Inquirer, Donald Jr. explained, quote, "It was the first time we spoke about it publicly, as a family. It was hard to sit down with people to interview, but the class is a special tribute to Donnie," end quote. The work assembled through this class would become the backbone of the Donnie Project, which is full of articles written by students both during and after completion of the class. In 2017, 10 years after Donnie was murdered, investigators made a renewed push for information and to hopefully find the man they had been seeking for a decade. In June, Clear Channel Outdoor posted 38 digital billboards in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Delaware showing the details of Donnie's case and posting the reward and number to call for information. This was done free of charge, in hopes that it might assist in bringing justice for a family that had endured such a heavy loss. Unfortunately, as of today, nearly 14 years since Donnie was killed, those who are responsible remain at large, and their identities unknown. The surveillance footage is available on YouTube, showing the suspect as he shops in the store, though both the presence of his hat and the low quality of the video make identifying his face difficult, if not impossible. The suspect's description remains the same today: a black or Hispanic male, standing 5 feet 7 inches tall, with a thin build, believed to have been between the ages of 20 and 24 at the time. He would now be between 34 and 38. He wore his hair braided beneath a New York Yankees baseball hat, navy in color. He has round facial features and at the time wore a thin mustache and light goatee. He also wore a Coogee Heritage hoodie, gray on the body, with red sleeves and a Union Jack flag design. He referred to himself twice by the nickname Smoke and once claimed to have been from Atlantic City. A $100,000 reward remains in place for information leading to an arrest and conviction. Donald James Farrell III's life was taken from him when it was only just beginning. A bright, talented, and skilled athlete with a tremendous heart and a smile that never stopped, created a lasting memory for those who knew and loved him. If alive today, Donnie would be 33 years old. What he may have become, where he would be now, is anyone's guess, though if you ask those who were lucky enough to have known him, they all say the same thing. That kid was going places. He had a bright future, and there was no limit to what he could have achieved. Though more than a decade has passed, no one has forgotten the bright-eyed baseball player who loved to laugh and sing along to his favorite band, 311. In fact, great efforts have been made to ensure Donnie's name is never forgotten. An annual food drive is conducted in his honor, as is a lacrosse tournament beginning in 2013. A scholarship is awarded to a student each year who lives up to the kind of life Donnie tried to live by example. Throughout his hometown, white ribbons in the shape of infinity symbols are tied to trees, fences, front doors, and car grills, a way of reminding people that Donnie will always be a part of that community. For his family, there are 19 years of wonderful memories, and despite their grief and pain, nothing can change the amazing moments they shared with their son and brother. There are no words I can speak that can possibly sum up the life and loss of Donnie Farrell, so I think it best to leave that to his mother, Kathy, who spoke about his life during a special presentation at a lacrosse tournament, where the family received a framed commemorative jersey honoring Donnie. Just a note, the audio quality of these clips isn't very good. I've done my best to clean them up, so bear with me.
For those that didn't know Donnie was an amazing human being. He had a magnetic personality. He was friends to those who had no friends, and he also fit in with the most popular kids. He would do anything for anybody. His baseball coach, when he was 5 years old, took his autograph. He said that Donnie would be something someday. And unfortunately, he only made it to 19. But I think that he squeezed a lot into those 19 years to make his mark. Donnie loved rowing. He loved it so much. His sister Caitlin was supposed to go to rowing that next September. She hadn't looked at any other colleges. She was going to follow her big brother. When Donnie was murdered, my daughter Amy, who was 24 at the time, had to step in and become the parents because the parents were not viable at the time. My son Luke was 15 at the time. Donnie was his big brother and his protector. So we've come this far. In the April of 2007, before Donnie was attacked in October, he was assaulted at an off-party campus. We didn't want Donnie to go back to Rowan, but he loved it here. He put so much work into the team, and he made so many friends that he came back. Donnie also left his mark by being an organ donor. Donnie's organs saved 3 people's lives, and he also helped others with his tissues. So the broken family that stands before you and Donnie's grandmother, we thank everybody for continuing to think about Donnie. The more that you think about Donnie, he can make us stronger. And that's why we're here today. So keep thinking of him. Thank you so much.
This is episode 190, The Murder of Walter Page. On a bitterly cold morning in Manchester, New Hampshire, smoke billowed up from dozens of chimneys as heavy clumps of wet snow fell from graying skies. In the city's north end, along Walnut Hill Avenue, stood an old gray Cape Cod-style home with white shutters. It had been there for 45 years and was the family home of Walter and Fay Page. There they had raised their children, celebrated countless birthdays and holidays, and even their own 50th wedding anniversary. It seemed the house would always be there, passed down through generations, where all the love and memories of the family would continue to grow. Then, less than a week before Christmas in 1995, tragedy struck. Multiple fire departments responded to the call of a house fire. Arriving at the Page residence, they were overwhelmed by the ferocity of the blaze. The entire first floor was consumed while thick plumes of dark smoke poured out from a gaping hole in the roof, with massive flames erupting out. It was a difficult fire, knocking firefighters to the ground as they struggled to gain control of the inferno that absolutely gutted the home. No one was worried about the mementos and knickknacks. but the family patriarch who was trapped inside. When the smoke cleared and investigators were able to dig through the ashes, they made a grisly discovery. There, in what had once been the home's basement office, lay the body of 76-year-old Walter Page. Under normal circumstances, this would have been tragic enough, but Walter's death wasn't as simple as an accidental fire growing out of control. It was quickly determined that arson had been responsible. Police had been made aware of a bombing threat Walter had received just the day before. Several other residents had gotten phone calls from an unidentified assailant who threatened to blow up their homes and burn down their lives. When the autopsy showed that Walter had been stabbed to death before his home was set ablaze, investigators realized they were dealing with something far more dangerous than a series of threatening phone calls, and they worried about who in the community might be next. Walter Harriman Page was born on Monday, July 21, 1919 in Marblehead, Massachusetts, to parents William and Mariette. At the time of his birth, Walter's father was 22 and working as a manager at a shoe store, while his mother was 21 and listed on census data as a homemaker. Over the course of the next decade, Walter would become an older brother, having 2 younger brothers and 1 younger sister. During that span of time, his father would go on to launch his own shoe manufacturing company, Osceola, which operated in Massachusetts and New Hampshire. Walter grew up in a tight-knit household which instilled in him the value of family, something which would remain his primary focus throughout life. His parents enjoyed traveling, and so Walter would get to see more of the world outside of the United States through his early childhood. Intelligent from a young age, Walter's early education came at the prestigious Tower School in Marblehead, today one of the oldest independent schools in the Boston area. He performed well academically, attending kindergarten through 8th grade at the school. In 1933, he moved on to Phillips Academy, a boarding school in Andover where his father had also attended. Noted for being difficult to get into, the academy historically accepts only 13% of applicants. Graduating from Phillips Academy in 1938, Walter moved on to Yale University, again following in his father's footsteps. William had graduated from Yale just months before Walter's birth. While attending, Walter became a member of the Alpha Sigma Phi fraternity, as well as joining in the university's ROTC program, becoming a member of the Yale Naval Society. 4 years later, in 1942, Walter graduated with a Bachelor of Science. Upon completion of university, Walter followed his path into the Navy, where he reported to the USS Swanson, a destroyer, at the end of June in Casco Bay, Maine. From there, his ship was headed towards Scotland by way of Halifax. According to naval records and interviews with Walter himself, during his time on the Swanson, he served as an assistant torpedo officer, assistant communications officer, and assistant gunnery officer. In July of 1943, Walter left the Swanson and headed to Seattle, Washington, where he spent a month training the torpedo and depth charge crews of his new ship, the USS Thompson, in Keyport. From there, he'd be involved in shore bombardment training exercises and would sail to Africa, Aruba, Trinidad, Boston, and Norfolk, among other places. Perhaps the most jarring experience for Walter during World War II occurred in May of 1945, when his ship came under attack by multiple Imperial Japanese kamikaze fighters, and his team was credited with shooting down 15 Japanese aircraft. As early as 1943, according to local newspaper records, Walter had met and begun a relationship with Faye McChesney of Troy, New York. On leave back in Massachusetts, Walter and Faye visited often, and 2 years later, in March of 45, the couple's engagement was announced. Faye was listed as having attended Emma Willard School, Russell Sage College, and Catherine Gibbs School in New York. This same announcement made note that Walter had seen 2 years of active service and as of that time was stationed in the Pacific War Zone. 5 months later, in August of 45, Walter came home on leave, returning to Marblehead where Faye joined him. 1 month later, on Saturday, September 15th, the wedding took place at the little church around the corner in New York. Following the ceremony, Walter and Faye left on a short honeymoon, and upon their return announced they would settle into number 2 Page Road in Marblehead. Beginning in 1946, Walter and Faye started building their family, which would grow to include 3 children, 2 sons, Todd and Rick, and a daughter, Danette. During this period of time, the family were living in Salem, Massachusetts, but as the 1950s began, Walter became the president of the Danvers Shoe Company, and in 1951 the family picked up stakes, moving to the north end of Manchester, New Hampshire. According to Danette, at the time, the north end was primarily made up of pastures and farmland. Walter and Faye had a Cape Cod-style home with a 2-car garage built along Walnut Hill Avenue. This would be only the second house built along that street. It'd be in this home that Walter and Faye would raise their children and where the couple would live together for the next 44 years. In an interview with the New Hampshire Union Leader, Danette described her childhood by saying, quote, "We were all very, very close. I had a wonderful family life growing up in Manchester." End quote. She described her father as full of spit and vinegar, always ready to get things going and frequently rushing to get them done. Working in stocks and investments, Walter was often busy trying to close deals, and business was never far from his mind. However, he always put family before anything else, and it was important to him that they spent all the time together they could, especially during the holidays. His son Todd would later explain that Christmas was his father's favorite time of year. In 1960, Walter became the president of Tucker Anthony, an independent investment and banking firm working out of Nashua, just 20 miles south of Manchester. Walter would continue working for Tucker Anthony for the next 35 years, until his untimely death. Around this same time, Faye picked up work at Manpower, the 3rd largest staffing company in the world. Outside of work, the couple were very active, enjoying golf and tennis in particular, going so far as to have their own tennis court constructed in their backyard. They'd go on to create what became known as the Page Colony Club, a backyard tennis club where they challenged friends and neighbors to compete. As a result, both maintained excellent physical shape and lived healthy lifestyles. Beyond work and tennis, both Faye and Walter were heavily involved in the local community. Walter was a Mason and would join Washington Lodge number 61. Over time, he would serve there as a member, a master, and treasurer, where he'd ultimately receive the Sullivan Award for his dedication to the lodge. According to his obituary, Walter would also go on to be a member and officer of the Mount Horeb, Chapter 11, Royal Arch Masonry, Trinity Commandery, and New Hampshire Consistory, 32nd degree Valley of Nashua, the Bektesh Temple, and the Manchester Shrine Club. He's also noted as being a former member and past president of the Manchester Exchange Club, as well as having held memberships in the Currier Gallery of Art, the Manchester Historic Association, the Manchester Institute of Arts and Science, Strawberry Bank Museum, and the Algonquin Tennis Club. Over the course of the next 30 years, Walter established himself as a pillar of the community, a trusted confidant, and a financial expert who frequently offered his assistance for several Masonic lodges as pertained to their investments in banking. When he began serving as treasurer in the mid-1960s for the Washington Lodge, he took over an account of approximately $50,000 and managed to transform that into several $100,000. Even after stepping down from his position as treasurer after 25 years, he continued to help manage financial accounts, balance out the books, and provided advice on how to continue growing the portfolio. In July of 1995, Walter turned 76 years old. By this point in life, he and Faye were enjoying their golden years, though they certainly hadn't showed signs of slowing down. The children had all moved out by then and were building their own families, which the couple relished in, especially when it came to showering their grandchildren with love and attention. Walter continued to work for Tucker Anthony, and while Faye had retired from Manpower a decade earlier after 25 years of service, she kept herself busy volunteering for the library, among others. Faye had always been heavily involved in gardening and was known throughout the community for her ability to grow anything, and she'd often utilize that skill to teach others or help provide rewards for community events. In late October, Walter and Faye gathered with their family to hold a celebration marking the two very special occasions, Faye's 75th birthday and the couple's 50th wedding anniversary. It was a time of great joy that brought everyone together. In retrospect, The happy memories of that celebration would become bittersweet, as an unimaginable nightmare loomed just around the corner. At the time, no one could have ever imagined that just 2 months later in December, Walter would become the victim of a brutal and violent murder that would take not only his life, but the very home he and his wife had shared for the previous 45 years. On Tuesday, December 12, 1995, a meeting was scheduled to take place at Walter's home. Attending would be Carl Bickford, then treasurer of the Manchester Masonic Service Association, as well as Conrad Ekdahl, then president of the association. This meeting had been arranged to discuss how they wanted to invest money from the association, a sum totaling approximately $109,000. However, before the meeting could take place, two very strange things happened. Firstly, while examining the books, Walter discovered something that raised his eyebrows. Bank records showed that there had been an overdraft fee on the association's account in the amount of $5,000. Considering the large amount of money that should have been in the account, it didn't make any sense. Now, while it's never directly stated, it seems implied that when arranging this meeting, Walter mentioned to Bickford and Ekdahl that he'd found some inconsistencies. Secondly, on the 12th, before the meeting took place, Walter received a bizarre phone call at his home. He couldn't identify the caller, who he described as sounding either like a man pretending to be a woman or a woman pretending to be a man. According to the union leader, the unknown caller threatened Walter, telling him that they were going to blow up his house or send him a bomb for the role he had played in the arrest and conviction of René Lemire. Months earlier, René Lemire had been arrested and charged with embezzling $56,000 from the Masonic Home, a retirement home in Manchester that was developed to provide a place for Masons and their families should they need one as age advanced. While Lemire himself was not a Mason, he had been employed at the home. Through access to Social Security and Medicare funds, Lemire was able to take nearly $60,000 over a time frame spanning several years in the early 90s. Lemire's troubles didn't end there, as further investigation showed he'd played a role in another embezzlement scheme, this time working hand in hand with his wife, Faith Yanez Lemire. At the time, Faith was employed by the Hillsborough County Superior Court, and together, the couple had managed to steal $41,000 from that institution. Arrested and charged with these crimes, both René and Faith would ultimately make deals, pleading guilty to lesser charges. The very same day Walter received the threatening phone call on December 12th, Lemire was sentenced to 4.5 to 7 years in prison for the money he'd stolen from the Masonic Home. Perhaps what made the call even stranger than it already was the fact that Walter hadn't played any role in Lemire's arrest and conviction. He hadn't been involved in the financials of the Masonic Home, and while he was aware of the case, he was in no way connected to it. He had, however, been previously involved in a different embezzlement investigation. According to the Boston Globe, 1 year earlier in 1994, Leonard Newall Sr., a Mason and former master of the Lafayette Masonic Lodge, had been arrested and charged with stealing dues that had been paid to several Masonic organizations. According to court records, these thefts took place between February of 1989 and January of 92. While the prosecution ultimately accused Newell of stealing just under $62,000, Nathaniel Foss, the president of the Masonic Temple Association, argued that the stolen money was likely closer to between $100,000 and $130,000. Unfortunately, records, which would have allowed an exact figure to be determined, were destroyed along the way, and so they couldn't prove exactly how much money Newell had taken. For his part, Newell argued that he'd stolen far less than what he was accused of, saying it was closer to between $10,000 and $15,000. Walter had been involved in this investigation, in so much as he had supplied investigators with financial documents connected to the Masons. According to investigators and the district attorney's office, he hadn't had any more involvement than supplying records, and certainly wasn't the person who had discovered the money was missing. Newell would ultimately be sentenced to serve 90 days in prison in order to pay back $10,300 in restitution. By the time of the threatening phone call, Newell had already served his time and had been released. So, to say Walter was a bit confused may be an understatement, but as it turned out, he wasn't the only person receiving threatening calls that day. John Williams had closer ties to the Lemire case than Walter. He was president of the Masonic Home Trustees at the time Lemire's embezzlement was discovered. Shortly after the crimes came to light, Williams resigned from the board and was no longer associated with the Masonic home. He also received a threatening phone call, and while the details have never been released, it's been hinted that the content of the call was similar to Walter's, threatening him for his involvement in the arrest and prosecution of René Lemire. Asked about the threat Walter received, Nathaniel Foss couldn't understand why he'd have been threatened over Lemire at all, telling the union leader, quote, "As for the threat to Page, that person didn't know what they were talking about because he didn't have anything to do with it." End quote. Later in the evening on the 12th, both Conrad Ekdahl and Carl Bickford arrived at Walter's home for the financial meeting. The three men ultimately decided to take $109,000 from the association's account and write a check out to Tucker Anthony, where Walter worked, to make an investment. Bickford, then treasurer, held the checkbook, so it was he who wrote and signed the check. During this meeting, Walter raised the question of the $5,000 overdraft, but neither Bickford nor Ekdahl had any idea of how it could have happened. Walter asked if he could look through the checkbook, and Bickford handed it over, where Walter quickly realized that at least one check was missing, though Carl didn't have an answer to why nor what it could have been written for. Determined to get to the bottom of things, Walter intended to begin digging into the account to figure out what exactly was going on. Following the conclusion of the meeting that night, both Conrad and Carl left Walter's home, assuming that, minus the overdraft fee, everything was fine, and the check for $109,000 was on its way to Tucker Anthony Investments, where it would be placed into a money market account. However, before the night was over, the unknown caller would strike, though the target turned out to be someone who hadn't received any phone calls. At the time, Conrad Ekdahl lived along Somerville Street, approximately 4 miles south of Walter's home. Upon arriving home that night after the meeting, Ekdahl approached his house and, upon opening the storm door, found the fizzling remains of a Molotov cocktail wedged between the main entry door and the screen door. The device had failed to detonate fully due to a lack of oxygen. Having been wedged between the two doors, it wasn't able to fully ignite, so instead it had burned itself out. Investigators would later state that the Molotov cocktail had been made by filling an empty root beer bottle with lamp oil. A cloth wick had then been inserted and lit before the device was placed between the doors. Ekdahl notified the police, who were able to take the incendiary device into their possession, as well as performing sweeps of the home to ensure no other traps had been left. At the time, no one was sure what was going on. Ekdahl hadn't been threatened, and even if he had, just like Walter, he wasn't involved in the Lemire case. There were two ways of looking at it. Either this had been a very poor attempt to firebomb Ekdahl's home, or maybe it had been a scare tactic never designed to actually cause the home to go up in flames. Either way, the Manchester police decided to keep an eye on Ekdahl and his home. The next day, on Wednesday, December 13th, Walter picked up his phone and called the Manchester police. During this call, he notified authorities of the threat he'd received about his home potentially being bombed. Considering the incident that had occurred with Ekdahl the night before, investigators took the threat very seriously and began working to try and track down the caller. Considering both Walter and Ekdahl's positions with the Masons, they began to believe someone was specifically targeting Masons, and given the details of the call Walter had received, it seemed likely that it was someone seeking revenge for the prosecution of Lemire. Considering how the attempt on Ekdahl's home had failed, they didn't believe they were working with anyone who had expertise or knowledge of incendiary devices, but in order to ensure everyone would be safe, they decided to issue a bulletin for the following morning, telling patrol units to check on both homes periodically over the course of the next few days. They could never have imagined what would happen next. Thursday, December 14th, was a cloudy, bitterly cold day in Manchester. Heavy, wet snow fell but failed to accumulate as temperatures struggled to reach a high of just 18 degrees. Walter and Faye woke in their gray Cape Cod home with plans for the day. Faye would be attending a meeting in town for her Christmas garden club, while Walter was focused on going down into his basement office to work on finding the source of the $5,000 overdraft on the Mason's account and any other irregularities. Wishing her husband good luck with his searching, Faye left the couple's home heading in for her meeting. Neither she nor Walter had any idea this would be the last moment they would ever share together. At approximately 3 p.m., a neighbor living along Walnut Hill Avenue observed smoke and flames emanating from the Page family home. The Manchester Fire Department responded quickly, though by the time they arrived, the house had become a searing inferno. Aware that someone might be trapped inside, firefighters approached the front door but were quickly thrown back from the blaze. They stared through the raging flames into the house but couldn't gain access, being pushed back by the intense heat. Quickly, they began unfurling hose lines and fighting the fire, which by this point had completely consumed the ground level of the house, and massive flames had erupted through the roof. It would later be determined that in the basement of the home, there were two 250-gallon fuel oil tanks, and one had ruptured, exploding with massive force. As a result, those parts of the home that were not completely destroyed by fire and water damage were drenched in a thick pool of oil which rose to several inches high along the floor. The oil had spread so densely, the family would later need to hire an environmental company to clean up the spill. Before the fire was completely under control, Faye pulled onto her street and saw a massive barrage of fire engines, police vehicles, and emergency medical services. Danette later explained the experience to WMUR Channel 9, saying, quote, "My mom was an avid gardener, and she was at her annual Christmas garden club party, and came back, and she said she was just thrown back by the acrid smoke. She knew immediately that my father was in there, and that it wasn't good." End quote. While Faye frantically explained to firefighters that her husband was in the house, they unfortunately couldn't gain entry until they could get the fire under control. By the time the final flames were put out, they knew the likelihood of anyone inside surviving was essentially nil. Once they made their way through the scorched remnants of the structure searching for Walter, they would ultimately find his body on the floor in the basement office. Faye was absolutely devastated. Her husband of 50 years, the father of her children, the man she had loved for most of her life, was gone. The moment the Manchester police became aware of a fire at Walter's home, their suspicions were immediately aroused. Just one day earlier, they'd been made aware of a threat to bomb the home, and now it had been completely consumed in a massive fire. After the Molotov cocktail had been found at Ekdal's home, they believed they were dealing with someone dangerous, but they never imagined it would lead to murder. What they didn't know at the time, however, was just how cold and calculating the arsonist had been. Considering the threatening call Walter had received, one of the first places investigators turned their attention to was René Lemire. While both he and his wife Faith were at the time incarcerated, it had to be determined whether or not they had knowledge of or were directly involved in a plot to kill Walter and potentially other members of the Masons. The first person they went to see was Jeffrey Yanez, Faith's son from a previous relationship, who looked at Lemire as his father. Speaking to the union leader, Jeffrey explained, quote, "They were at my house at 6:30 that same night, so I was one of the first suspects for what, I don't know. I would never think of doing something that horrific. My parents' attorney said it would be a great way for someone to cover up the truth by just naming my father. My parents aren't murderers. It's an unfortunate thing my mother and father had nothing to do with. They admitted their wrongdoings. They've paid for their wrongdoings. I just wish we could all just get on with our lives." End quote. At the same time, Jeffrey was concerned that he might be a target. According to the union leader, the same night Walter was killed, a car of the same make and model as the one Jeffrey owned was set ablaze outside of his apartment building. Had that been coincidence? Or was it possible that whoever was targeting the Masons was also targeting those close to Lemire? While investigators questioned Jeffrey, they asked for and were given permission to search his vehicle, but nothing was found. After determining that Jeffrey couldn't have been involved with the fire at the Page house, police spoke to both Renee and Faith, though they both denied any involvement in or knowledge of anyone seeking revenge for their arrests. They noted at the time that as far as they knew, Walter hadn't been involved in their cases, so it wouldn't have made any sense to target him in the first place. The next person detectives focused in on was Leonard Newell. Walter had been involved in that case, though only to a minor level, but still, they had to cover all their bases. Newell, however, didn't make a lot of sense. He'd already served his sentence, paid restitution, and was moving on with his life. When questioned about his potential involvement, Newell denied being connected in any way, saying that while, yes, he had stolen money, he'd admitted to it and paid the price. He wasn't a murderer, and even if he were, he had nothing against Walter, later telling reporters, quote, "Paige and I were friends. We were friends for years." End quote. Fairly early in the investigation, detectives began to wonder about the call Walter had received. With the unknown caller concealing their identity and trying to disguise their voice, they started to question the reason behind the threats. Was the arsonist truly targeting people because of their connection to Lemire's case, legitimate or imagined? Or was it possible that someone was using that as a cover story to send detectives on a wild goose chase? Quickly, they began to develop a theory that targeting Walter and Ekdahl, who were in no way connected to Lemire, might have nothing to do with the previous embezzlement scam, but maybe one that had not yet been found. Investigators had already spoken to Ekdahl, not just because of the Molotov cocktail, but because he was present at the meeting with Walter 2 days before his death. For his part, Ekdahl couldn't think of anyone who might want to harm him or Walter, nor could he understand why anyone would think either man had been involved in the Lemire case. The next people investigators thought to speak to were Carl Bickford and his wife Bonnie. According to court documents, the Bickfords were interviewed about the fire later that evening, but neither seemed to have any knowledge of who might have been behind it or why Walter would have been targeted. Unsure of what exactly they were dealing with or who might be next in line for the arsonist's attack, investigators would receive 2 shocking pieces of information. On Friday, December 15th, an autopsy was performed on Walter. At the time, it was assumed that his cause of death would be determined to be connected to the fire, but the pathologist quickly discovered that the fire itself may have been set to cover up evidence of an even more vicious crime. According to the report, Walter had died not due to the fire, but instead had been stabbed at least 12 times. It seemed that someone had gained entry to the Page home, encountered Walter in the basement, and stabbed him a dozen times before setting the fire which would ultimately consume the house. While this shed new light on the investigation, it also presented a massive problem. Between the fire, the oil, and the water, all physical evidence connected to the murder had been destroyed. While they now had a cause of death, they didn't know where the murder weapon was, and there was nothing in the house they could use to try and narrow down a suspect. Fingerprints, fibers, DNA had all gone up in smoke. Now investigators had something else they needed to figure out. Had the killer broken into the home and ambushed Walter in his basement office, or was the killer someone Walter knew, someone he may have arranged a meeting with for that afternoon, or perhaps someone who just came by and was let in? The more they looked at the case, the more it began to seem like there was a lot of deception. Had the phone call threat been a cover to direct police towards Lemire? Had the killer been someone Walter knew well enough to let into his home? Most importantly, was the killer someone who wasn't concerned about Lemire but was trying to stop Walter before he could uncover evidence of their own involvement in a yet undiscovered embezzlement scheme? Given the direction those questions lead, theories split off in 2 directions. Either someone was targeting Masons in the area who were directly tied to the association's finances, or someone on the inside was trying to cover up their own crimes. While police were reeling with this new information, they'd get yet another call that caused alarm. Another man directly connected to the Masons, who has never been identified, received a threatening phone call that Friday afternoon. While the exact details of this call haven't been revealed, Nathaniel Foss later told the Boston Globe that the caller said in part, "That's one down and now you're next." Investigators immediately sent officers to watch over the person who had received the new threat, while in the Masonic community, fear and panic began to grow as they worried they'd all be targeted by the killer. Unsure of what was going on, Foss explained, quote, "We're looking for a link. These people have no connection at all to each other except they knew each other as Masons, and there are 300 or 400 Masons down here. It's totally baffling because there are no links. That's what's so frightening. We're nervous, and we're all being very careful. If you had a good friend murdered, you'd be nervous too." End quote. That Friday, while investigators were attempting to narrow down a potential list of suspects, one person made their job extremely easy. Carl and Bonnie Bickford were set to attend a family dinner that Friday night, but Bonnie never showed up. Instead, she placed a call to her sister Martha, admitting that she had stolen approximately $109,000 from the account her husband was the treasurer of. The missing money was already coming to light as the check Carl had written to Tucker Anthony on Tuesday bounced, showing that the account had essentially been cleaned out. Allegedly, during this call, Bonnie also admitted to having placed the Molotov cocktail at Ekdahl's home Tuesday night. Following the call, Bonnie fled from Manchester, and at the time, no one knew where she might be. Carl would receive a package in the mail which contained Bonnie's wedding ring and a letter admitting to her theft of the money, reading in part, quote, "To start, I did take the funds from the Services Association." End quote. The package also contained a letter addressed to the Manchester Police Department, as well as Bonnie's parents. Authorities were quickly notified by the family, and at that point, Bonnie became the prime suspect in Walter's murder. Warrants were issued for Bonnie's arrest based on her confession to the embezzlement, and police departments throughout New Hampshire, Vermont, Maine, Massachusetts, and New York were all notified to be on the lookout. A description of Bonnie, as well as her vehicle, were included in these notices. While the search for Bonnie kicked off, investigators began trying to track the history of her embezzlement, and considering his close relationship to her, Carl came under scrutiny as they worked to determine whether or not he may have been involved in the scheme or had knowledge of it. At the time, people were shocked by the possibility that Bonnie could have been involved in the embezzlement, let alone connected to a murder. Nathaniel Foss himself later expressed doubts to the Boston Globe, saying, quote, "There's no way in the world I could picture her being involved in any of this." End quote. Bonnie, 49 years old at the time, was known as a decent and upstanding woman in the community. She was a babysitter who had watched over many children in the area over the years, a consistent volunteer at the Goffstown Congregational Church, but now she was the prime suspect in a brutal homicide, arson, and embezzlement scam. Over that weekend, investigators worked hard to try and track down her location, but no one had seen her, or if they had, they weren't talking. Ultimately, while the fire had led police to Bonnie Bickford's door, it would be another fire that would result in her arrest. On Sunday, December 17th, police officers in the town of Weir, 20 miles northwest of Manchester, responded to a call regarding a car fire. Arriving along a back road, police found the vehicle of Bonnie Bickford had crashed off the side of the road, and somehow the interior had caught fire. Weir Police Chief Ed Tuttle noted that upon arriving at the scene, officers had also found that pieces of tape had been used to alter the license plate of the vehicle in hopes of concealing the driver's identity. At the scene, they were able to identify the woman as Bonnie Bickford, though when questioned about the accident and the fire, Bickford claimed to have amnesia, not knowing who she was, where she was, or what had happened. When police ran the plates, they quickly learned that she had warrants out for her arrest and took her into custody, though she would stick to the Amnesia Act for several hours until eventually admitting it had all been a ruse. Bickford was quickly transferred back to Manchester, where for 7 hours she was interrogated about the embezzlement, the Molotov cocktail, the threatening calls, and the murder of Walter Page and the arson at his home. Bickford admitted to authorities that she'd stolen the money, planted the Molotov cocktail, and had made the threatening call to Walter the day before his murder. As pertained to the latter, however, she denied any involvement in either Walter's stabbing or the arson that destroyed the Page family home. On Monday, December 18th, Bickford was arraigned in Manchester District Court, where she faced charges of arson and embezzlement, though nothing related to Walter's death. Assistant Attorney General Joseph LaPlante requested a denial of bail, noting that she had admitted to trying to burn Ekdahl's house, saying, quote, "For that reason, her conduct is also viewed as having a connection to the Page homicide. She's very dangerous and a threat to the community." End quote. For the time at least, the judge agreed, and Bonnie was held without bail. One day later, on Tuesday, December 19th, a memorial service was held for Walter at Brookside Congregational Church. Hundreds of friends, family members, and prominent citizens of the area attended, with the church's parking lot being completely filled more than an hour before services began. Speaking of her father, Danette described him as proud, honorable, decent, intelligent. She talked of how he had devoted so much time to her growing up, ensuring she excelled in school. She thanked him for traits she had instilled in her, such as a love of travel, music, a strong sense of humor, and an appreciation for a good glass of wine. Danette's husband, Hugh, also spoke of Walter, saying, quote, "He had audacity, ingenuity, and wisdom. He was a war hero with piercing liquid blue eyes." End quote. He went on to express how he saw Walter like a second father, describing a man whose honesty was unstoppable. Both of Walter's sons, Rick and Todd, also spoke, with Rick describing his father's intensity, while Todd focused on the fact that while Walter was never the type to ask for help, the family were asking the community to assist in seeing that the person responsible for his murder would be charged and jailed for the rest of their life. Heartbroken, Faye also spoke and went out of her way to thank the fire department and police for their efforts. She also thanked the Victim Witness Services of the state's Attorney General's office for the support they'd shown the family and for keeping them updated on the status of the investigation. 3 days later, on Friday, December 22nd, a bail hearing was held in Manchester District Court. Darcy Spence, Bickford's lawyer, argued that it was unfair to hold her without bond, noting that while there were suspicions about her potential involvement in Walter's murder, there was no evidence available that tied her to the crime or the crime scene. She argued that Bickford should be released due to her strong ties to the community, but Judge Norman Champagne disagreed, noting that Bickford posed a potential threat to the community and, given where she had been arrested, already showed a likelihood to flee if released. Ultimately, Judge Champagne ruled that Bickford would be held on $500,000 bail, which essentially ensured she wouldn't be getting out of jail anytime soon. Present that day in the courtroom were Bickford's husband Carl, their son, Bonnie's parents, and 2 nieces. None of the family spoke in court that day, with the Boston Globe noting that while one of the nieces openly wept during the hearing, Carl and Bonnie never even looked at one another. Ronald Roy, a friend of Carl's, when asked for comment, admitted his surprise, saying, quote, "He's just a great guy. They're both peaches. We're in shock. We're just waiting for a reason, some way to understand why this might have happened." End quote. As for the Masons, Foss acknowledged that they were now having to reevaluate the way in which they handled finances, implementing new security measures and audit procedures to ensure this never happened again. 5 days later, on Wednesday, December 27th, another hearing was held after a grand jury chose to indict Bonnie. Bickford's attorney, Darcy Spence, requested that both her wedding ring and glasses be returned to her at that time, though the judge ruled against this, with the prosecutor stating that both items were considered evidence and were being tested to see if they could be tied to the Page murder and fire. According to the union leader, George M. Bahan, a chief investigator for the Criminal Bureau of the state's Attorney General's office, testified that Bickford had faked bank documents related to the whereabouts of money belonging to the Masons. At the time, she was working as a babysitter and used her client's home computer to create fake documents. According to Bahan, the Masons were in possession of 2 certificates of deposit totaling $115,000. These deposit slips were kept in a safe deposit box at Manchester Municipal Employee Credit Union, a box to which both Carl and Bonnie had access. The man who had employed Bonnie as a babysitter told investigators that when he turned on his home computer, he found files with different numbers and letters in them. Bahan stated that the numbers found in these files were the same numbers on the deposit ticket. Bahan testified that Carl had told investigators he believed his wife cashed the Masons' CDs after they matured and put the money in a savings account at the Shawmut Bank. These CDs were for $57,000 and $48,000 respectively. Bonnie later purportedly transferred $109,649.23 to a checking account at the First New Hampshire Bank. The check Carl had written to Tucker Anthony the night of the meeting at Walter's house was drawn on this account. Bahan stated that Bonnie had given her husband letters from the bank showing the transactions had taken place, but these letters were discovered to be fraudulent. The Shawmut Bank stated that the employee listed on the letters was not a known employee of the bank, and that the deposit slip for First New Hampshire Bank was also fake. Bahan testified, quote, "This was a fraudulent document. It was not a deposit slip, and this money was never deposited." End quote. Daniel Brennan, a detective with the Manchester Police, testified that Bonnie's sister Martha stated that 4 family members, including herself, were given $10,000 each by Bonnie, who claimed the money had come out of a relative's estate. Brennan explained that this $40,000 had not been a part of the estate, but instead had come directly from money paid to the Masonic home. Brennan further testified that when asked why she'd taken the money, Bonnie argued she needed it to stop her son from going to jail. But that made little sense, as Brennan explained her son was, quote, "in good standing in the army, and there are no outstanding judgments against him. I don't know what to make of it." End quote. Ultimately, Bonnie was hit with 8 charges of theft and 1 charge of arson related to the Molotov cocktail. Court documents show that Bickford stole funds over a 3-year period from September of 92 to the end of December of 95. Other charges allege that Bickford wrote checks to herself, ranging from $585 to $1,500, and on at least one occasion, she wrote a check to the previously mentioned relative in the amount of $2,750, which she then cashed and used herself. No one knew exactly where all of the money had gone. Asked about Bonnie's potential connection to Walter's murder, Assistant A.G. LaPlante replied, quote, "The investigation into the homicide of Walter Page is continuing. The Manchester Police Department and the investigators from this office continue to investigate the circumstances surrounding the death of Walter Page in the hope of formally charging some individual at the appropriate time." End quote. Bonnie was transferred to the Valley Street Jail, where she was held pending trial. While it appeared the wheels of justice were moving, 1995 would end with a tragic hole being left in the Page family, who wanted to see justice done for their father and husband. 3 months later, on Wednesday, March 20th, 1996, bail was reduced from $500,000 to $150,000. Senior Assistant Attorney General Michael Ramsdell requested the reduction in bail, noting that, given the charges, $500,000 was unfair. Judge Robert J. Lynn agreed, though he set conditions for bail should Bonnie come up with the money. She would be required to report daily to the probation department. She would be barred from receiving a passport and would not be allowed to leave the state of New Hampshire. Caroline Smith, a public defender working for Bickford, argued that the state had no evidence tying her client to the murder or the fire, and that she was not a flight risk, saying that yes, she had fled the area, but had returned to face up to what she'd done. Prosecutors, however, pointed out that Bonnie had returned because she was arrested and brought back. She hadn't done so of her own free will. Ramsdell noted that she tried to conceal her license plate number and had burned her car, which he believed had been done to destroy potential evidence. Then she faked having amnesia to try and fool Weir police, who arrived at the scene. Ramsdell explained, quote, "It's absolutely absurd to argue that she is not a risk of flight or that she was not devious. Devious, a risk of flight, and dangerous." End quote. 6 months later, in September of 1996, more than 9 months after Walter's murder, Bonnie appeared in court again. This time she pleaded guilty to arson and theft charges. According to the indictments, on 2 occasions Bonnie had redeemed association certificates of deposit, one for $57,786.40 and another for $48,355.66. None of that money has been located or recovered. The arson charge was connected to the Molotov cocktail, though at the time, prosecutors could not bring charges against Bonnie for Walter's murder, though they noted she was considered the prime suspect. The court accepted Bonnie's guilty plea and scheduled sentencing to take place 2 months later. On Wednesday, November 6th, Bonnie was sentenced to serve 5 to 10 years in state prison for the theft of $109,000. While she had pleaded guilty to the arson charge, it wasn't pressed at the time, and due to a lack of evidence, no charges related to Walter could be filed. Investigators, however, told the union leader that they believe Walter was killed likely because he had uncovered evidence of Bonnie's embezzlement and he had to be silenced before he could go to the police. While no evidence was found connecting Carl to either the money or the murder, Conrad Ekdahl struggled to accept his total innocence, telling reporters, quote, "He also received the monthly statements from the banks where these accounts were kept, and either neglected to look at the statements as they came in, allowing Bonnie's actions to go unnoticed, or purposefully ignored or covered up the unauthorized withdrawals by Bonnie. The checks were signed by Carl Bickford, although Bonnie Bickford may have forged her husband's signature." End quote. For the Page family, seeing Bonnie behind bars was a step in the right direction, but they wanted to see her charged for Walter's murder. 1996 had been a difficult year for them, with Danette explaining that in the months following the murder and fire, her mother had bounced around between different relatives and friends' homes. A strong, vibrant woman, Faye was determined to have the family home rebuilt, but first it would have to be torn down. The fire and oil damage had been so extensive that there was no other choice. In July, just a week before the house was to be torn down, Faye suffered a massive stroke. The stress had been too much for her, and as a result of the stroke, she'd had to relearn how to swallow and talk. She was moved into an assisted living facility, and doctors said they believe she would be mostly recovered in a year. Frustrated, heartbroken, and angry, Danette expressed her family's point of view, saying, quote, "It troubles me that we live in a society where, as time goes on, more and more people are not held accountable for their actions. Obviously, my family wants someone to be held accountable for what happened to my father and mother. In a couple of hours, she lost her husband of 50 years and her home of 45 years. This is the antithesis of everything we know. This is something we read about elsewhere. This kind of experience just catapults us into a kind of horror, and we think about how things used to be. Obviously, they'll never be the same. Clearly, this isn't the Manchester we were raised in." End quote. While the investigation into Walter's murder had spanned a year, investigators found themselves once again facing the roadblock they'd encountered early on. The fire had destroyed any physical evidence, and without a witness, someone who knew of the crime, or a confession from their prime suspect, they weren't able to move forward with any charges. Manchester Police Chief James Stewart appealed to the public, telling the union leader, quote, "We're still looking for anybody with information. We feel there is a person out there who does have information and maybe is afraid to come forward with it. We really would like to hear from that person." End quote. Sadly, time began passing, and with each year, the anniversary of Walter's murder lingered so close to Christmas that the family couldn't help but grieve during his favorite holiday season. They were dealt another devastating blow 3 years later, in June of 1999, when Faye passed away at the age of 78. She had hoped to see justice done in her lifetime, but the pain and grief of Walter's murder, the destruction of their home, and a lack of progress on the case had weighed heavily on her. Danette and her brothers believe Faye died of a broken heart 3.5 years after Walter's murder. Just over a year later, in July of 2000, Bonnie Bickford went before Judge James Barry Jr. in Hillsborough County Superior Court to request an early release. According to court records, over the previous 4 years, Bickford had managed to pay back the money she owed in restitution, and prosecutors had previously agreed that, should she pay it back, they would not oppose her filing for early release. Danette, however, attended this hearing, later explaining, quote, "We were there because we wanted to remind Bonnie we're still around. We haven't forgotten because we believe she is the person who murdered our father. Early parole, we don't want to see that happen. They say she's been a model prisoner, volunteered, which is, I guess, how it's supposed to go. But that's not where we want the focus to be. We want her to tell us what happened and admit to what she did. In my mind, Bickford not only killed my father, she killed my mother too. My mom died a year ago after a 3.5-year struggle following a massive stroke she suffered 6 months after my father died. The horror, the grief, broke her heart." End quote. Also attending the hearing were Manchester Police Chief James Stewart and Captain Richard O'Leary, both of whom had been involved in Walter's investigation. Chief Stewart explained their presence to the Nashua Telegraph, saying, quote, "We were there because we are still investigating the death of Walter Page. We are still very much interested in Bonnie Bickford." End quote. Less than a week later, in early August, Judge James Barry Jr. granted a 6-month sentence reduction to Bickford. Originally, she wouldn't have become eligible for parole until December 17th, but with this reduction, if parole was granted, she could be out of prison by the end of the month. Asked about the likelihood of her being paroled, Parole Board Executive Director John Eckert explained that she had thus far been a model prisoner, and they couldn't reject parole simply because someone was a suspect in a crime. He explained they would need hard evidence to deny parole, saying, quote, "Without anything pending, we don't have anything we can legally do." End quote. On Thursday, August 17th, a parole board hearing was called to review Bonnie's case and to consider whether or not she should be released early. Chief Mark Driscoll was present at the hearing and expressed the feelings of law enforcement, saying, quote, "I feel it's a great injustice to have Bonnie Bickford return to the city of Manchester to basically be a free woman. I think she is a treacherous person who has demonstrated through her actions that she was a threat to the community. I see no evidence that anything has changed. We are very, very much opposed to parole. We believe she continues to be a threat to our community." End quote. Chief Stewart was also there, noting that he spent 7 hours interrogating Bonnie, who he described as crafty and calculating. The 3-person parole board was made up of Nick Hart, George Iverson, and Chairman Amy Varenberg. Varenberg described Bonnie as a meek, docile person who had a very good experience in prison and noted that she saw no reason to deny parole. While she argued that Bickford had been found guilty of non-violent offenses, Chief Stewart retorted that there was also arson and several members of the Masonic community had been threatened. The arson charge, however, had been deferred and was arranged so that while Bonnie hadn't been sentenced for it, should she violate her parole, she would have to go before a judge for that charge. Ultimately, Bonnie was granted parole, with the board noting that she would be under intensive supervision and would have to adhere to a curfew for her first 90 days. And any crime or parole violation in the next 2 years would see her return to prison. Bickford did appear before the board, though she didn't speak. She had previously explained that upon release, she'd be moving into an apartment with her husband, Carl. A letter was presented to the board, written by Bickford, but it wasn't read into the record. Captain O'Leary was furious, saying, quote, "That's wrong. We certainly should have heard from the defendant. Let's have everything open. Is there any remorse? We don't know." End quote. Asked for her thoughts on the release, Danette told the union leader, quote, "I'm scared that she's going to be back on the streets. The main reason I wasn't there today was emotionally, I couldn't handle it anymore. Going in there and hearing what a model prisoner she's been. My brothers and I have lost both our parents in the last 5 years. It's been really hard for us to see Bonnie Bickford go free. She can have her freedom back. We can't have our parents back." End quote. Chief Stewart mocked the board for believing that Bonnie was anything resembling a meek or docile person, later stating, quote, "The arson was directly involved with the theft of the money. She was very calculating the way she went about it. We know what she gets up to, what she has always been up to." End quote. Law enforcement noted that Bonnie remained the prime and only suspect in Walter's murder. Chairman Varenberg, however, explained that you can't hold Bonnie accountable for crimes she's never been charged with, saying, quote, "We can't go back and sort of relitigate for somebody like her who has completed such an exemplary time in prison. There really is no reason to hold her back." End quote. Asked for his thoughts on Varenberg's statement, Chief Driscoll explained to the Bangor Daily News, quote, "As policemen, we look at it a different way. Crimes are committed against people. If you think the crime was taking money, fine, she's been a wonderful person. But we know Bonnie. We know her psyche. We know what she's up to." End quote. 4 months later, on Thursday, December 14th, 2000, the reward being offered for information leading to an arrest in Walter's murder broke the state record for being the highest amount ever offered. While Crime Lines of New Hampshire had previously set up a $5,000 reward, the Page family added an additional $55,000, bringing the total to $60,000. At the news conference announcing the increased reward, Chief Driscoll noted that they believed someone in the community had information about the crime, and they implored that individual to come forward. Danette was also present, making a small statement in which she acknowledged 5 years had passed and it was time for someone to bring new information to them. Unfortunately, no new information seems to have been brought to light, and following Bonnie's release from prison, the investigation into Walter's death seemingly stalled. 5 years later, December of 2005, marked 10 years since Walter had been murdered and his home set on fire. Asked about progress on the case, Deputy Chief Richard O'Leary told the union leader that the case was still open and would remain open until someone was charged. Asked about Bonnie Bickford, O'Leary replied, quote, "Off and on, I've spoken to her, and another investigator has as well. I promised her that this is a case that will not be forgotten. A lot of evidence was burned in the huge fire, and there were not a lot of people involved. It's very important that people realize we don't give up. Sometimes we just need a lucky break." End quote. Danette, also speaking to reporters on the somber anniversary, expressed her frustration, believing that the killer had been released and was now free to live her life. She explained the anniversary, saying it was, quote, "a reminder to everybody that the person or persons who committed this heinous crime is out on the street, walking around, and probably celebrating Christmas with their grandchildren, something my parents were robbed of." End quote. While Bonnie did not elect to speak with reporters, it's noted that she continued to deny any involvement in the murder. 4 years later, in 2009, New Hampshire's cold case unit was formed. At the time, Walter's family took heart, believing that finally their father's case was going to break open. Unfortunately, while investigators re-examined the files, they seemingly came to the same conclusions: that Bonnie Bickford was the prime suspect, but no physical evidence existed that could give them the ability to file any charges. Once again, Walter's case began growing cold, and soon, days turned to weeks, weeks to months, and months to years. December of 2015 marked 20 years since Walter was murdered, and while no new evidence had been found, cold case investigators told the media that the case is very solvable. They just need that one piece of information to get things moving. Sadly, there has seemingly been no major progress on the case over the nearly 27 years that have passed since that brutally cold, horribly violent day in December of 1995. WMUR Channel 9 New Hampshire conducted several interviews for a story on Walter's case, which was aired in September of 2018. One of the people interviewed was Susan Morell, New Hampshire's Senior Assistant Attorney General. Asked about the case and the lack of progress, she explained, quote, "Somebody had access to Mr. Page's home. Either somebody broke in and this was a robbery gone wrong, or maybe this was somebody he knew and was expecting and let into the house. We can't really narrow it down any further than that right now. Because the home was essentially destroyed in the fire, we have limited information to go on." End quote. Also interviewed were Todd and Danette. Todd made a plea to the killer to come forward and admit what they had done, to be honest and help alleviate the tremendous burden of grief. Danette was more direct and emotional in her statement, saying, quote, "My dad did not deserve what happened to him. He was a good man. Let us have closure. Stop our pain. Before we leave this earth, it's the least we could do for our parents. The least we could do." End quote. 1 year later, in December of 2019, Danette and her brother Rick, this time, spoke to the New Hampshire Union leader. Here they expressed their growing frustration that after more than 2 decades there had been no movement on the case, no charges filed, nothing. Danette stated, quote, "Nothing has been done for almost a quarter of a century, not a thing. We've just been meeting and talking and writing letters and wishing hope upon hope that something is going to give and that the Attorney General's office in the state of New Hampshire will come through and provide us with the accountability and closure that we demand at this point." End quote. Rick called for the case to be reopened and for a new investigation to dig back into it, hoping that with new technology and the passage of time, perhaps they could find something that had previously been missed. Unfortunately, this is where the case remains today. 76-year-old Walter Harriman Page was stabbed at least a dozen times in the basement office of the Page family home on Thursday, December 14th, 1995. Sometime after the stabbing, the assailant set the house on fire, leading to a large oil tank explosion that engulfed the house in flames, destroying decades of memories, photographs, and the house where Walter and Faye had lived for 45 years. Today, Bonnie Bickford is 75 years old and living in New Hampshire, just 1 year younger than Walter was when he was brutally murdered. She has never been charged, nor has she ever spoken about the murder publicly. It seems that, following her release from prison, she steered clear of the law and has not been arrested for any other crimes. There is nothing which can ever assuage the grief of the Page family, nor restore Walter and Faye to the lives they should have continued to live. Frustrated, Danette told WMUR Channel 9 how difficult it was to slowly realize that maybe she wouldn't see the crime solved in her own lifetime, saying, quote, "Someone stabbed my dad 12 times. For them to be out there and for us to not have closure and find out what happened is unconscionable. Whoever did this has no courage. To just kill somebody and then burn the house down and just take off." End quote. Todd, however, took a more somber approach, thinking of the warm and loving memories he had with his parents. He expressed a tender awareness that nothing could ever change what had been done, though he believes they can never give up on fighting for truth, to seek justice for Walter and Faye, to see someone face a judge for the horrible crimes they committed. Asked about the rawness of that pain and the feelings of helplessness, Todd replied, quote, "It's always going to be there. It will always haunt you, because it really wasn't fair to them. They were honest people. Nobody deserves to have something like this happen to them."